fun coming, this is the way to use it. That's 216-370-7980. Visit vansquare.com.
Broadcasting from the 92.3 The Fan Studios, fueled by True North Convenience Stores. This is where Cleveland fans turn to talk Cavs basketball. WKRK-FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights. The best playoff coverage in the CLE. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. An Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Donovan Mitchell's been outstanding for the Cavaliers. First two games of the opening round playoff series against Toronto. So is James Harden. Head coach Kenny Atkinson on how the beard helps make sure that Donovan doesn't get worn down.
We know Donovan can get worn down, so these are reasons why you bring James Harden on board. Obviously makes a lot of sense.
Cavs back to practice later on this morning before they head off to Toronto. Cavs will take on the Raptors Game 3 tomorrow night. They lead the series 2-0. They took down the Cranky Dinosaurs on Monday night, 115-105. In that game, Donovan Mitchell had 30 points. Cavs 12-game playoff winning streak against Toronto dating back to 2016. NBA playoffs continue tonight in the Eastern Conference. Top seed Detroit looking to bounce back at home after losing the opener to Orlando. In the Western Conference, top seed Oklahoma City playing host to Phoenix. The Thunder leads that series 1-0. Browns continue their voluntary veterans minicamp today in Berea. The workouts got going on Tuesday as Shadur Sanders and Deshaun Watson each had first-team reps. Dylan Gabriel also at the workout. Browns might draft another quarterback just for fun at the NFL draft as that gets going tomorrow night down in Pittsburgh. Guardians close out their series with the Astros this afternoon at Progressive Field. Rubber match as the Guardians rallied to beat Houston last night 8-5. The Guardians scoring 6 runs in the bottom of the 8th. The big hit was a 3-run triple from Chase DeLauder. Tanner Bybie's on the hill this afternoon. First pitch is set for 1:10. Don't miss this week's episode of 92.3 The Fan's off-season special. Get the latest on the Browns tonight from 7 to 9. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
If the Cavs won a playoff game, but nobody in Cleveland got to see it, doesn't count.
And then Ken decided to take some pot shots at the broadcasting school I spent a lot of money to go to.
It's actually true. It's the emerging podcast scene presented by Extend Technologies on 923thefan.com and on the free Odyssey app.
Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps, Cleveland's sports radio, 92.3 The Fan.
I am an emotional wreck. 1 day, 9 hours, 57 minutes, 43 seconds. And then the commissioner says, the Raiders are on the clock. Oh, man, I can't wait. So excited. Nothing is more exciting than watching a guy walk out on a TV screen and stand behind a podium and say, with the 6th selection, the Cleveland Browns select Jeffrey Fleps.
He helps you.
Jeffrey Fleps, offensive tackle, University of Meshuggah. I don't know. I don't have a school for you, my friend.
It doesn't take.
You are a little crazy.
It doesn't take the draft for you to be an emotional wreck.
That is true. My life is an emotional wreck.
You got a tan.
I know. I
Were
actually
you out in the sun?
No, I was in Chicago. It was cold, man.
So
it was cold.
The wind bronzed your skin.
Is that what you think it is?
I don't know.
I don't know. What do you think?
You look good.
Dan, do I look tan?
Andy's wearing a dress shirt today. It's like, huh?
Maybe that's why.
I don't think you look tan, or I think you look about the same.
Maybe it's just the lack of blood flow throughout my entire body.
That could be.
I could be doing commercials for little blue pills by the end of this thing if that's what's happening. Who knows? You never know.
Wow.
I'm just saying.
I don't know where that went.
Well, never mind. He's Jeff Phelps.
Pulled into a meeting.
No, we're not getting pulled into a meeting.
We have one anyway.
That's true.
Here's a topic.
It's a pharmaceutical
Fearless
topic.
leader
What's the
just
big
wrote
deal?
it down.
People go to the drugstore every day. It's part of life.
Here.
He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. The other voice you hear is Dan Mennigan. Meredith Kane, we believe, is hiding out in the back. She's waiting to make sure that you are in line and ready to go when it's your turn to talk sports, because that's what we do on Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. We talk sports. 216-474-0092 is the number you'll find her at. Jeff, like I said, 1 day, 9 hours, 56 minutes, and 4 seconds until the Raiders go on the clock. Are you? First of all, are you prepared and are you ready for the draft?
Yeah.
I see the research you're doing. I feel good about it.
I've had some revelations in the last couple of days as to what I want the Browns to do and some things.
Hallelujah.
But I think I'm going to hold them off for tomorrow. Tomorrow's draft day, so we're going to go deep on that tomorrow.
All right. So we have other things we need to do today. Chris Easterling is going to join us from the Akron Beacon Journal. That'll be at 11. David Pollock, ESPN college football analyst. He is going to tell us what he thinks of the draft. And then, of course, our good friend and television voice of the preseason for your Cleveland Browns. He is Chris Rose, and he is also from John Boy Media. Does a lot of other things, BattleBots. You know him. You love him. He is the pride of Shaker Heights. Jeff, so let's start with this.
All right, Andy.
Yesterday was a big day in Berea. Big. You know why? Because
yes, I do.
Why?
You know why?
Why? Tell me why.
Because we heard from quarterbacks.
Yeah,
we heard from quarterbacks.
But we didn't hear from the one who might be starting.
Well, there are 3 who might be starting, so we heard from 2 of the 3.
We did not hear from the most experienced quarterback in camp.
Yes.
That would be Deshaun Watson.
That would be correct. I can't argue with your reasoning there.
Any reason
why?
I
think that is correct.
Any reason why he didn't speak yesterday? Do we know?
Who cares?
Really? We do. Oh, and now you're going to jump on the bandwagon?
Jump on. I'm doing triple shifts, as in we shouldn't be listening to these people.
It's this.
I own the bandwagon.
At some point.
You need to get a new organ.
At some point.
Yes.
Deshaun Watson will speak, and everybody will be asking him the questions they want to ask him, and they can all figure that out, and we'll go from there.
All right. In the meantime, Todd Monkin did speak yesterday. Shadur Sanders and Dylan Gabriel back from the you-know-where we didn't know, and all of a sudden he exists again. And Todd Monkin gives him reason to exist.
Well, Todd keeps saying nice things, doesn't he?
Yes. All right. Let's get to that in a moment. Now, it does seem like Todd may have been. Was your take on this a little grumpy, Dan? Did you think he was a little grumpy?
I think Todd's always slightly grumpy. I kind of like that.
Is it gruff? Is it football gruff? Is it?
Yeah, it's this.
Old ball coach kind of?
I've been doing this for 40 years.
Yeah.
You want me to answer your question? Fine. Here's your answer.
You want the
that's what
truth
it
because
is.
you probably can't handle the truth. Is that where you think he's at?
Andy, I think I enjoy listening to him.
All right, I want to start here.
Dan, you don't like press conferences.
I do like listening
Do you
to him.
enjoy listening to Todd's press conferences?
No.
Okay.
Is there a press conference you would like to hear?
No.
If I told you the Beatles were still alive and they were getting together, would you want to hear that press
Andy,
conference?
2 of them are.
No, I'd rather hear him play music.
No, once you lose one, the Beatles are dead. It just doesn't matter. And in fact, Paul's been gone for a long time from what I hear.
Really not very
But I
nice.
listen to albums backwards, so that's weird.
Very nice.
So there is not a single press conference you would ever want to hear. I find that very hard to believe.
No, I'm good.
Wow. What a little life you lead sometimes to not want to be educated by those in the know that are spewing lies half the time at you anyway. All right, so one of the things that was talked about yesterday was about Myles Garrett. And here we go. Myles isn't here. Jeff, do you care if Myles is here or not? Yes or no?
No, I'm going to go Monkin on you. It's voluntary. But then he turned around and said, I'd want them all here.
Yeah, I think so.
Andy.
Yes.
Can we put a quick, I don't know if you're planning to talk about this extensively, but let's put a quick end to this. If the NFL wants these people here, then don't make them voluntary. I mean, I'm really fired up that Grant Delpit is not there.
I saw you. I thought you were mad.
I am really mad that Grant Delpit's not there.
I heard you were boycotting.
You want these guys to show up, make it mandatory.
I heard you were boycotting Nordonia City Council, which doesn't exist because Denzel Ward isn't there.
Andy?
Yes.
It's the most overcoached sport on the planet.
I don't disagree with you on that. So there are guys that aren't there. We just said 3 of them. And by the way, I don't care if they're there or not either. But I think that Todd Monkin would have been better served to answer the question the way you did, Jeff. It's voluntary. End of story. That's it. I don't think there's any other answers. I would have gone Bill Belichick on this answer. Todd wanted you to know how he really felt. Here you go.
It's fine. This is voluntary. We're making a big deal out of this. We really are. It's voluntary. We have other guys besides Myles that aren't here. I wish they were here. They'll be ready. We expect them to be ready, and we'll be fired up when they're here. And really, all of the players have informed us. They've been unbelievable with their communication. So is Myles. I mean, they've communicated, okay? Doesn't mean I like the communication, but it's voluntary. Like, I wish they were all here, right? I mean, I've said that plenty of times. But every one of them is a Brown, and we're excited that they are.
That's beautiful.
All you got to do, though, is, if you want to end the conversation, you just say, it's voluntary. End of story.
But
instead, he gave us both sides of the coin.
Yeah, but name me one coach who wouldn't want all of his players at every possible thing.
Totally agree. And as a coach, I would want my players.
He was at least honest about it.
I don't even need him to be. There's no honesty. The honesty is, it's voluntary. End of story. Don't. I wish they were here. You don't even need to say. You don't need to say that. You don't. It's voluntary. Next.
True, but he just gave you a little bit more. So
but by saying what?
No. Let's not get mad at him for giving us more.
He's trying to do his job.
I know.
I have no problem with that.
But we all know every football coach wants everybody at everything. So I don't think we should make a big deal out of the fact that he said, I'd like to have them all here. Though it's true, and though it's both sides of the coin, okay, he just said it. But we all know they all want them there. Yeah, that's okay.
The object of this game here is to stop the conversation. And to stop the conversation, it's voluntary. Okay, end of story.
Okay.
There's no more questions. No more answers.
Conversation doesn't matter as long as he's controlling it. And he was.
That's true. But, Jeff, by saying what he said, he's telling those guys, it sucks you're not here. And by the way, can we get over this?
They all know that.
This is a giant lie. Like, coaches that'll sit around and say, and it doesn't matter where you're at or what level or whatever you're doing, coaches that'll say, like, well, it's voluntary, but, there are other guys here who are here, and they definitely are getting an advantage of the folks that aren't here because they're getting the opportunity for reps. Because that's all you can ask for is opportunities for the reps. And we've all heard the saying, can't make the club from the tub, right? And so, that deals with injuries, and this is, somewhere where you need to be. But, someone may step up and get the opportunity. It's just, that also, to me, is mindless. If you have a player like Myles Garrett, who's as good as he is, Myles could miss every practice they have all year long. And if he shows up for the games and is the sack leader in the NFL, no one is going to care if he goes to practice or not.
Yes,
sorry.
You got to show up for regular practice.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Really? Why?
Yeah. Well, because that's part of the gig.
Well, you show up, but that doesn't mean you got to walk in the field.
That's part of the gig.
Well, this is part of the gig, too. You can get paid to go to this. I'm just saying, Myles Garrett does not have to. Does Myles Garrett have to show up for practice?
You said no practice all year.
I'm just saying, if he didn't need practice all year, make sure you're in the weight room. Make sure you're strong enough to get off the line. Make sure you know the plays.
My guess is,
if you know the plays to go in the game, why practice at all?
My guess is, if you didn't practice at all, you wouldn't be as good.
You're being logical, Jeff. If you're a superstar making all that money at that point, you've probably done enough practice that you probably don't need to practice anymore.
Okay.
You disagree with your smirky attitude over there about that.
I think that you practice for a reason, and it's beneficial.
I agree. I don't disagree with that. But we live in a world now, Jeff, where guys make 10 times as much as the head coach. And if a guy doesn't want to show up for practice or doesn't feel like practicing today and shows up on game day, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Can't wait till the home version of the show comes out. Yes, Jeff. You know I'm right. Like, the money is all that matters.
You're right. You're telling our guys not to even bother to show up.
Jeff, I know it's voluntary. I get it. I totally understand.
How about that?
I get it. I'm like, if I was a player and they were like, hey, you can either come to practice or not come to practice. And by the way, if you don't live here or you don't have a place here, like, if I really don't have to go, it's not like they play in Miami. It's not like they play in Vegas. It's not like they're playing in some, they're in Cleveland. Sorry, I know my own home.
Nice job.
Like, it's like, I'm going to chill out here, stay home. The other part of it is, too, do you want to get hurt? Like, I worry about that. So I just, the whole notion of whether these guys need to be here or not, somebody made a good point that, and I was listening, I don't know what I was listening to. They had just said, if you want to be a leader, don't you show up for this stuff? Isn't it? And Todd said, I'll find the quote when we come back in the next segment. But Todd had a quote about being here and what this means and blah blah blah. And you want to play. You should want to play football for more reasons than the money, more reasons than this, more reasons than that. And I think that in its essence, that is what we all want to believe, and we want to believe drives football players. But at the end of the day, you're lucky if you get 3 years in the league, and you're hoping that you can bank enough cash to make for the rest of your life in those 3-4 years. That's the reality.
With that.
Forget about
about the Benjamins,
the
Andy.
passion, and I'm doing it for the fans, and I'm doing. Yeah, there are plenty of players that do it for the fans.
No, they don't. They do it for a paycheck, and they should.
Jeff,
and a passion for the game. Fans are about 14th on the list.
I don't know if that's true or not. We'll discuss this. Again, you heard what Todd Monkin had to say. This is how my day started yesterday, or midday yesterday, Jeff.
Yeah.
I got a video from a friend. Someone was standing outside practice yesterday.
That sounds like a song.
What?
I got a video from a friend.
Got a video from a friend. Yeah, maybe. Dan, can you write a lyric?
I'll see what I can do.
I'm going to tell you what was in the video when we come back. We'll do that. We'll hear more about what the Browns had to say. Todd Monkin spoke. Shadur Sanders spoke. Dylan Gabriel spoke. Chris Easterling is going to speak to us at 11. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
FanStudios.com, our favorite 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. We'll get to your phone calls here in a moment. Chris Easterling at 11 o'clock. David Pollock, ESPN college football analyst, is going to join us at 12:10. And then Chris Rose will join us at 1 o'clock. So I was talking about this yesterday, and I'm wondering if we've hit rock bottom. And
what?
Jeff, I'm going to show this to you. So we're so
You're going to
concerned.
show me something?
Yeah, I'm going to show you something.
Okay.
So this was a video I got yesterday from a friend, and I'm sure it's all over the internet at this point. So
I thought it was about the draft.
This is about, this has to do about the quarterbacks and the draft. Okay, so somebody took the time to stand outside the complex in Berea.
Yeah.
You looking at this?
Yeah, I'm seeing it.
And they're shooting through the fence, which now they'll probably
tinted fence. They'll cover that up.
Yeah, so they've got the gray
Steelers.
the green.
Still have that house across the street.
They still have it?
Yeah,
I
even though
realize
they
that.
tore it down.
The Knoll House?
Yeah,
I didn't realize that. And so, and by the way, look at the landscaping out there. Look at all the dandelions. That's not good. It's not a good look for the Browns.
it's probably not Brown's property.
No, our guy Chip probably want to hop on that. Chip, you might want to take a look at this. The Browns desperately need help.
Good old
Not
Chip.
at quarterback, but more at dandelion removal outside of the facility. But so somebody was standing outside, and I don't think this is AI. I'm sure it's not. So, but they were taking pictures of what was going on at practice.
Yeah, good.
And there's some narration that goes along with this video, and maybe I'll play that for you a little bit later. But the person that was watching, they're like, oh, look at this. Shadur's taking first-team reps. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, look at the shake and bake. Look what's going on. There's no question Todd Monkin wants these guys to be more mobile next year. Blah, 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 blah.
That's great.
And then I texted back my buddy. I'm like, they're not wearing freaking pads. Who cares?
People love this team. Anything that goes on, people love this team. That's good. This team has won 3 and 5 games in the last 2 years, and people are standing outside shooting through a tinted screen at guys not wearing pads and running around in their shorts.
Tommy Shapruder is out there taking video.
That's beautiful.
Right? The other thing is, I'm sure the Browns now.
That's a beautiful thing. If you're the team,
outside the complex,
you love that. You love that.
If you're outside the complex now, the Browns are probably going to have to buy darker green. What is that? Matting? What would you call that? What is that stuff called?
Yeah,
it's matting, right?
I don't know what it's
scrim. No, it's scrim. You can see through.
Whatever it is, you can see through it, and that'll be changing.
Tarp, green tarp.
Whatever it is, you can see through it, and that'll be changing.
I mean, I'm disappointed for the team.
What's it
because
called?
They didn't
216-474-0092. I'm
just saying, Jeff. I mean, this is the point to where we're sitting around. We're like, oh, look at that
and
snap.
People love this team. That's if you're the team, you love that.
Jeff, this is borderline we love sports, and this is borderline psychotic, isn't it?
Well, not if you're a diehard Browns fan.
I guess fanatic would be the right word because that's why they're a fan. All right, maybe I shouldn't have said psychotic, but it's just, man, that's hardcore. That is hardcore. And the fact that I've watched it 10 times makes me even bigger.
Yeah, I was going to say, you keep watching it. What's that say about you?
Oh,
not like
man.
You've not seen football practice.
What are you trying to say? I find myself at football practice, especially with my, a little bit of ADD that I have. I don't know if I need to watch the offense or the defense or the special teams or what are they doing. Oh, look at this drill. Oh, man. Oh, that guy's on the bicycle. Oh, that was a really good catch. And then I keep forgetting that no one's wearing pads.
I'm
trying to make some kind of assessment.
I loved back in the day. This was before things went nuts and social media and everything else. Marty Schottenheimer used to allow us to watch practice, all of it, every day.
Could you shoot it, report it on all of it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It was great. You're doing a story on, Brian Brennan. You could go out and shoot Brian at practice.
I think part of
it was great. It was really nice.
When you're in that scenario, though, and you can report on any of it, there's no excuse for not knowing everything that's going on.
Yeah, but you could. But there was a trust factor, and they never, you didn't say stuff.
I get it. Makes sense.
You didn't go on the air and say, Boy, the Browns are running this trick play off the punts. You didn't do that.
Happens. All right, let's go back to what we were talking about there just before we went to break about, Todd Monkin giving kind of two messages about, again, he stressed that the camp that's going on right now is voluntary. You don't have to be there, but he would love for everyone to be there. And you're kind of like, it's just like, just say it's voluntary, end of story. And don't say, I think you when you say I'd love for everyone to be here, you're kind of saying guys who aren't here, I wish you were here, and it'd be great if you were here. In fact, as the head coach, I want you here, and I'll probably try not to hold anything against you for not being here.
Andy, you weren't here yesterday. I wish you were here.
Oh, really?
I enjoyed working with Dan, just Dano and me.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
I
man.
wish you were here yesterday, too.
Oh, man.
You missed out on our fun.
Jeff is in North Olmsted, home of the Eagles. How are you, Jeff?
Good morning, Andy. Welcome back.
Oh, it's good to be back.
Thank you for taking my call, gentlemen. So I was telling Mr. Minigan, first I thought you were a little grumpy this morning, Andy, but then after you've talked a little bit, I kind of understand your thought process a little bit more on the Monkin situation.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. Yes.
I'm glad I listened a little bit more. I'm kind of glad you had me on hold, because at first I was going to be like, Andy, what's going on, man? But so I guess what I'm seeing, and I guess why I enjoy listening to Coach Monkin thus far, is because he is transparent. I guess there is a little bit of a mixed message with what he's saying, but I also think that that's because he's the first-year coach of this team, and he doesn't he's not fully acclimated to his players yet. So I guess I can show him a little bit of grace in that standpoint. I want a coach who kind of talks through things. Yeah, sometimes you don't want to hear all the answers, but we had a coach for 6 years that just told us he had to do better, they had to coach better, all this stuff. And finally, we have a coach who kind of speaks from, the sleeve and tells us what's going on in his mind. I want to hear more about the draft more than anything than hear about, and again, context is everything, the word being voluntary, right?
Yeah.
Do I care if Myles is there or any of our top guys for voluntary stuff? No. I want guys like Shadur there, guys that are working for something that have to, show signs of improvement or whatever the case is, right?
Yeah.
So I guess I understand your point more. It just took me a little bit of, working through the thought process. But, yeah, I do agree, like, after year one, you don't really need to be talking about this kind of stuff, right?
Totally
and I hope
agree, yeah.
these questions don't come to him again down the road, like, are you upset about Myles not being – that's the last thing we want to talk about. I want to hear about what receiver or what lineman, is moving up the board for us. Simple stuff, right?
In fact, we'll talk about that a little bit later in the show, too.
No,
I mean, we are,
guys.
though. We're going to talk about offensive linemen here. But Jeff, I think you're right. I'm okay with it. I mean, and by the way, I do like it, and thank you. Appreciate the phone call. I like the fact he's open and honest. I'm not mad at him for what he said in any way, shape, or form. I like that. I want to hear that from my coach. But I also know if he wants to avoid the questions, when he should stop and what he needs to say to avoid a situation. And you know what? I love it. I love first-year head coaches because they'll always come back, ask them a year from now and go, hey, what did you learn in your first year? And I would say most coaches will come back and go, there's things I needed to say and there were things I probably thought I needed to say and I really didn't need to. And so that's probably where he'll find himself somewhere down the road. But it's not like, he gets it. He understands it. Let's go to Roman in Canton. Hey, Roman.
Hi, Roman.
What's up, fellas? How we doing?
Good.
Good. Just wanted to chime in. I think Todd Monkin interview and then the Shadur interview kind of go hand in hand with this because Todd being a first-year coach, especially in Cleveland, he's just like you said, he's learning what to do now and what he's going to do better and, go from there. Shadur, kind of saying that, the negativity and stuff just doesn't need to stop from the team. It needs to go, through the media and through all this point. And I think him giving the either or, both sides of the coin answer is a perfect example of that. If you want to focus on the negative part of, and I'm not pointing at you guys directly, I'm just saying in general. If you want to focus on the negative part of that answer of him saying, I wish I had everybody here, and then focus on, your leader, defensive player of the year isn't there. Maybe he's mad at him for not being there in his first training camp, yada, yada. Then that's going to be, your mindset going into the season like it always is. And I know that sometimes Cleveland media gets that stigma of always being negative and always digging into it. I don't think that we are like that as bad as we used to anymore. But I think they kind of go hand in hand with that.
I kind of want a coach that's not happy with guys not being here. Don't you?
I
do.
understand.
I mean, like, I know he can't because of the way that CBA works. I get it. Totally.
Right.
But I like it. I like the fact. I would love for him to go out there and spit through and go, why the hell aren't these guys here? I'm a first-year head coach. We got a quarterback that needs to learn. I got a new offensive line. I want to win. I'm okay with that. Totally.
Trust me, I was that guy. I liked being at every voluntary. Voluntary was mandatory to me.
And you were doing it not getting paid, right?
Way to be.
Yeah.
The man,
I was the undersized motor. You know what I mean?
There you go.
So,
Roman, you can play special teams for me anytime, and I don't even know how good you are. Thanks, man. Appreciate you. Yeah. See what I'm saying? I think we're all on the same page here, Jeff. I think we all just kind of see the world a little bit different. We take a different road to get to the same city.
That's beautiful.
It is. It's deep. Let's go, Chuck in Elyria. Chuck.
Charles.
Hey, fellas, how you guys doing?
What's it well?
So I want to say something about Myles Garrett real quick.
Sure.
About him being a leader. You know, if you guys remember, he kind of gives me like LeBron James vibes as far as how he handles himself within the organization. I mean, he puts pressure on the Browns. With not having the best communication, and that keeps him on the edge of wanting to please them. But on top of that, the thing about him not being at these things that's not mandatory, I want him to keep doing what he's been doing.
Sure.
So his best years, whatever sacks he got, those best years, if he didn't show up, guess what? I don't need him to show up again. Every guy on the defense loves playing with this guy because you're going to learn so much. I mean, he might go down as the greatest defensive player in NFL history, okay? And another thing you just said, Jeff, about the media attention and how, basically, you just said it too, Andy, these guys are fanatics. I mean, we got to take that as a great thing. We got all this attention now. Monkin, the way he answers questions, I think he's holding guys accountable when he turns around. And then he does say, hey, I would love for the guys to be here because you want to still keep guys motivated to come to these voluntary things. And, thanks, guys.
Fair enough. Chuck and Larry, thank you. Appreciate the phone
Andy,
call.
the fact that this team has that kind of a rabid fan base after 3 wins and 5 wins is phenomenal. And you can be sure the team embraces that, and they should.
It is. All right, let's hear from Shadur when we come back. Let's hear what he had to say about Todd Monkin, about, his commitment to what's going on here. I think you're going to like that. We'll get to that as soon as we come back here. And Dylan Gabriel spoke to it yesterday, too. He did. Remember him, Jeff?
I recall.
Fairness Act. We've got to make sure we give him a little equal time. 216-474-0092. Hey, everybody. It's Andy Baskin from Weather Seal Home Services, Northeast Ohio.
First pitch is set for 1:10. Don't miss this week's episode of 92.3 The Fan's off-season special. Get the latest on the Browns tonight from 7 to 9. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Chris Easterling coming up at 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock for Chris Easterling. David Pollock at 12:10. Chris Rose, 1 o'clock.
Who are these people you talk about?
These people, Chris Easterling works for the Akron Beacon Journal,
There
as
we
we
go.
know.
Covers the what? The Browns.
He covers the Browns. David Pollock, ESPN college football analyst. Chris Rose, know him?
Love him.
Yes,
Yeah.
of course. He's a member of the family here at 92.3 The Fan on the Browns Radio
is he?
Network.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
And he will talk about what is coming up in 1 day, 9 hours, 16 minutes, and 44 seconds.
Can't
That would
wait.
be the draft.
That's awesome. Hey, by the way, as always, you can listen to our show, all the local shows on the Fan, on Apple Podcasts, on Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts.
Well done, Jeff Phelps.
Nice.
It was an A1A
Just slip
read.
that right in there. You know.
Well done. Well done. 216-474-0092 if you want to be a part of the show. We'll get more into the draft here, too. I still just want to hear a little bit more from Todd Monkin and Shadur Sanders and what Shadur had to say yesterday. Obviously, you know, they make a big deal. I do want to hear one more cut from Todd here, and he was talking about quarterback reps. And as I was saying, we had people standing outside practice trying to shoot through the scrim so you can get the latest on what's going on.
Not
and who's
trying
taking,
to. They did.
They did, and trying to figure out what's going on with reps and all that stuff. I mean, it's guys in jerseys with their names on the back of it, and they're saying hike. That's about it. Oh, no, they're scrambling. They'll say hike, they get the ball back, and they go to the right, they go to the left, they go to the I'm just giving you everything I got from yesterday. So this is the last cut I want from Monkin here. He talked about the reps, and then he also talked about Gabriel. Do you know who he is? I think he's a quarterback on this team. He's been written off completely. Fair? Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah. Yeah. Nobody's giving this guy a chance.
Except for one guy.
Who is that?
That's the head coach. Here's what he said.
Well, I wouldn't say it's a two-man race. I would just say that at every position, there's competition. Irrespective of the reps that they get, which I've said before, I mean, everybody ought to be competing. But what I have liked with Dylan is the way he goes about his business. Very professional, highly intelligent, understands football, has a certain charisma about him and a confidence that's hard to create. He has it innate. You saw it throughout his career.
Huh. What's that mean?
It means he respects him.
It does, kind of, doesn't it?
He's got respect for him.
Otherwise,
he
would
would have just said.
Stuff. Yeah.
Otherwise, I think he would have just blown through the question. Yeah, you're right. It's a
anxious to see what Dylan can do. You'd have left it at that.
Yeah, it kind of goes back to what we were saying about who's there, who's not there. But he didn't. He dove into it, and there's a little part. To me, that sounds like a head coach who believes that Gabriel's at least the backup quarterback on this team. That he has something to offer the head coach.
Could be, yeah. That
he likes the way he handles himself. We'll hear from him in a second. I do want to hear what Shadur had to say because, you know, you get back to the quarterback reps, and as Todd said, it's not just two guys, it's three. And then Shadur got a chance to talk a little bit about what was going on, and here's what he had to say.
Coach Monkin great, and all the other coaches on the staff is extremely great. You're going to understand and embrace you just as a person, then they push you each and every day, you know, in the meeting room and on the field, in the weight room. Like, it's a new vibe, it's a new energy. The only thing we missing is y'all. We need y'all to have a new vibe, new energy. I know y'all want us to win, so we need some winning energy here. You know what I'm saying?
Dan, where's your winning energy?
Yeah, Dan, where is it?
With the Cavs.
Ouch.
With the guards.
You're not on team 2?
Shadur is interesting when he speaks, isn't he?
He is.
I'm not sure if he's incredibly optimistic, incredibly naive, incredibly friendly. All I know is I enjoy listening to him. You know what? When I was listening to him yesterday,
Jeff,
you know what I thought?
When you're in the room, it's hard not to be.
Yeah,
it's contagious.
It's
contagious.
Yeah, he's a really energetic, effervescent guy.
So was his dad. I mean, that's a family trait, I think.
When I was listening to him yesterday, you know what I thought? Huh. And I mean this is a compliment because this is one of my favorite guys. He's Jameis Light. He's not quite Jameis.
Rookie Jameis?
No, when it comes to speaking, you know what I mean? I mean, you could sit here and listen to Jameis for 2 hours.
Dan couldn't,
right?
but I could.
But he's Jameis light. And let's see where it goes.
He also talked about why he spent so much time in Cleveland this offseason, which I love. I love the fact that he was here. So here's what he said.
This is the most important thing I have to do in my life. I have a house here. I'm comfortable. I wanted to take everything to the next level within myself. I know it's some things that I wanted to improve, and I took a lot of time to self-reflect and just view a lot of things just from a different perspective, honestly. I think I covered a lot of ground with that.
Sounds like he and Coach Monkin, he gives credit for a lot of it. Sounds like he did a little reevaluation, a little self-assessment, and thought, I need to do more. I need to be more. And that is good.
I like it. If he wants to be part of the community, it's even better, because I think you embrace yourself to your fan. We talk about where the fan importance is to any player, and for him to want to be here, I think it's a big deal. I do. And it's not. I'm not ripping those guys that aren't here for voluntary workouts, but I am saying here's a guy that wants to spend some time. And by the way, generically, okay, Jeff, generically, if you were giving advice to a 5th-round draft pick, would you say buy a house in a town?
No.
I would never do that. Mm-mm. So he believes in where he's at.
Andy, I
think the franchise is. I
wouldn't tell anybody to buy a house.
Oh, 1st-round pick, I'd probably say if you want to buy a house, buy a house.
Buy a condo.
How do you know he doesn't have a wife and kids?
You can travel more.
How do you know he doesn't have kids?
I'm going to completely check their background first, Andy. And then I'm going to evaluate their real estate needs based on, do they have a dog? Do they have a cat?
Oh, look at you.
I'm going to do the entire thing before I tell them how to buy. I did have a real estate license at one point.
I know. So is this how it works? If I came to you and said,
Just
Jeff,
move
I need a
along.
house. Jeff, I'm a 5th-round pick of the Cleveland Browns. What should I do?
I'd say good luck to you.
Wow, you don't want my business?
Here's
All
an
right, I'll
apartment
find
building.
somebody else.
Go rent. Go rent.
I know the fact that he's comfortable there. So those are two of the things that Shadur Sanders said. Andy,
it's interesting that he did a little reassessment of himself, and it sounds like we can't play the whole thing, but we did yesterday on the station. It sounds like somebody got to him, or he got to himself and thought, what I did last year wasn't enough. Doesn't it sound like that?
Yeah. I think
that's good.
Don't you think it was humbling for the first time in his life that he was not he was not the man.
The coaching staff caught a lot of grief about Shadur last year, and Shadur just put some of the grief on himself. And I think that's good. I mean, before you can improve, you have to know where you need to improve, I think, and believe that you do. And I think he apparently took some time and thought about some things, and now I'm anxious to see what it becomes. And the guy clearly has some ability, and let's see where it goes.
I think he has taken the playbook a lot more serious than he did when he first got here, and I say some of this based on our Browns beat reporter, Daryl Ryder, who I was at an event with yesterday, and he spoke to a crowd there, and and Daryl had said he just didn't know the playbook when he first got here. And I don't know any rookie that knows the playbook when they first get here, but he didn't seem to be as engaged as maybe the average draft pick would be in trying to learn the playbook. And from what I'm hearing now it sounds like that's changed. It's amazing when you give someone an opportunity to do something and you let them embrace it and you tell them, okay, the next snap is yours. Because we all know the next snap isn't guaranteed. But as long as you're healthy, you're going to get the next snap. I think that makes a difference. And I think we saw part of that. The learning curve for him is still there. We all know it. You'd be blind.
It better be, or he's not going to be in the league for very long.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of stuff people hand him on blind faith, or say, okay, he did this at Colorado. As we all know, college football isn't pro football. You could be a great quarterback. Ask Will Howard, right? I mean, great college quarterback, hasn't had a chance yet in the NFL. Shadur had a chance last year.
Who's that, Andy?
Stop. I don't want to hear it. I'm tired of this. But you could look at any other player. And by the way, I mean, just because you were a great quarterback or a great player in college doesn't mean you're going to be a great player in the NFL. Otherwise, every team would be comprised of players from the Big Ten and the SEC, don't you think? Maybe Big 12, Big West, whatever, Big 12. You know what I'm saying? Like every player that plays in the NFL would come from a gigantic program because they're the ones that lead the way.
Not necessarily.
I know, but for someone to make it to the NFL from a small school like John Carroll, someone had to do something to kind of step out and be better. And they had to get noticed. And they had to be bigger than where they played college football. And then I love when, Jerry Rice, right?
Well,
a small school stepped out, showed he could be a great NFL receiver.
Not everybody's going to be at the same level coming out of high school. It might take some guys a few more years, and it might take guys a few more years after college.
Yeah, but NIL and transfer portal have kind of killed that thought.
Well, unless somebody wants to actually show some loyalty and stick it out. They're happy where they are.
What is this loyalty you speak of? What
sorry.
is that?
I'm sorry.
Will. What does Will have to do with loyalty?
I'm sorry, did he not start at one school and then move to another school because more money was offered to him?
There it is.
Maybe that's a possibility.
Well, it worked out for everybody, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Especially you, Andy Baskin.
Especially Ohio State fans that got to enjoy a national championship just 1 year ago. Insane. All right.
You weren't here yesterday. I quoted Will Howard.
Oh, I thought you quoted me. I was
talking about Carnell Tate.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
And did you say, I wish Andy was here so he could hear me say this?
Yes, I did, actually.
I believe you, Jeff. I believe you. Well, all right, let's get to the draft next. Chris Easterling from the Akron Beacon Journal, he's going to give us the lowdown on what he thinks the Browns are going to do. He was sitting there yesterday when Todd Monkin was speaking, Shadur Sanders, Dylan Gabriel. They were all speaking yesterday, and we will get his take on all of that. That's coming up. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
This is
92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free.
Hey, we're looking for a winner. Enter the code word DASH, D-A-S-H, DASH, at 923thefan.com before noon for your chance to win a 4-pack of combo meals from Mr. Hero. Let Mr. Hero deliver your next meal with DoorDash. Or you can order online for pickup, and we'll have it ready when you walk in the door. Order online through the app or at MrHero.com, and it's all for Mr. Hero on Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Again, DASH at 923thefan.com before noon. Your chance to win a 4-pack of combo meals from Mr. Hero.
1 day, 8 hours, 58 minutes, 20 seconds till they go on the clock. That would be the Raiders.
Clock?
What do you mean?
You have a clock on your screen?
Of course I do.
That's beautiful.
It's important for me to know these things. It's also important for me to know when we talk to important people.
Yeah.
When it comes to the Browns and guys that understand it and they get it. Chris Easterling is definitely one of those guys from the Akron Beacon Journal and, of course, Ohio.com. He is on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Chris, my friend, how are you?
Chris.
Gentlemen, how are we?
Good to have you with us, sir.
We are good.
Thank you.
Hey, Chris, you got to tell me, I can get more Chris now with the newsletter?
Yes.
Help me out.
Yes.
Help me out.
We have the Beacon has we relaunched the last couple of weeks our Browns newsletter, and it's free. How much? I mean, what do you get for free nowadays?
Nothing.
In the world?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Except Baskin and Phelps.
You can go to my Twitter page, and I have the tweet pinned at the link pinned at the top of the page that leads you to the where you can subscribe. It comes in your email box first thing in the morning, every morning, and please, it would please me nothing more than to add a few more subscribers from your wonderful and intelligent and beautiful listeners.
Scary.
Wow. Way to
C.
shovel it,
Easterling,
Chris.
C. Easterling ABJ. C. Easterling ABJ on X Twitter.
That's
Go.
beautiful.
Wake up every morning with Chris. How's that sound?
Yeah, that might not sound great. But
hey, it's Dylan Gabriel's turn for first team reps, right?
No. No. It's funny. It's funny. He talked about we're gonna mix it up each day, but then you ask him about Dylan and. Well, it's not really a two-man race, but then he goes into this this coach speaky stuff that basically talks all around it. No, I think it's a two-man race right now, is barring whatever they do in the draft. But definitely, I think it's either Shadur or Deshaun, and they took their first steps on the field yesterday with Todd.
There is nobody else coming in here who could possibly be the starting quarterback, is there?
I mean, if you take let's play the scenario out. Let's say they go tomorrow and they draft. If you draft a quarterback in the first round, aren't you essentially saying this guy is at some point playing to be the starting quarterback?
Yes.
Yes, by week 4.
But you don't expect them to do that, do you?
No, I don't personally. I think if they draft a quarterback, it's going to be somebody in the Nussmeier, Beck, Aller range. They're in that late day 2, early day 3 range because you can bring somebody in. It's sort of a roll of the dice, and if nothing else, you have maybe you have a potential number 3 going into the season that maybe you feel better about than your current number 3.
Chris, what is Gabriel then? Because I got Jeff and I sit here and we listen to Todd Monkin, and I understand
says glowing things.
He's not. He hasn't. I don't want to say he hasn't eliminated him, but to me, it sounds like Todd Monkin's making a little bit of a stand to say this guy's probably going to be our backup quarterback at some point. It's kind of what maybe that's what I want to hear. Do you hear the same thing?
I think one thing is I think just listening to Todd now, however many, maybe a half dozen times between, on the record and, a couple of times we've had a chance, a few of us have had a chance to kind of chat with them, away from the mic. I just, he's not going to come in. He's not the coach that's going to come in, especially first time being a head coach into a new organization and badmouth anybody on his roster, especially if you ask directly, about a player. Also, look, the realities of playing quarterback for the Cleveland Browns is that there's not just one, which means the number 3 eventually becomes the number 2 because the number 1 isn't able to be the number 1 anymore for whatever reason. So the number 2 becomes the number 1. So, we know how this plays out. So, there's absolutely a chance that you're going to need, barring some, him not making the roster for some reason or another, you're probably just law of averages, law of fate in Cleveland. You're probably going to need him at some point to fill a somewhat important role during the 26th season.
Chris Easterling joining us from the Akron Beacon Journal. You can read everything at ohio.com. The one thing I keep thinking about with the offensive line, Chris, a lot of folks are saying it needs rebuilt and blah, blah, blah. Well, they did that in free agency. What exactly would you look to add in the draft? And I would think left tackle, but there sits DeJuan Jones.
I look for the left tackle of the future. Okay. I look for the guy I can plug in there and let's roll. I love this DeJuan. The kid is a great kid to interact with, but the injury concerns and also the fact that he's just not. We saw them try him at left tackle last year, and they didn't even go 3 games before by the 3rd game, they were flipping him back over to the right side. So I just think you need to find this left tackle, a guy who can play left tackle and be your left tackle, going forward. And I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility, somebody on the interior as well, because, you've got some older guys in there that have been around, but, Luke Whippler is coming up on, into his contract. Elton Jenkins is, obviously been around the block. So, how long are you counting on him? So, I would expect him to look there as well. Just, if nothing more for depth, but certainly potentially you could find in the mid rounds, you could find somebody that could step in and be a starter there eventually down the road.
Does it concern you that most of the top tackle prospects in this draft are guys that all the analysts are saying, boy, he's an immediate step in at right tackle and play? Oh, yeah, and he might be able to play left tackle too. That concerns me a little bit. I would think that would mean you're looking at Freeling or Lomu.
Well, see, that's who I think you're looking at Freeling, Proctor, or Lomu if you're talking about true left tackles, guys who can – but – and I really like Freeling and Lomu. Proctor, you just hear things about while he's at Alabama, that just sort of you raise your antenna, but there's absolutely the athleticism, all the traits are there for Caden Proctor. And so I'm not, if they were to take Caden Proctor on tomorrow night, I wouldn't bat an eye. I mean, it's come in and play, and you got George Warhop, who I trust to develop, in the same way I trust like Bill Callahan. So, but no, I have that concern because I guess I kind of old school think this way that, your left tackles are left tackles and right tackles are right tackles. And you even hear people who play the tackle position say, yeah, there's a difference. But this organization does not view that. They view tackle as a tackle, and they're going to draft a tackle, and they're going to do what they'll try them where they feel they fit best, and If not, they'll move him back to the other side.
Chris, I don't know if Andrew Berry was trying to throw us a curveball last week or not when he was talking about last year nobody expected me to trade, and I ended up trading. So why do you think this year? Why does everybody think I'm going to trade? Because this franchise hasn't taken a natural first pick since Baker Mayfield in 2018. That's why everyone expects you to trade. Whether you have a first-round pick or not, that's what happens. What are they going to do at 6, and do you believe they are going to make a trade?
I think it's my belief they want to trade back. And it's my belief that there's going to, you play out the top 5 and how it plays out. And we obviously know Mendoza at 1. I just feel like somebody is slipping out of that top 5 in the David Bailey, Jeremiah Love, specifically one, maybe a Bailey or a Love that's going to be enough to lure somebody up. Who's like, we can't wait. That's the kind of talent we need. Looking at 12 with the Cowboys, maybe 13 with the Rams for Love. I think there's going to be somebody, but again, it's I feel like this is a more uncertain top 5 than most years. Andrew Berry disagrees because I asked him last week, so. We'll see, but I think they'd like to trade back because, you trade back. I think the better value is if you can trade back into that early, 12 to 14, 15 range, because I think the value of taking a Freeling there compared to 6 or, Proctor there compared to 6, I just think it more aligns with where I think they would fall in a general board.
Are you okay with passing up what might be a premier talent at defense to trade down?
We talking about David Bailey?
Well, Bailey or, whoever else might be there. Caleb Downs?
I wouldn't mind trading. I'm not worried about trading down if Downs is there. I mean, as much as I love Caleb Downs and think he's absolutely one of the best, and, Andrew Berry called him one of the unique players and all that stuff, but I don't believe in safety at 6. I just, I'll give that up. Bailey, though, I mean, I can already hear the hot takes that happen if they do draft a David Bailey if he's there at 6, because the takes about Myles and everything those are, but. That is what they need. I mean, it's a guy they need. Their defensive end position is rather thin right now. And that to get that, blue chip edge rusher to complement, not replace, complement Myles that would be, I think that's something that I think they're coming out of this draft with an edge rusher. And I don't think it's going to be a late round throwaway pick. I think somewhere they're going to pick one. So, I mean, it would definitely be intriguing, and but I'd also, I think ultimately moving back and seeing how much you can get for that pick if a guy like that's there. I think that ultimately would be the move I'd make.
I think the interesting part about a trade is everyone wants to talk about Dallas. Everyone wants to say Dallas is the team. You're going to end up switching 12 and 6 with Dallas, right? And then I think it was Andrew Siciliano was talking to. He's like, hey, that sounds great, but if you look at the trade sheets and the way things are supposed to go, if that's the case, then you should get a second-round pick. And by the way, the Cowboys don't have one. So I think when we look at this draft coming up tomorrow night and we're looking at trade partners, I think they may end up taking 6 just because they can't find a trade partner. And it seems like it's something that the Browns might do at 6. It could happen with a trade coming in at 4 or 5. I find this year to be extremely fascinating, as you said, going into it, because I after Mendoza, who really knows what's going to happen?
I mean, you can see, do the Jets take Reese? Do they take Bailey? I mean, either one of those would be great picks for them. I mean, it's just, and then what is it, Arizona? I mean, Arizona's an absolute wild card. anything from trading to taking Jeremiah Love to God knows what, edge rusher, whichever Bailey or Reese is still on the board. I mean, that's before you get to Cleveland, and I get it. That's why I say I think their preference is to trade down, but the question is, what can you get? Which is why it's always the trades with Dallas are always it's 6 and 39 for 12 and 20, so that you plus then maybe you throw in a day 3 27 day 3 pick swap or whatever. People much smarter than me understand what picks add up to what. Probably explain it better, but you hear this trade so much. I think I just wrote this for something that's appearing tomorrow. You hear it so much, you're almost going to be disappointed if it doesn't happen.
True,
because it's been talked about so much, and the idea of maybe adding a third first round pick. I mean, how much more could you do? How much better could you jumpstart? Maybe whatever this process is, whatever they want to call this process. If you could add 3 potential, if not day one starters, day one rotational pieces.
Makes sense.
But I mean, again, that's fantasy worlds and mock drafts, and what happens when they get on the clock. I think it's going to be fascinating. I think it's the pivot point. I think it's there's a couple of pivot points there on that in that top 10, and I think it's absolutely one of the biggest.
All right, so when this thing's all said and done, what does Chris Easterling want them to do?
Trade back, preferably, if they can get, especially if they can get that, something along the lines of that Dallas deal, back to 12 and then come out of the first day with a tackle and a wide receiver. And preferably a tackle and a wide receiver. If you get the Toledo safety because you feel like at 24 that's fine, but tackle and wide receiver, and maybe an extra pick because you traded back. That would, to me, that would be a quality first day of the draft. For them.
You've given us logic. What are they going to do then when it's all said and done? I can listen, Chris. I agree with that, with everything that you just said. And every time we get into these drafts with the Browns, I always I rarely walk away going, yeah, that's great. I mean, Myles was an easy one, right? But a lot of times it's always like, they did what? I think Browns fans feel that more often than we want to.
Yeah. You're asking me what they're going to do?
What are they going to do?
My name's Chris, not Christ. I have no idea. I have no idea what they're going to do.
I think you've used that line before. Not on us, but it sounded really rehearsed.
Hey, sometimes you just got to keep going back to the well.
All right, Chris, tell me one more time about the newsletter.
Go to @CEasterlingABJ. Pinned to the top of my Twitter page. There's a link. And you can sign up for the free Browns Daily Browns newsletter from the Beacon Journal. Also follow me @CEasterlingABJ and read my stuff in the BeaconJournal.com every day.
That sounds good. All right, and it comes with a coupon now that turns water into wine. Is that true? I thought so.
Nice. Yes, but only 2 per hostel.
There we go. Thank you, Chris. All right, we're reading you every day in the BeaconJournal.ohio.com. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Bye.
Chris.
What a line. He was on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. A lot to digest there, Jeff. And I think we're all in this world where, we know Mendoza's going 1, but we have no idea what's really going to happen after that. And maybe that's what makes this draft unique. Oh, you look like you think you know exactly what's going to happen. I see the smirk on your face.
I've got a pretty good idea.
Oh, well, Jeff will tell you exactly how the draft is going to play out. David Pollock's going to join us a little bit afternoon from ESPN, college football analyst. That's all coming up straight ahead right here. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
feels like it's blowing just for you. Your kids pose for photos willingly. Yep, great spring outfits can do that kind of thing. Find yours at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles, offers end April 26th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
All day long.
All day.
All the time.
At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
You know, you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now, of course, as we've been telling you, you can find us on YouTube. That includes the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. That's the morning guys, 6 to 10. Andy, me, 10 a.m. to 2. Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7. It's each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel, and you can subscribe to that channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand right now.
He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin, 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. Of course, we had Chris Easterling on from the Akron Beacon-Journal, giving us his lowdown on what he thought the Browns might do, what he wants them to do, as we are just, let me give you the exact time because I'm concerned about that. 1 day, 8 hours, 33 minutes, and about 3 seconds away from the clock starting at the NFL draft in Pittsburgh, which is going to be another interesting. Do you know anybody going over? Do you, personally?
Yes.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
And? Are they excited?
I don't know. I haven't talked to him.
Oh, you just have some friends going over?
I know one guy is going.
Do you?
Yeah.
Dan, you got anybody
His
going?
name is Ginn.
Oh, good. Which one?
Senior.
Ah, very nice. All right. He's got a kid going. Why wouldn't you go?
There you go.
I would go if I were him, wouldn't you? Dan, you know, I kind of want to. There's a part of me that wants to go.
Well, then
Get in the car and go, man.
I got things to do, man. I got some things going on here.
Grab a Pemanti Brothers, pony up for the I-80 toll, and you're right there.
Well, if I want to put French fries on a sandwich, it's not that hard. I like my
It's the
French fries.
coleslaw that saves it.
But I can't eat it that way.
Why not?
I want the coleslaw on this side of the plate. I want the French fries over here, and I want the sandwich over here.
You like your food all separated. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why the whole Chipotle thing gets to you a little bit, doesn't it?
Well, I like Chipotle. That's
yeah,
not
I do
a problem.
too. But it's interesting because everything's all mixed together.
Yeah, but it's just rice and whatever you want.
Yeah, I know it's
not
delicious.
There's a difference.
And
It's
there are
all
all
going to
kinds of
happen in your
things like
stomach
that.
anyway. Why
It's
not
just all put it
cut
in
out
there.
the middleman?
You're taking all the fun out of it. You can't enjoy all the. You have the.
It turns into one flavor instead of
Yes, Jeff is correct.
No, but I like the fact that I get, that bite had a little more slaw in it. Okay, that one I got the potato in. There's the meat. Like, I kind of like having that where it's, almost a cornucopia taking place in my mouth of flavors.
I think when it comes to food separation, it has to happen. Yeah, you need everything at once. I can't, unless are you a slow chewer?
Okay.
I can be.
I say
216.
Maybe I'm not. I can't live in that world.
474.
I'm an efficient eater. I'm not really. I can't.
You're-
If I slow down, I'd probably
You're here
lose
for
weight.
business.
though.
You're not here for pleasure.
The
I
draft
understand.
is tomorrow,
so
and you're talking about chewing.
I don't stop, Jeff. My mom used to say to me, like, just slow down all the time when I would eat.
My grandmother would always say, eat slow so you can eat lots. That's what she
Yeah,
always used to say. That was her line.
Yeah, but I don't want to eat lots. That's the other thing.
That's
too.
the other. Yeah, you're right.
I can't overeat.
Yeah, and you just spend the rest of the day feeling like, ugh.
Yeah, welcome to Health Time with
624
Mennigan and
and
Baskin.
39, and you're talking chewing.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Does the football team give you something else better to talk about? I mean, at least it's not vomiting.
Come on. We need talent.
We have this very serious conversation about a man who was about to walk onto a podium in Pittsburgh. I'm sure that the bridges will be behind him with all the locks on it, and they'll be behind him, and he will walk to that podium, and he will say a name, and said name will walk through a tunnel with music blaring, and they will come out, and they will take a picture with the commissioner, and then they will walk to a side reporter, and the side reporter will say to them, hey, how does it feel to be drafted by the Browns at number 6? Gee, I've worked my whole life for this, and I got to tell you, I need to thank blank, 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 and it's going to be great to be a member of the Browns. If that's what happens. It might be like the 16th or 18th or 20th or third round before we actually hear that.
Okay.
Knowing our team. Now are you back into the phase of reality? Have I brought you back?
No, I've had enough.
What did Chris say that sparked your interest?
All kinds of things.
Okay, well,
he's big on trading down. Everybody's big on trading down.
Well, is that big on, or is that understanding the history of your own franchise?
No, I think everybody's big
that
on
hasn't seen a natural pick in the first round.
I keep thinking
since 18.
that one of Sal Palantonio's matchmaker nightmare matchup freaks is going to be sitting there at 6, and the Browns are going to trade away and not take him.
I think you're right.
If you make a trade down and you don't get Carnell Tate, you going to be mad? Maybe.
I think that we are going to play Wheel of Regret on anybody that slips by us at 6.
I don't want to settle for whoever's left on the board after I trade down with Dallas, let's say at 12. I want to get the best guy on my board, and I want to get him at 6. And if I trade down and I get the third best guy on my board, what are we doing?
Well, a bunch of the prospects are down in Pittsburgh doing a little bit of media availability stuff. Carnell Tate spoke to the media, was asked about...
Playing for the Browns?
Surprisingly, yes.
All right.
If you're selected by the Cleveland Browns, are you excited to play with Shadur Sanders?
I'm very excited. I mean, Cleveland's right up the street, so yeah.
And what was the one thing you would say to Browns Nation if you're selected at number 6 on draft night?
Let's go win it all.
There you go. Everybody's at the club. Everybody's at the club getting ready for the draft.
Yeah, the shoulder movements by you there are the best part of that. So I hope folks were watching on YouTube.
Well, that's my tipsy dance. I normally do. I have a dance for either one of the tipsies, the one by Shabuzi or the other one. I like them both.
It's great.
I think Tate would be a great. I'm telling you, you want to talk about Wheel of Regret. If Tate slips by them, Browns fans are going to be talking, well, I don't understand why we have no wide receivers and they didn't take Carnell Tate. You know that is coming, right? We're all on board with that. That if anything slips in front of us, if Jeremiah Love is sitting there at 6 and the Browns don't take him, people are going to be like, well, I know we have one running back. Or maybe but Love might be the only guy Browns fans may understand if they don't take him at 6 if he's sitting there. Otherwise, we are going to be sitting here playing Wheel of Regret for the next 3-4 years on the fact that they let Sonny Styles, I'll just give you anybody, right? Sonny Styles goes by the Browns. And while they may end up getting a good frontline player, people are like, oh, the Browns could have had Sonny Styles. Browns could have had, they could have had Caleb Downs. They didn't take him.
My buddy Don just sent me a text.
Yeah.
He said, I agree with you. Do you want 12 donuts or one exceptional donut?
I want one really good donut.
I do too.
So
you don't need 12.
So make the argument.
You need one great donut.
So make the argument
Donald, you're on the money.
Make the argument then if Jeremiah Love is sitting there at 6.
I'm not making an argument for Jeremiah Love.
Well, I will because I heard it again yesterday. Jeremiah Love is the best player in this draft. I've heard that numerous times.
Good. Well, he's going to enjoy Tennessee at 4.
If he's sitting there at 6,
he won't be.
If he's sitting there at 6.
I love.
He almost made me curse within like 8 minutes of the show, Andy. It's not just you.
Okay, I'm making sure.
I had to pause for a minute.
I love irritating you, Andy.
No, you are a brick wall. You're not irritation. You are like I know somebody was talking about a new what is it? Coyote versus Acme movie. You are.
I'm the Anvil.
Yeah, you're the Anvil. You are.
Actually, that's a pretty good nickname for you. We should start calling you the Anvil.
I like that. Better than the Advil.
What do you use? Really, what do you use an anvil for anyway? Just horseshoeing? Horseshoeing, right?
Yeah. Blacksmithing, yeah.
Can you iron on it?
You probably could, but it's going to get very, very warm.
Pound it out.
But a lot of it, swords, axes, that kind of good stuff. Horseshoes.
You can never have enough good axes. That's what I say, said Thor, who has a hammer. All right, let's come back. Let's talk about this. I'm dead serious. Like, if Jeremiah Love is sitting there at 6 and everyone in the world is telling you he's the best player in the draft and didn't get picked up.
By the way, yesterday, you weren't here.
You did this thing?
No, I said he's the pivotal guy in this draft.
Well, that I agree with. He's 100% the pivotal guy. But if he's sitting there at 6 and the Browns let him go by, and then we're going to watch him for the next 3 years, 4 years, eat up the NFL, and we're going to be like, well, we could have had him. 216-474-0092. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
If a Game 5 is necessary, it'll be next Wednesday at Rocket Arena. Guardians and Astros close out their series today with a matinee rubber match. Tanner Bybee still looking for his first win of the season. He's 0-2 with a 4.81 ERA. He'll get the start for the 110 first pitch. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Check out one last pre-draft edition of the Fan Off-Season Special. When is it? It's tonight. With Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, Daryl Ryder, they provide one final preview of tomorrow's first round, the latest around what the Browns could do on draft weekend, all that good stuff. Fan Off-Season Special tonight, 92.3 The Fan, streaming on the Odyssey app and YouTube Live. Go for it.
Got it. Must listen to radio tonight. Must listen to. Listen to the crew. They've been doing a great job covering this since the last play of the regular season from last year. So you want to check them out tonight. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. In fact, you want to check out all of our coverage over the next couple days because we will keep you up to speed and ready to go with our partnership with the Browns Radio Network and right here on 92.3 The Fan. We will take care of you when it comes to the draft. So especially if you're out and about or maybe you're keeping an eye on what's going on with the Cavaliers when they play during the draft, you just keep it locked in. Your audio is here, and we will take care of you. Chris Easterling joined us at 11 o'clock. If you missed any of that, you know where you can find it. It's on the Odyssey app as well. I'm going to get back to – well, actually, I don't. I want to do this. I'll talk about the Guardians here in a second, especially after last night's big win. I do, though, Dan, we did have a couple more rookies that we're talking. Is that the case?
Yeah, Jaden Tyson spoke. We also had Kalen Proctor. We'll start with Proctor's because everybody's a little bit –
future rookies here, I should say.
Huh?
Future rookies. They're not rookies yet. They got to get drafted. I said we heard from some of the rookies. The guys that'll be rookies.
Something I said.
No,
Okay.
it was me. It was me.
Okay.
Sure.
Nonetheless,
Yes.
we'll start with Caden Proctor. They're down in Pittsburgh, getting ready for the draft and all of that good stuff. Proctor was asked what would happen if the Browns picked him.
Man, just bringing physicality and toughness. Like that's what I pride myself on. I'm obviously going to be the bigger guy in the room, so just using my physical traits out there to provide for my team, and also just being the best learner that I can be, being around older guys around the room, kind of surrounding myself around the like-minded people, and to block for Shadur, that would definitely be a blessing for sure. It'd be a blessing to be on any team that's going to take a shot on me.
Good answer. Good answer.
Do you find it interesting? None of these guys say, I really don't want to play for them.
It's been done before.
I know, but you almost never hear it.
Because they're not stupid?
I know. I get it. I get it. Proctor would be a really interesting guy. And he's not at the top of everybody's list that we're hearing about.
Although Mike Renner, who was on with us, still has him listed as the Browns pick at 6.
I mean, he's almost 6'7", and he's 350. That's pretty serious.
He's a big boy. Alabama. I mean, those guys can play. The question then becomes. There you go. The question becomes, Jed Wills. Good.
Thanks.
Took me a second to forget that.
Jed can play. It just didn't work out.
Yeah, it was just bad for us.
But he enjoyed the book club.
Bad thing. I mean, is Caden Proctor the left tackle you're looking for the future?
I don't want to draft one of these guys and have them be he's a right tackle, but we think we can move him to left tackle, or he could play guard. I don't want that.
Yeah, I don't want that either.
If they take a wide receiver, or an offensive lineman at 6, then I think they just need to go ahead and commit to whoever they think is the best left tackle and draft that guy. I don't want to draft one of the other guys who it's like he can do other things. Hey, there's Fano from Utah. He's great right tackle. Yep. Well, you just traded for Titus Howard to play right tackle. You're going to move Titus to left? What are you going to do? If you're going to draft a lineman at 6, you better commit to him being your left tackle, and he better be a guy who plays left tackle. That's my only thought.
I get worried when I read reports that say, well, he exclusively played left tackle for the Crimson Tide, which is he was an All-American left tackle, right? Proctor is better suited for success on the right side of the line.
Almost everybody in this draft matches that.
I know.
Freeling does not seem to, the kid from Georgia. Neither does Caleb Lomu, the tackle from Utah. But he's a younger guy. He's coming out a little bit early. And, he might be a guy you need to develop for a year. Or have him, sit behind guys for a little while and spot.
Anybody else?
Yeah, Jordan Tyson spoke as well. And, of course, there's a connection to Cleveland when it comes to Jordan Tyson.
Dion tweeted, "You're different." How would you feel if you could go to the Cleveland Browns and play with Shadur Sanders?
That'd be amazing. My brother's up there with the Cavs, so definitely would get to spend a lot of quality time with him and just being able to see how he handles his business and how he works his tail off and stuff like that. So it'd be amazing. I love it.
And save a lot of money on rent.
You sound like an insurance commercial or a renter's commercial.
I'm just trying to protect the young kids' cash.
You are so good at that. That's why you are the anvil. I think we need a cartoon.
The Tyson
with
brothers,
Jeff in a T-shirt with an anvil on the front
Tyson
of it. The Tyson
brothers could have one apartment because in season, they'd very rarely cross over.
You think you're so funny.
No, I don't.
I hope people are watching on YouTube,
No,
man.
I
He is
don't.
cracking himself up.
No, I don't.
I
watched some. I watched some more tape on him last night. He's pretty special.
I love the fact that his brother's here, but that's not the end all.
He's pretty special. Man.
He's something. Carnell Tate is really good, and I would not complain if they took Carnell Tate, but if they took Tyson, I'd be like, okay.
I prefer Tate, but Tyson's pretty special, man.
Yeah, I think there are no wrong answers here.
Yeah,
except the Tyson injury history.
Keep your fingers crossed about his health. Yeah.
Does he make it to 24?
No.
I don't think he does either.
I don't think so either. Because the thing with his injuries is it's like a broken collarbone.
Those happen. ACLs, those happen.
Right.
The hamstring issue is a little bit of a concern, but that shouldn't be a career chronic problem.
But you could also shoulder shrug that and say those happen.
I know. It's really true.
You know what I'm hoping for?
I have a buddy who said soft tissue injury and he's playing in 85-degree temperatures. I thought, well, that might be valid.
Is there any chance, first of all, do we have any more guys? Okay. Is there any chance Kenyon Sadiq makes it to 24?
No.
I don't know if he
might not make it out of the top 10.
I don't know if he gets past the Chiefs.
Every mock I've looked at has him like 15 to 20, the majority of them. At least the CBS ones I've been looking at. Let me put it that way. I see Proctor making it to 31. Who's that? That is...
He's such a project, though.
Garrett Padell. What's Prisco? Prisco still has Ty Simpson going to 24 to the Browns. He must like to just stick his head in the blender, right? Because that's what anyone that would predict that wants us to put our head in the blender, not him.
I was going to say, that sounds ridiculously painful.
I think he wants us to put our head in the blender. Could you imagine if Pete Prisco is right and the Browns take Ty Simpson at 24?
I'm going to need to take a walk.
That changes everything.
That one will be the moment where you're going to see a lot of Browns fans go, okay, it's time for me to take a walk.
Would that not be very Browns, though?
We're all going to.
It might be a situation where he sits for a year or 3.
We'll have a support group meeting at the lake. We'll all yell over to the lake and then walk to our homes.
Which this team can't afford.
And then they'll say, we took a guy. We took a guy, quarterback at 24 in the first round back in 26 because we were going to sit him till we got to the Dome. That's not happening.
Support group meeting at the lake. We'll all yell into the void and then go back to our respected homes.
The one thing I think we all need to understand here, because Deshaun has one more year under contract, in my little thought process, he's the guy for this year, and you're going to if
Shador's the guy.
No,
is that what you said?
Deshaun.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
If he's anything like what they think he could have been, they're going to play him for a year and then they're going to get rid of him. I can't.
Jeff,
I can't
if
imagine.
they're anything like they thought he was going to be, They're going to play him a year and extend him.
I can't see them extending him for the money just because of all of the heartache that has been here.
The morning show was talking about this morning.
His
Hometown discount.
Well, his play hasn't been very good. All the other issues
or existent.
If the other issues are all cleared up, he still hasn't been very good because he's not been out there.
Right.
And so there's no way I'd invest in him long term, but I'd certainly play the heck out of him this year if he's okay, and he's going to want that because he's going to want to reestablish his value. I can't see him past this year, but I can certainly see him playing all this year. Well, somebody sits. Shadur? Dylan? Somebody they trade for? Somebody they draft and try to develop. Although I still think drafting a guy in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th round would be a silly waste of a draft pick since you already did that twice last year.
Let me go back to Jordan Tyson here for a second. And, does he make it? How far does he make it through the first round, right? I mean, I'm seeing him as high as 10-ish, maybe somewhere in there. I love the fact his brother's here. I think he's a great wide receiver. He is going to help any team he gets to.
He's awful fun to watch.
Yeah.
He's great with the ball in his hands.
Tony's in Columbia Station. Hi, Tony.
Tony.
Hey, guys. Good to talk to you again.
Good to talk to you.
All right. On to Jordan Tyson topic. I was wondering if he's the right pick because it seems across the board he is regarded as the highest upside wide receiver. Obviously, the health.
The right pick at 6? Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
I wonder if he's the right pick because anybody can get hurt at any time. Carnell Tate could, God forbid, something could happen. Right? But you go with the higher upside and you either get what appears to be a potential true number 1 wide receiver who was the number 1 on his team in college and put up some impressive numbers when he's healthy, or if he's banged up, it kind of helps next year's draft positioning. So I wonder what your thoughts are on that risk-reward roll of the dice with Jordan Tyson.
Tony, thank you. Good phone call. Jeff?
I don't see the Browns taking him at 6. If they take a wide receiver at 6, I think it's Carnell Tate. If they trade down, it could be Jordan Tyson.
All right, I'm going to sneak one more in here because Jeff's in North Carolina. I know he's been on hold for a while.
Jeffrey?
Hi, Jeff. How are you?
Mr. Baskin, Coach Phelps.
Sir, how are you?
The call. Wonderful. Question.
Yeah.
Well, actually, a statement, and then I want to hear your thoughts on it. The evaluation process, man, is a crapshoot, right?
For sure.
It's an imperfect science. You can't test the guy's, want to and motor and toughness and all that stuff. So you never really know. So what I've heard in the past from other evaluators is miss big, miss fast, because you're going to miss at some point, right?
True. We know that here.
Miss.
Yep.
Right. Yes, we do.
Yeah.
So how about this Kenyon Sadiq kid? I mean, let's just, first question, who's taller, Sadiq or Tate?
I believe it's Sadiq by about an inch, isn't it?
Yes, sir, it is. Yeah. And who's faster, Sadiq or Tate?
I'll bet. I don't know. I'm guessing it's comparable.
No, he ran 4.37.
Sadiq did? Yep. Okay. You don't have to sell me on Sadiq. This is easy.
Yeah.
You know that I would take a tight end, a guy that can play tight end over wide receiver pretty much any day of the week, even though I'm an idiot.
Especially if he can long snap.
That's for sure.
Well, so I just, I think, let me ask you this. Last question, and I'll let you guys, take this off air. But if Carnell Tate had an Oregon jersey on in college instead of an Ohio State jersey, would we be wanting him as bad?
You'd be saying he wasn't even the leading receiver on his own team, right? So you'd be saying.
What I'm saying is you fall in love with your local kids, your Ohio State wide receivers.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, it's the same thing. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, my bad.
But I don't.
That's all right.
I'm not in that club.
I know you're not. I know. But that is something you would say.
I still think he's the top guy in this draft at wide receiver.
Jeff, thank you for the phone call. David Pollock's going to join us in the next hour. ESPN college football analyst. He's going to give us some insight. Chris Rose is going to join us at 1 o'clock. Guardians getting set to play a little baseball today. Maybe dive into that for a second, too, as well. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
get the best content from our shows each and every weekday, that's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The only place for Browns news on your way into work. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
We have a contest. You ready? Win an autographed Evan Mobley jersey. Ooh. It's courtesy of Window Nation, where you can save up to 50% off new windows. Plus, you can get them 0% interest financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon. Visit windownation.com. Do that right now. Enter the word MOON, M-O-O-N, MOON, by the end of this hour at 923thefan.com to get registered to win.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. We get set for the NFL Draft, which is right around the corner. 1 day, 7 hours, 56 minutes, 33 seconds away until they hit the clock and say, let's go. And we are excited. We're talking all about it. David Pollock is going to join us, ESPN college football analyst. And, of course, he played at Georgia, first-round pick, 17th overall, played for the Bengals, really outstanding college career and, time in the NFL as well. At linebacker, and so we'll talk to him coming up. He is at the draft, so we'll find out what's going on with him. That's coming up in about 6-7 minutes. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Jeff, I want to ask you a question. Are you okay if this team takes an offensive lineman if you have to make him a guard at some point during his career? Would that be okay?
Yes.
At number 6?
I'd be okay with it, but I'd prefer other things.
Okay. So you said something early on in this process.
I would prefer the best defensive player on the board or the best wide receiver on the board. And I hope when they get to 6, the best player on their board matches up with one of those things. I have a hard time passing on a great defensive player here at 6, even though the Browns have needs at other spots. I just think if those defensive players are rated more highly than the offensive linemen, than the wide receivers, I think this team has enough holes that you need to do that. And I also think it gives you more options. If, let's just say, and I don't think he will be, let's say David Bailey's there. Well, that opens up other options with another defensive end who clearly is on the back 9 of his career but isn't playing like it. I think they could use more depth on that D-line, and if the defense is a strength of the team and you can pick up another great defensive player, why wouldn't you? Now, if you think a great offensive lineman is sitting there at 6, great. If you think a great wide receiver is sitting there at 6, that's fine too. But I want a great player at 6. I don't want, hey, this guy is okay. We like him. He's the best guy on our board at that position. I just pick up the best player you possibly can.
At 6, right?
Unless you trade back, and I'm a little leery of that.
I just say it one more time for me so I can just make sure I've got exactly what you want, because I don't want to put words in your mouth.
No,
at 6, the Browns should do what?
Absolutely best player on their board.
On their board, okay.
Yeah.
Meaning that their board may be manipulated by their needs.
I would hope it's not, Andy.
Because this goes back to that Jeremiah Love conversation that we had.
Yeah, I know.
If the best player on the board is Jeremiah Love and he's sitting there at 6, I don't know that he's going to be. But if he is, I think that's – if he is truly a player that changes the game, that gives you an opportunity, that is a weapon, and now all of a sudden that offense that is struggling to score more than 16 points a game has someone that can catapult them into a position to score more than 16 points a game, I'm all in. But I also know that we all know that running back is reliant on not only making the first guy miss, but making sure the guy ahead of you, offensive lineman, tight end, wide receiver, whatever, makes their play too and gives you a fraction of a second to be able to run through a hole.
You're not going to like what I have to say.
Okay.
If I thought he would be there at 6, I'd give it more thought.
Okay.
I just don't think he's going to be there. I think Tennessee is going to take him at 4, or somebody's going to trade up to take him at 3, 4, or 5. Giants might take him at 5. I just don't think he's going to be on the board at 6. And if he was, that they would have a decision to make. And if they took him at 6, Andy, I don't think I'd have any complaints.
I wouldn't.
I just don't think he's going to be there at 6.
I said earlier, I think the only thing that's in stone is Mendoza, and I can't wait to hear what David Pollock has to say about that coming up here in a second.
I think every offensive lineman's going to be on the board there. I wouldn't be surprised if no offensive lineman goes before the Browns pick.
Huh.
Because of some of the primo defensive guys.
I'm going to take one quick phone call. Hey, Jim, how are you? I got about a minute. Jim, you there?
Hey, I just wanted to – yeah, I'm here.
Yep.
Hey, I wanted to mention, Andy, especially you were saying over and over again that
it's not over. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to tell you that Carnell Tate isn't number 1 on his own team.
Right.
But I think it's kind of strange because over the years we've all heard that Jeremiah Smith is freak of nature, number 1 receiver in all college football. So it seems – you can't really make a good comparison that way. I think if Carnell Tate was playing on another very, appropriately good team, not a dog, but he'd easily be number 1 receiver, in my opinion.
Yeah, I
think it's an unfair comparison.
Well, here's the. Did you? I don't know. You're a hardcore Ohio State fan or just kind of leisurely? What would you call yourself?
To be honest, I'm more of a Notre Dame fan.
Okay, so
and I don't think we should take Jeremiah Love either.
Oh, you don't think the Browns should? What? Do you not think he's the best player in the draft? I've heard multiple people say that.
Jeremiah Love? No,
yes.
I think he's great. I just don't think that on Cleveland's team he'd do what he needs to do or be able to succeed.
Okay.
Because of the number of holes.
Gotcha, Jim. Thank you. I appreciate that. And Jeff, I can't tell you how painful it is for me to say that because to make sure that I want the Browns to do the right thing, I'm willing to look at things that make me extremely uncomfortable. And even if you were the number 2 wide receiver at Ohio State, there were 4 catches against Indiana.
Quit putting numbers on those guys.
Jeff, you know where I got this idea from? You.
Oh, good.
I got this idea from you because I've heard you say before, that guy wasn't even, they could have drafted him earlier and they didn't. The whole league passed on him. And that guy wasn't even the number 1 guy in this position or that position. This argument is based on everything I've listened to you talk about for 15 years. And it aggravates me because I love Carnell Tate. I want him to be a wide receiver for the Browns.
But see,
I'm not scared to look at the Indiana game and go, oh, he had 4 catches in that game. Right? Did have a touchdown.
You can only catch what's thrown your way.
I know, but if you are the number 2 guy, you should get more opportunities than that, don't you think? I mean, you would think the number 1 guy would get covered.
I don't think you look at it that way. I honestly think, Jeremiah Smith is potential Hall of Fame type talent. Marvin Harrison Jr., huge talent coming out of Ohio State. They produce great wide receivers there. Jackson Smith and Jigba, terrific. You can't hold that against Carnell Tate.
I'm not.
I would expect him.
I like Carnell.
I would expect him to become a big-time wide receiver in the NFL, and he is clearly a guy that I would think about taking at 6.
And I'm right there with you, and I will be cheering and screaming OHIO if they take him.
I'm
trying to find the pitfall sometimes in these guys to make me go, okay, if they take someone else, I can understand that because of blank.
Tomorrow's draft day.
Because you know why? I'm used to this team disappointing me on draft night.
You know how the teams always say, our decisions come up to the last minute.
Yeah, they should.
I kind of came to my conclusion as to what I want yesterday.
Oh.
And I'm going to save it for tomorrow.
Oh, what are you doing? Come on, you can't do that to us.
Well, I just did.
Well, that sucks.
That's what I'm going to do. Tomorrow we're going to talk about exactly what we want.
Man.
And how we want them to do it. Huh. But so I do have a specific in mind.
How could you do that to us?
Easy. I just said it, and there it is.
I don't know. So there
makes tomorrow's show just riveting. Doesn't
Am I wrong for doing that though? For trying to just make sure I'm not.
Holes in, guys?
Well, I just don't want to look at it and say, okay, I want this because of Ohio State.
Why don't you ask this gentleman?
All right, we'll do that. We'll go to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. He is in Pittsburgh already. You may remember him from his days in Cincinnati. I know him all the time now from watching him on ESPN, enjoying his college football coverage. He is David Pollock. David, how are you today?
Hello, David.
I'm doing great, fellas. How y'all doing?
We are doing really well. So you're already in Pittsburgh, right? You're all set?
Oh, we here, baby. We at PNC headquarters. We got the taste of the draft. Like, yeah, we're throwing down, man.
What kind of food are we looking at here? I mean, I love football, but, man, I love food even more.
All of a sudden,
so.
the food becomes the topic.
Yeah, are we doing steaks? What are we doing
I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you because you'd be jealous. Like, the sandwiches that I'm looking at behind me and the food that's all around, if you love food, then you're missing out, man. You're missing out. That's all I'll say.
That's not too far of a drive. I mean, we'll probably be there in less than an hour and a half. Jeff, we ready to roll after this thing?
Andy doesn't have credentials, David. He's not.
I don't. In. David, could you sneak us in if we get down there?
I'll sneak you in, guys. I got your back.
Awesome.
All right. Or do we got to know somebody at PNC to get into that taste of the draft?
Yeah, me. You're good.
All right. Well, we are excited. We're also trying to figure out what the Browns are going to do here at 6. So somebody said something to me yesterday, and it just made sense. Mendoza at 1, and then who knows what's going to happen after that. Is that the way you're looking at it?
Yeah, I think that's the only given in the draft. I think the given is we know Mendoza's 1. I think I know that the pass rushers 2. I think it's going to be Bailey or it's going to be Reese at 2. But I know it's going to be defense. And then, the Browns obviously at 6 and 24, it's a pretty good spot to be in. And it's pretty clear, is it not? Like, I don't live in Cleveland, but it's very clear that offensively it needs work. And it's very clear that defense carries the load, and that's why Todd Monkin's there, right? And so I think when you look at the offensive side of the football, I think you have a chance to get a weapon at 6, and this is a deep class. There is a lot of weapons, man, whether it's Tate, whether it's Lemon, whether it's Tyson. Like, we could go down the list. There's tons of weapons that you can throw to a wide receiver room, by the way, that was the least productive in the NFL. So that's a guy you need to get at 6, and then at 24, I think you can swing back and get, Freeling or Proctor or Fanu. You get your offensive tackle that you're looking to get, because the offense has been really, really bad, and they need to find some consistency. And I know the quarterback situation is up and down, and you had Shadur, you have Deshaun Watson coming back. But here's the thing, guys. If we get better around them and we have better protection on the offensive line and better receivers, at least it gives whoever it is a chance to be successful.
David, I agree with what you're thinking about the wide receivers. I would think your top 3 guys, you tell me, Carnell Tate in any order, Carnell Tate, Lemon, or Tyson. I think they have to end up with one of those 3 guys, do they not? You can't settle for the 4th, 5th, 6th best wide receiver when you have such a need as the Browns have at wide receiver.
Well, yes, I agree. And if you have the 6th pick, you have the opportunity to do that. I will say this, man. There's also a lot of other good wide receivers in this class, too. So if you felt like you could move back and still get one of those guys, when does the wide receiver run start?
Yeah.
Because you actually started at 6, right? So is there 4 or 5 guys there? Does somebody want to come up and I get some more picks? Then so be it. And it kind of makes its decision for you. But, man, the wide receivers are really, really fun to watch. The weapons at wide receiver, and just like anything else, it's different styles, right? Because Tyson obviously has been banged up, but he's explosive as can be. Tate's a masterful guy that catches the jump ball, like 85% contested catches. He's all about it. He makes it. He finds a way to get it done. But the list goes on about Omar Cooper Jr., who's really good, Boston, who's really good. Like, there's a lot of guys that are super talented out wide that can win and make plays.
Hey, David, answer me this. What's it like to be waiting for your name to get called? I mean, you were the 17th pick in the first round when you were drafted. And I wonder what the anxiety is. How do you stay cool? Like, what goes through your mind when you're a player and you're sitting there waiting to see if your name is going to get called in that first round?
It kind of sucks, to be honest. Like, It's not fun because, like, you want your name called as soon as possible. You're competitive. You see people at your position go, and you're like, seriously? Really? And I think just the fact that you have no control, guys, like less than zero control, you just kind of along for the ride. It can be very frustrating. And then all of a sudden it hits you like a ton of bricks, and you're like, let's go, and you're jacked up, and then you're on a plane and you're flying somewhere else to go figure out where you're going to pick out houses and where you're going to live and who you're going to play for. So it's a roller coaster ride. But obviously, this is a culmination for a lot of these kids since they were 4 years old, 5 years old, 6 years old. And so that's why you see tears, on that stage with Goodell. And that's why you see, chest bumps and bear hugs, like all the different types of reactions you get on draft day.
David Pollock joining us, ESPN college football analyst. If you're the Browns and you need an offensive lineman, you need a left tackle, you signed a bunch of guys, and traded for Titus Howard. Do you take a lineman who they say is a great right tackle but can also play inside and maybe play left? You went against those guys. Can you make that move?
You absolutely can make that move. Okay. But when you've rotated 8 left tackles in the last 3 years, 8, literally, like the factory of sadness. I mean, come on, man. Like, we've got to do something better on the offensive line. Like, you've got to find a way to have a plug-and-play guy. And I think you'll have that. But you can rotate. It will take time. It'll take reps. But, Freeling, Proctor, Fanu, Maui Noah, Blake Miller, those are all guys, man, that have a chance to play that and do that for you right away and improve what you have. And that's the most important part. And then I think the Monkin system is really, really good, man. Like, he understands spacing. He understands how to create big plays. He's got great timing. Now, I'm sure y'all have interviewed him and talked to him, or you heard him. You can't play half of it because there's so many bleeps when Monkin talks. Yes. But he's intense. He's waited a long time for this moment. So I would be excited about those things, and then just give him another weapon and give him an offensive lineman. And I think away we go.
All right, last question for you is, give us the best food at Taste of the Draft presented by PNC Bank.
Well, I haven't got to start it yet, so I'm excited to figure that out. If y'all would hush and stop asking questions, I'll go get some food. There's a lot of options. I think whoever you are, whatever you want. Like, I'm looking beside me, and this is pretty good. I don't even know what you call that stack of a sandwich, but I see fries on it. Yep. I see roast beef. I see tomatoes. I see cheese. All kinds of stuff, man. Like. So that looks good. I'm sure y'all get into that, but y'all can't because you're not here. You're not invited.
Thanks. I thought you were going to hook us up. That's all that chili you had when you were playing in Cincinnati. It's warped your mind.
All that Skyline, my dad loved that. My dad, every time he came up, he's like, I'm going to Skyline. I'm like, all right, dude, knock yourself out, Pap. I'm not.
All right, David, we love watching it on TV, and good luck at the draft, and have fun at the Taste of the Draft presented by PNC Bank.
Thanks, David.
Thanks, David.
All right, thank you, guys.
All right, we'll talk to you soon.
See you guys.
David Pollock, ESPN, giving us a little bit of a lowdown. Obviously, the phones don't really work well in Pittsburgh, but we knew that because it's Pittsburgh. So, but we could hear everything he had to say. What? Did I not say something that wasn't true? I'm just saying. His insight was good. Let's talk about that when we come back. Chris Rose at 1 o'clock, Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Of course, he was on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline.
okay. I'm still leery. Again, there are examples of guys who have moved around the offensive line and played all those positions well. Bruce Matthews, Clay's brother, is my poster child for that. He played every spot on the offensive line, and he's in the Hall of Fame. He played left tackle least of any of the other spots, but he still played it for a year. If you're a good offensive lineman, I'm assuming you can probably play all those spots pretty well. But left tackle has become this thing in the NFL, Andy, that you think you have to have that guy, I mean, he's the unicorn. You must have that guy, not just a good left tackle. You must have a beast. And, if the Browns think it's Spencer Fano and he ends up playing left tackle, great. They've added a lot of guys to the offensive line. They're going to have to figure out who goes where. They'll be adding somebody, I would think, in the first 3 picks anyway. And they'll just have to figure it out. They have options. But, there are some things you just can't. Like, for instance, you're intrigued by DeJuan Jones, are you not?
Yes.
Yeah, so am I. But you can't count on him. If you count on him to be your starting left tackle, you're in trouble because he's been injured repeatedly, and who knows? So I do think they need to add somebody to that offensive line group. There are guys you can move, like Titus Howard can play left tackle. Elton Jenkins can play left tackle. They've not played a lot of it, but they can do it. That's not what you supposedly need at left tackle in this day and age, is it?
No, I think you're hitting the nail on the head.
Titus Howard, in his career, has played 245 snaps at left tackle. 245, and they were all in the 2021 season. And Elton Jenkins has played about double that, 524 snaps at left tackle during his 7-year career. And they mostly came in the 2021 season. So though they could put somebody out there, that's been the problem the last several years, isn't it? Well, we're putting this guy at left tackle now. Well, that didn't work.
Yeah, unless you could, clone Joe Thomas, right? It's tough. It's not easy.
Fishing. You can't even get a hold of him for the blood.
It also shows you how special he was when he played here because it's just been tough to figure that out. Todd is in Ward 1. Hey, Todd.
Todd.
Jeff Andy.
Hey.
Fitness, man. DeJuan Jones seems to be a self-discipline issue because his fitness issues are a lot on him.
Yeah.
That's not what I called about, though.
What'd you call about?
So here's where I am with all of this. I believe wholeheartedly that Sonny Styles, if he's sitting there at 6 and his self-training attitude is good and he comes up clean on his off-the-field behavior, which sometimes you have to investigate, I don't think he's going to be a problem. That dude looks great to me at number 6 on the other side of Carson. Behind that defensive line, those two dudes at linebacker. That's where I believe they should go. However, having said that, I got a question for the two of you.
Sure.
Caden Proctor. Have you learned enough about Caden Proctor to convince yourselves that he's corrected his fitness issues?
I mean, he's down 50 pounds. He was over 400 pounds when he was a freshman.
No, I don't know enough about him to know that that's the case.
I mean, just knowing what I had read about, his weight issues, that, he was there, and then I think he was just eating too many donuts was part of the problem. And guys got all over him. I think he's playing around 350 right now, and he can dunk a basketball. So,
well, he's down, and he's got good motivation to be down because he hasn't secured a contract yet.
Sure.
But the issue's been corrected if he's going to still be like that after the contract. So have you seen enough interviews between the two of y'all? I heard what you said, Jeff, between the one of y'all now, that this dude would be great. But he had got his work ethic together.
Yeah, but I think he's there. First of all, no one's looking at him that high in the draft if he doesn't have that together. And he's down 50 pounds. I mean, it's not like he was pushing 400. I'd be worried about him.
He's still 350.
Yeah, he was over 400 pounds.
But he's not anymore. So wasn't DeJuan up in that range as well?
And DeJuan struggled the first couple practices.
Well,
so
exactly.
Yeah, I get it, but I'm not kind of questioning his discipline. He had to go an entire season like that too. It's not, let's see what he does when he gets there. Hey, you know what? You never know. You're right. And the draft is a crapshoot. But I can tell you just from this, maybe at some point he had this epiphany saying, how high do I want to get drafted in the draft and how much money do I want to make? And, You're right. It's self-discipline, but I mean, the kid did drop 50 pounds, which I can't imagine is too easy. But 50-plus pounds to try to get to where he's at, and they're looking at him at that spot in the draft. So, hey, Todd, thank you. Appreciate the phone call. So,
thanks, Todd.
Yeah, if they take him, they take him. I get it.
I just every one of these offensive linemen make me think, you sure you want to take that guy at 6? Now, somebody's going to be great. Maybe a couple of somebodies. But I still keep thinking, you sure you want to take that guy at 6?
Rhino's in Sarasota. What's up, Rhino?
Hey, gentlemen, thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I want to chime in. I'm going to be at the draft tomorrow. I am dreading it, man. I'm not going to wear my Browns gear probably till right at the draft, man. I am not all in on just getting up, probably treated like Bartman from the Cubs fan, just devil-eyed from all these fan bases.
Oh, you know what? I don't remember any Steelers fans taking any heat when they came here for the draft. I'm telling you.
It's a fun, heartwarming
It's a
evening.
convention. It's not. Ryan, call us immediately if you start the next day, if you get any grief.
No, I'm not
from
going to get
Steeler
no grief.
fans. I'm telling you that you're going to see fans from all over the NFL, and yes, Pittsburgh fans are going to be out in full force because it's their city. But I'd be shocked. I mean, it's just not a time to be a jerk. And I don't think. And I thought our fans, even though we were in a limited basis when we had the draft here, I thought they were great. I thought they were gracious. I didn't see anybody trying to, go to toe with any fans or anything like that.
We are Cleveland, man. We're the best when it comes to big stuff. I tell you, I digress. I got a question for Anvil. I want to chime in on obviously you alluded to obviously the tackle position hypothetical. Let's say a guy is at 6 and it moves in. Menigan said it just as much as I have. I am fearful of Proctor. Again, Proctor, don't get me wrong, he had a lot of conundrum. I'm a big nerd when it comes to high school recruiting into collegiate and then into NFL. So, again, his conundrum was he was indecisive in Iowa and back to Alabama, this, that, and the other. His weight fluctuating, obviously consistently. I just want a pure, irrefutable, I feel locked in. You guys alluded to a lot of great players like Tate and Downs and trading back, whatever. Proctor just is a guy that you want to mess with at the latter half of the first round. He just has that just that big body that I just feel fearful of, obviously, like the guys we have, Jones. But again, I feel very confident, man. I really do, guys. I think that this draft we're going to leap into this year just like last year and maximize the opportunity. Barry's on fire. And I feel that I know you said last thing, Andy, the second-round pick for that trade back, hypothetically, with
it's
the
gone.
Cowboys is gone.
Yeah.
But that's not the end all. There's many other drafts
I agree.
available.
All right, Rhino, safe travels coming up to Pittsburgh.
Hey, have a great
Thank
day,
you.
guys. Thanks
You
for
too.
taking my
Thank you. All right, Ryan, hanging out in Florida, but now going up to Pittsburgh. He's from Northeast Ohio. We come back. We're going to do a little bit of headlines. Chris Rose is coming up. We're going to talk about the Cavs. All that stuff straight ahead right here. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3, The Fan.
series today with a matinee rubber match. Tanner Bybee still looking for his first win of the season. He's 0-2 with a 4.81 ERA. He'll get the start for the 1:10 first pitch. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
One day, 7 hours, 16 minutes, 5 seconds. That's how far away you are from the NFL draft, and of course the Browns will go. I think they cut the time down this year too. I think
8 minutes between picks.
So what would that put us?
Saves you an hour.
That would put us at 8:48, but they probably have some stuff before that. So I would probably think 9 o'clock, somewhere around 9 o'clock.
Saves you an hour.
Browns are going to hit somewhere near 9 o'clock tomorrow night when they hit that number 6 pick. Unless they do something else, then you'll figure it out when you need to know what's going on with the draft. Obviously, lock it in 92.3 The Fan, and we have you covered. Much like we have today, Chris Easterling from the Akron Beacon Journal, Ohio.com, joined us at 11 o'clock. David Pollock, former linebacker for the Cincinnati Bengals, college football analyst at the draft. He joined us. And we'll talk to Chris Rose coming up in less than 20 minutes right here on Baskin and Phelps. Jeff, I do believe we've reached the point in the show where we digest everything that we've said. We listen to what other people have said, and then we get the big picture on all sports stories. You know what we like to call that segment?
Tell me, Andy.
Headlines, Jeff. Headlines with Dan Mennigan. Live from a little studio next to our studio.
The Panic Room.
Here's Dan Mennigan.
The Panic Room.
Live from the Panic Room. I like that better. Yeah,
I
okay.
feel like I'm in a panic room every time I'm in here.
Yeah, you're in the Panic Room.
It's 85 degrees in there, and it's about 65 in here.
And it's a very, very small room with padding on it.
This has been a very productive show tonight. Why? Or today? Because we now call that the Panic Room, which I've never heard before. I enjoy that. And Jeff, you officially have a nickname, The Anvil.
It's a good name for you, I got to admit.
I do think it's good.
The
It's
Anvil's
strong,
a good one for you.
It's steel, and it's impenetrable. Is that the word?
It's a good word.
When it comes to
spit it out properly.
Trying to change your mind. Yes.
Well.
And gosh darn it, don't tell him his favorite soup of the day isn't here today.
Well, there are a lot of people in New York who want to bash their head on an anvil right now because of what's taking place with the Mets. Audio courtesy of SNY.
Yeah. 1-2 coming. And Taylor foul tips it for strike 3. And the Mets losing streak has reached an even dozen for the first time since 2002. The beleaguered Twins bullpen goes 12 up and 12 down. And the Twins come from 3 runs down to beat the Mets 5-3. And hand the Mets their 12th consecutive loss.
Oh, those lovable Mets.
12 in a row. No team has made the playoffs with a 12-game losing streak.
Wow.
According to ESPN.
Okay.
Wow.
Dano?
Uh-huh.
I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to
say it.
I'm not going to say it.
Say it.
It's not all about spending the most money.
Oh, it isn't,
I'm not
Jeff,
going to
is
say
it?
it. I'm
Then
not
don't
going to
say
say
it.
it. I'm not going to say it.
Funny how no one has ever said it was about spending the most money. Anvil.
Oh. So they've lost 12 in a row.
Love you, buddy.
Jim, the Anvil, Neidhart.
Oh, see? Now that's why this works.
I loved that guy.
That makes sense.
One of my favorites after Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
Was a good one.
Let's see here.
Somebody made a tugboat reference the other day. It made me smile.
The Mets have the highest payroll in Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
And they've lost 12 straight.
So they're losing.
So, yes, it would be better if the Guardians spent some money, more money. What's better yet is being smart and putting together a good team and having a good baseball program.
According to ESPN, 138 teams have lost 12 straight. Zilch have made the playoffs. Sorry, Andy.
It is costing them almost $30 million a loss. How's that sound? How you like them apples, New York?
They spent $250 million more on their payroll than the Guardians. Which team would you rather have?
I still like Lindor. Sorry.
Yeah, Lindor's
also
still
like
good.
Juan Soto.
I know.
Yeah, I know. He's pretty good too.
McLean's pretty darn good.
Here comes Carson Bench. They have a young rookie as well. I'm just saying.
I wonder if they get it together and buck the trend. But boy, even in the beginning, they said this might take a little bit for the Mets to gel, and it's
And that is
not
accurate.
looking good. It's not looking good.
That's
What's Lindor's hitting 209 right now?
He's been scuffling. He was scuffling at shortstop, too. Some people have been...
They going to trade him?
He could. He'd trade anybody.
Oh, wouldn't it be good? Homecoming?
Bring him back.
Nope, not happening here. We have Gabe Arias.
Homecoming?
I'm in.
I got to be honest. I'm going to be honest. Even though he's hitting 209, I would trade Pizzana for Lindor.
All right, we'll give you...
Get your man Blitzer on the phone.
We'll give you Gabriel Arias.
Blitz, what's up, man? Let's get him out of there.
Yeah, we'll give him Pizzana and Gabe Arias.
Pizzana?
Did I say Pizzana?
Yeah.
Thought it was a bro. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Give you Gabriel Arias. Give you Ira Newble.
Oh.
We'll toss in Juan Brito. And let's see.
Fritz Peterson, send him back to New York.
Wow. Better not send
he's still with us?
him.
Still with us?
And David Justice.
All right, good.
There you go. All right, that's the deal.
Wait, they're still paying
Pick
him
up
to
the phone.
play. Remember, they're still paying him to play in Oakland.
Pick up the phone.
Oh,
All right,
Fritz,
we have
Fritz passed away in
boatload of NFL
2023.
news that we are going to have to fly through as fast as humanly possible.
Hang on. If I said something about somebody passed away, I always feel bad about that. Fritz passed away in 2023. Rest his soul. Thank you, Fritz, for being you.
Nothing but love to the family.
Okay.
Jordan Schultz reporting that name that coming up in talks, wide receiver Keyshawn Boutte from the New England Patriots, who is entering the final year of his contract, according to multiple league sources. I mean, he is a wide receiver. We do kind of need the guys.
Do we want him? 216-474-0092. Do we want him? 216-474-0092.
Yes. Why?
Because he's a grown man who can catch footballs, and we don't have many of those.
Sold. And he wouldn't be anywhere near the top of my list, but it's like, wait a minute. This guy's competent. Bring him in.
You're a grown-up who can catch footballs?
I still can't
Come on
believe.
down.
I still can't believe
He's 5'11"
through the entire offseason, and they haven't signed anybody.
That's true.
They didn't bring anybody in.
It'd be fun just to say booty time.
It would open up the door to a lot of good jokes.
Yeah.
49ers left tackle Trent Williams, 2-year, $50 million contract extension with $37 million guaranteed with the 49ers. Good for him. We can put that to bed again.
Good for him is right. He's going to play when he's 50, right?
He probably will.
Yeah.
He'll probably be one of the 10 best tackles, too.
Probably so.
At the age of 50. It'll be unbelievable.
Yep. I got no arguments with you, boys.
Beautiful. Highest paid kicker in the NFL, gentlemen. Jeff's boy, Brandon Aubrey.
Yes, sir.
4 years, $28 million with $20 million guaranteed. Andy, they're handing $20 million guaranteed to a kicker.
Well, if you ask me, that means a long snapper better be making $10 million a year. I mean, someone's got to get him the ball. In fact, the holder should be making $10 million a year too, because this guy is nothing without the setup men. He's got nothing to kick. He's Lucy. He should be sharing the wealth.
We are nothing. We are on brand.
You
That's
know,
true.
Stick with me on this.
Oh boy!
If you've watched Brandon Aubrey kick, okay, and I love it. He grabs the inside of his collar before every kick, gets himself set.
I do that before our show.
And then think about Fred Couples, the way Freddie swung an iron. Freddie's iron swing was so slow. It's just like, how's that ball? And it was just so even tempo, not very, it just hit the ball beautifully. Brandon Aubrey's kicking swing is the exact same. Very slow and boom, just rockets it.
We have just spent 45 seconds more on a kicker than we've ever should have in the entire 15-year history of this show.
I do got paid, man. Kickers are getting paid.
I do love his story. You know his story, right? He washed out of pro soccer.
Yes.
He's sitting on the couch, and his wife they're watching football, and his wife says, "Can't you do that?" And he spent about 2-3 years working with a kicking coach when he wasn't playing pro soccer to try and become a kicker, and he did.
And truthfully, his wife just wanted him out of the house because she was sick of him sitting around just watching soap operas.
Sure. It's understandable.
Eating
Ian
bonbons.
Rappaport reporting the Jets are down to Arvell Reese and David Bailey for the second overall pick in the draft. Though interesting David Bailey in there after they canceled his top 30 visit. But apparently still in the mix, according to Ian Rappaport.
Why not? Why not?
And you said junior's going? Or senior's going?
That's what I heard.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. And that's good.
It'd be nice to see a Glenville guy go number 2. I'm in.
Might happen.
NWSL announced yesterday that Columbus will be awarded its 18th franchise. So the National Women's Soccer League coming to Columbus. The Haslam Sports Group submitted a bid. And now they are getting the next team. It will kick off in 2028.
How close was that team to playing here?
That is a really good question. I know they had the bid in. I know they were one of the finalists as well. It ended up getting awarded, I think, to Cincy and Denver, I want to say. Denver for sure. But I know Cleveland definitely had a really good bid. So hopefully maybe they'll put 3 teams in Ohio. It would be really nice to get a professional soccer team.
So that's another team for the Haslam Sports Group, right?
It's another one for the Haslam Sports Group.
Are they going to be – I wonder if they'll play any games here. I would think they'd play a couple, wouldn't they?
It would be so much fun.
And I don't want to hear Columbus whining about them playing here. I just don't want to hear it. Is that it?
That's what we got for now. We got more, but
are they going to be mad if they play a couple games up here?
On kickers.
You going to tell me they might not play a couple games in the Dome?
Kickers, once again, getting away and everything.
Is the Dome here?
Yet? Or what are you saying?
I don't see it yet.
Well,
can't play here yet.
It just got Brook Park just passed the ordinance to let it go.
Love that.
All right. Good job, Brook Park.
Good job, Mayor.
All right, you know who's next. Chris Rose, super friend of the show. He will join us. John Boy Media, you know and love him as the preseason voice of the Cleveland Browns on television. Chris Rose, next, right here. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
4.81 ERA. He'll get the start for the 110 first pitch. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
With the first pick.
The build-up to the NFL Draft is here, and we're on top of the latest news and rumors ahead of Round 1 on April 23rd. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Oh, the band is ready. Ready for our next guest. We know him, we love him, and I'm sure he is very, very busy with the draft coming up, his work at the NFL Network. You know him as the voice of the preseason here in Northeast Ohio for the Browns on television, American Gladiators, dugout discussions. What doesn't this guy do? And right now he's on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. He is Chris Rose. Hello, Chris.
Chris. Greetings. How is everybody doing the day before the draft?
We are good. Excited. We want to see what the Browns do at 6. If you look at history and tradition, it means they trade. At least they've done that since Baker Mayfield. But let's see what happens. And hopefully they can get an impact player that will make people smile here in Northeast Ohio. Do you know who that impact player should be or might be?
No, because I don't know how many impact players there will be at 6 outside of maybe Caleb Downs. And he's an impact player. I mean, I know that the position doesn't thrill everybody, but I think he can help solidify a lot of teams and would benefit the Browns. Now, I've talked to you about this for months. I think they could be in a decent spot to trade back and still get a player that can massively help them and add more draft capital. I'm not against all of that. I know some people are like, if you've got a wide receiver and no wide receiver has been taken and you have a chance to massively upgrade that room, why wouldn't you? Totally understand that thought process. Totally do. Get it. So
I keep looking at all the mock drafts, all the rankings and everything, Chris, and after Fernando Mendoza, it seems like it's the same 5 guys coming off the board. And that'd be David Bailey, Arvell Reese, Jeremiah Love, Caleb Downs, Sonny Styles, in no particular order. One of those guys will be there at 6. Are you hard-pressed to pass on one of those guys to take a receiver or a lineman because you need them more?
Yeah, oh, boy. Yeah, this is where it gets tough, guys. It really does. I mean, and you know, there are a lot of people who just say, screw it, I am going to take the best player available. I mean, it has been the Ravens' MO for decades. And it's why they get guys that, you know, slip to them who you're like, how did the Ravens do it again? Or how did the Eagles do it again? Because they're not afraid to take the best player on the board. Now, the difference is those have been 2 of the best organizations in the league. And we're still trying to find a quarterback, right? So, like, that's obviously the main difference. They can afford to take Kyle Hamilton at 14 if he's on the board. And we all know he should have gone way higher in that draft than 14. It's why they could take Tyler Linderbaum when he slid all the way down to the point, because who the hell is going to take a center in the top half of a first round, right? Nobody's going to do that. So, you know, but we have vacancies at some very important positions. And that's what makes it a real challenge, is that how can you justify not continuing to build your offensive line, even if the linemen in this draft are not reportedly not as good as some of the other players that will be available at
6? Here's the part for me, Chris, that I'm a little torn on. What's the ultimate goal here, right? It's, you know, if you think that if Jeremiah Love is sitting there at 6, and like I'm hearing people left and right say this guy's the best player in the draft, he's a running back. We have 2 good running backs here right now. Would you take Jeremiah Love at 6 if you can't trade out of that spot because you think you can do better and maybe beef up that offensive line? Like, what are we doing? Like, that's where I'm just kind of torn on what they're going to do. And then I have high hopes for this team because Andrew Berry had success last year, and I'm like, okay, he figured it out. Not every year is going to be like last year, but I feel a little bit better with him making picks this year. So kind of a double-edged question there, too. Like, if Love's sitting there at 6, isn't it hard not to take him if he's available?
Yeah, I think it is. We're having a discussion in our pregame show tomorrow. MJD and Michael Robinson, guys who both played running backs in the NFL, we're having the discussion, where does Jeremiah Love rank in terms of guys, running backs taken in the top 10 over the last 10 years? And that is a group that includes Saquon Barkley, Bijan Robinson, Christian McCaffrey, Zeke. Like, those are pretty good running backs. And it's going to be interesting to see where I know one of them is like, he's right up there with all of them when they came out. And one of the other guys is, I think, not as high, but still pretty high on him. And so, right, you make a great point. Like, that is we're looking for weapons on the offensive side of the football. It's not just wide receivers, it's pass catchers. And look, Quinshon's a good running back, really good. And I think you could totally live with him being your lead dog. I mean, Kenneth Walker, for God's sakes, was a Super Bowl MVP, and I think that he's better than him. But, when you have a chance to get special talent, it's hard to pass on guys like that.
Chris, do you think the Browns are in a situation where it's critical that they end up with, say, one of the top 3 wide receivers in this draft? And Carnell Tate, Lemon, Tyson?
No, okay. I don't, because I believe enough in the depth of this draft, and I've seen enough wide receivers that get drafted in the 20s to know that those guys can have a major impact at the NFL level. Okay. I really believe that you don't have to get a guy top 10. Some positions you really do. I think you've got to nail it in the top 10. Wide receiver is not one of them for me. Look at the guys who have consistently been at the top of the NFL the last few years at that position. Some guys aren't even first-rounders, and some are late first-rounders, right? Jackson Smith and Jigba just signed the richest deal. What did he go, 20 to the Seahawks? Justin Jefferson, I think, went 21 or 2 to the Vikings. 24 is not that far away from those numbers.
I heard this yesterday. Tell me what you think. Fernando Mendoza at 1. That's easy. But then if you kind of want to look at the rest of the draft, you just don't know what's going to happen. Like, is David Bailey going to the Jets? Okay, I don't know. I don't. If you look at enough mock drafts out there, man, it's a puzzle. It's a potpourri of names at every different spot. Is it Mendoza? And then let's see what happens. And doesn't that make that a great draft? Like, it's going to be fun, I think, to watch more.
I think it's some people will say, well, it doesn't have the quarterback star power. And so that makes it really challenging for us. Well, what I would say is it actually is fascinating because you've got, in my opinion, 3 teams in the top 6 picks that will not be getting their future quarterback, but probably don't have him on the roster right now. The Jets at 2, the Cardinals at 3, and us at 6. I'm not saying that Shadur can't turn into it. He could. But if you're going to play the percentages, like we have talked about ad nauseum on this show, the likelihood of a 5th rounder making it as a really good starting quarterback in this league are not super favorable. But that discussion's for another time. I'm just talking about, so you've got all these teams that are going to have a shot at some high-end players, but they don't have the biggest piece yet. So how do you go about building the best team? Like, does it make sense to take Jeremiah Love when Ashton Genty last year had to arm wrestle defensive linemen for a handoff. I mean, that's
a good line, Chris.
To live.
That's a good line.
That is no way to live. So does it make sense for the Cardinals to take Love at 3? I don't know.
I don't think he's getting past Tennessee myself, personally.
Yeah, I mean, that's you would think, but I'll tell you this. I think the Giants have put themselves in a great position to draft him if he does fall to 5. I think they're in good shape because of that trade they made with the Bengals here.
That is interesting. Tell me this, and we're going to talk about it tomorrow a little bit, a little more in depth. Everybody's screaming about the Browns' offensive line and not wanting to kind of admit that they actually brought in guys who they plan to start. What would you do on the offensive line? Are you just getting the best linemen available? Are you trying to pinpoint left tackle? Are you pinpointing tackle? Because Andrew Berry says a tackle's a tackle.
Yeah, I mean, I personally don't feel that way.
I don't either.
But, like Penei Sewell is moving from right to left this year. Now you're talking about probably the best talent in the game, but still you're moving him. At least I think they're going to move him. We'll see how they draft 17th, and we'll see what they do there. But I do think we need a left tackle, and I don't know if that's because of Jed Will's, battle scars that I'm wearing, where we were all told that he could definitely move from right to left, and the only thing he moved was 10 yards back for another holding penalty. So it's. But then again, you don't want Freeling at 6. That just feels way too high for that guy.
I agree.
Way too high.
Do you have a guy you want, Chris? That if they're there at 6, say that it goes chalk and 6 is there. Is there a guy you want?
I do love Fano I think he's like fun and goofy and a really good player and versatile. And I think he will be a really good player in this league for a long time. Do I think he's always going to stick a tackle? I don't know. I mean, but I think that we could play with him there this year and feel okay about it. And I know that it's not sexy, and I know we need a wide receiver. But that's why I'm waiting till 24 to go find that person. Yeah. Now, what's going to happen if Downs and Jeremiah Love are still on the board at 6? My God, I don't know what I'm going to do if both those guys.
Whatever you do, make sure you call in on Friday if you break a TV or something. That'd be fun.
Yeah,
I'm not breaking any TVs. But I think most Browns fans, no matter what happens, will feel like, God, did we make the right move?
Yeah.
I think that's going to be at the end of the day, you're going to be questioning almost anything we do, whether it is take a defensive player to add to this great defense, take an offensive lineman, take Love if he's there, which I think is the one that's the least probable, or trade back, which I think is at least a coin flip.
Chris, before we let you go, dugout discussions? Hedgie's on there?
Austin Hedges. Austin Hedges is on this week. He's hilarious. You won't believe what the organization got him for his 10-year anniversary.
Ooh.
It is amazing. So go watch that. American Gladiators is out. The first 3 episodes are on Prime Video, Amazon Prime. So if you grew up loving it in the early 90s like I did, we certainly pay homage. We kind of 2026'd it, and it is pretty fun. So give it a look. The next 3 episodes drop on Friday. The final 4 for season 1 drop on May 1st. So
nice.
A lot of good stuff coming out.
All right, one of these days my dream is to have a chalkboard, or not a chalkboard, a dry erase board where Jeff and I are sitting on the outside of you and you're firing questions at us. That's my goal in life. I just want you to know that.
Yes. Well, we could probably arrange that when I come into town to call the Browns preseason.
Yeah, let's do that. Now I'm pumped.
Okay.
I enjoyed it. I got to tell you, Chris, I thought it was really good. I thought it was very well done.
Yeah, it was fun. Got one with the Dodgers coming out this weekend, next week. That was fun as well.
All right, I'm on it then. Chris, thank you as always. Enjoy. What do you got coming up for the draft? Anything? Just chilling or?
Yeah, I'll be on at 4 o'clock Eastern tomorrow for the 3-hour pregame show before kicking it out to Rich and DJ and the rest of the crew out there.
Nice. All right, we'll be watching that as well. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate you.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Pride of Cleveland right there. Chris Rose. Make sure you watch him on NFL Network tomorrow at 4. Of course, he was on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Let's come back. We'll talk more about the draft and what Chris had to say, what your expectations are, because we are inching closer to tomorrow night's NFL first round of the draft. Hey, FanDuel is
listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Hey, if you missed a moment in our show, you can use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration.
He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. As we get closer to the draft, Sal Paolantonio sticks in my mind. And I think he said
about the
5 guys.
Yeah.
And it was probably, well, we'll see. We'll see how it plays out tomorrow night. But I kind of felt like it was the most useful information we got over the last 4 or 5 weeks, as we're within, almost 24 hours or just a little bit more than 24 hours after the draft. And what he said was, Cleveland's in a unique spot. They're sitting at 6, and a lot of people think the draft changes after the Browns, or maybe even at 7 when you get to Washington. But what Sal said, it was just, to me, him saying, and this is again coming from their matchup show, that there are 5 guys in this draft that will make a difference in the NFL.
Matchup nightmares.
Matchup nightmares, impact players.
Mm-hmm.
Love, Sadiq, Downs, Gaines, Styles. Those are the 5 guys. Now, Mendoza's going 1. That means one of those 5 matchup nightmares is going to be available for the Browns at 6. What will they do?
And they put Sadiq in there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't know if I would myself.
I would. So
well, I as I asked Chris, David Bailey, Arvell Reese, Jeremiah Love, Caleb Downs, Sonny Styles. How do you say no to any of them and take somebody else?
Say that group again, because you're assuming that who is gone.
Mendoza at 1.
Okay.
And then, and I'm looking, for instance, I'm just now looking off of Mel Kiper's mock draft.
Okay.
Those are the first 6 guys that he has going off the table. And most drafts that I've seen, most draft experts I've read, say that those are the top 6 guys in the draft. They don't have Kenyon Sadiq in there.
Okay.
They have him down a little bit, like 9 to Kansas City, something like that. But it's Fernando Mendoza, David Bailey, the D-end or outside linebacker from Texas Tech. Same thing, Arvell Reese from Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
Jeremiah Love, the running back. And then 2 Buckeyes, Caleb Downs and Sonny Styles. And if I'm the Browns and I'm sitting there and any one of those guys is on the board for me, I don't know how I don't take that guy. You know what I mean?
That's why I think that, we talk about everyone
I could
loves
see
these.
not taking Kenyon Sadiq because you have Harold Fannin and you like him a lot.
But if you listen to what Sal said, it's not about being a tight end.
I know.
It's about being
a weapon,
fast, and a guy that's going to be able to catch passes for you at tight end and can block.
I get that. It's the
he
same.
Seems like the economical guy to take.
It's the same argument at the tight end position as it is at the running back position with Jeremiah Love. In other words, well, you kind of have one, but if that guy's there, do you have to take him because he's expected to be so good?
David Njoku's not here anymore.
No, I know.
And I love Harold Fannin Jr., but if you have an opportunity...
Forgive me, we haven't seen enough of Harold.
Yeah, I agree. I just think if Sadiq could be the name that you hear at 6 that your friends are sitting around you going,
I would be stunned if the Browns took Kenyon Sadiq. Would you?
I'd be I got to tell you, Jeff, since they took the year after Baker Mayfield and the years that we didn't have a first-round draft pick, nothing stuns me about the Browns anymore. I've sat here year after year, probably going back to Kyle Brady with Bill. Nothing surprises me when it comes to the Browns in the draft. Unless it's the number 1 pick overall, and you're like, okay, I get it, number 1 overall. But okay, kind of hard to screw that up. Right? It's kind of hard to screw that up.
Yeah.
Outside of that, anything's possible. And I think I go into every draft that way, and I have since watching drafts that we had no business even caring about because we didn't have a first-round pick, which drove me insane. I hate watching the draft when the Browns don't have a first-round pick.
Tell me this.
Insane.
The one thought I've had on Kenyon Sadiq, and I'm assuming my thought here is misplaced.
Okay.
Should I be worried about a guy who, though he put up some numbers, didn't put up outrageous numbers in college at a position where, you could put up outrageous numbers? Is that a thing here?
Because it's tight end, no. I don't know that that's necessarily the...
You don't think?
No, I mean, I look at Ohio State, which is a rich school with tight ends right now. As much as we talk about wide receiver, I mean, we're talking about a team that in one game, they use 6 tight ends in one game.
Yeah.
And, guys that ended up being redshirted last year. It was Grambling. But I go back and I look at and then they brought in 2 more tight ends this year. Sadiq runs a 4.39.
I get that. I'd be so hard pressed to take him over
tight end of the year.
Over
in the Big
Carnell
Ten.
Tate.
I would be too. Jeff, I'll be honest with you. If you're going to go at 6, it's the same reason why.
If the tight end's there or Carnell Tate, I'm taking Carnell Tate.
Yeah, I mean, you have fear of taking a lineman just because if you're going to take a lineman at 6, you want to make sure it's
a stud left tackle.
A left tackle, right?
Yep.
Well, that's the same reason why you would why you wouldn't take Sadiq at this point, right? Because you're like, he's a tight end. Like, I get it, I understand it. When you know that there's another wide receiver there, that's his gig, and coming from a school that has great wide receivers, and I just think it would be really, really hard to watch Carnell Tate just slide by you on the board. I see it. I understand it. And
especially when your need there is so pressing.
Do you think – I just don't know that Andrew Berry lives that way. You know it's pressing. I know it's pressing. Meredith knows it's pressing. Dan knows it's pressing.
Andrew Berry hasn't acted like it's pressing the whole time he's been here.
Nothing is ever pressing.
The only thing he's done at wide receiver is he's made some trades. And I think he's done a decent job of making trades at wide receiver. But to me, the wide receiver group right now is as bad as it's been as long as I can remember. And they haven't done anything yet this offseason to rectify that, which will be one of the things that we talk about tomorrow when I finally come to the conclusion of exactly what I want to do.
I think you're leaning us. I think he's leaning us.
Might be a little hint.
Off to the east side, Shaker Heights. Joe. What's up, Joe?
Joseph?
Well, I think the big problem is Andrew Berry, and I can't understand it. He had a draft last year. But as far as receivers, acquiring them through the draft or otherwise, I mean, among the luminaries he's picked are Judy. Nobody wants Jerry Judy anymore. David Ball, Kadarius Toney. And I think he's going to pick, and he likes Casey Concepcion. He's going to pass over Tate for some reason, which is a shame. And he likes Casey Concepcion because he's fast, and he's dropped 21 balls in 3 years. And I would, I hate to say
Joe,
it. I hope
funny.
He's listening. But, I mean, I can't believe Berry, as an old Browns fan, I can't believe him. He's so inept, and they keep him. I mean, he got Schlesinger. He got the tight end from Bowling Green. Our grandmothers could have picked Judkins. I mean, he's so bad. And Haslam, I don't know what he has on Haslam, but he will pick Casey Concepcion. Mark my words.
All right, Joe, thank you. A lot of mocks have Casey Concepcion coming here.
There are a lot of wide receivers that I think are real viable, for late first or second round picks. Certainly third round picks, which, let's not even think about third round picks, wide receiver in the Browns. I don't want to necessarily see them wait. But I also, in all honesty, I wonder, does this Browns scouting team, does the Browns front office have the ability to identify a top talent at wide receiver? Have they identified those guys in the past and
Jeff,
just not
when's the last
bothered
time
to draft them?
I'm just trying to think. When's the last time Braylon? Last time they drafted a good wide receiver,
a high wide receiver, was probably Braylon, and Braylon didn't last long. I mean, he had the one phenomenal season, and that was about it. But he was phenomenal for that year.
I mean,
Josh Gordon? To me, is the best wide receiver we've had since the team's been back. He was phenomenal, but look at everything that went along with him and the issues that kept him from becoming a Hall of Famer, because he certainly had Hall of Fame talent.
It's not good that when you say, okay, who was the best wide receiver?
It was Josh Gordon.
Well, the Browns have ever drafted? It'd have to be Paul Warfield. But
or let's go back. Different era and everything else. Dante Lavelli and Max Speedy were phenomenal.
Right.
A great, but in a very different era of the NFL. Paul Warfield and Gary Collins were in a real nice tandem when they were here.
I'm trying to think of the best three guys that would have been in this era are Gordon, who was a supplemental guy.
Braylon.
Right?
Yeah.
Braylon and
Amari Cooper. I would think.
Well, no,
might be Amari.
I said drafted. Rashard Higgins?
No, let's not
fifth rounder.
Let's not get carried away.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's how empty it is when you look back at what the Browns have done, even since '99. Right? I mean, they just have had a history of not being able to draft good wide receivers.
If you can identify talent, as Ozzie did with Webster Slaughter back in the day.
Interesting. All right, we're getting closer and closer and closer to the draft. We'll continue talking about that, too. I do want to talk about the Cavaliers as well. That's all coming up next. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books of Lesson 1 Sports. Thunder Suns in Game 2, and after a bunch of double-digit road dog upsets in Game 2s, I'd be worried about opposing the Thunder here. They're the kings of the blowout. Last year at home in the playoffs, they won by an average of 20 points per game. Also, Phoenix has multiple key players compromised, like their starting center Mark Williams and sixth man Grayson Allen. Even if those guys play, I still think OKC routs Phoenix again. Big number, don't care. I like the Thunder to cover. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and
WOLOFan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. 1 day, 6 hours, 7 minutes. 17 minutes, I should say. 1 day, 6 hours, 16 minutes, 56 seconds. Till we get to the draft. Till that 8 o'clock hour hits tomorrow night. And we get a rebranding a little bit, and we'll find out the newest piece of the Cleveland Browns. Excuse me. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. So, Jeffrey, just kind of digging into this even more, getting ready for tomorrow night, and just looking to see what other people are saying about what the Browns are going to do. And ESPN, Dan Graziano, says, will the Browns be the pivot point at 6? Do you believe that? I'll just give you the question, then I'll read what he said.
I don't know that the Browns are the pivot point. I think Jeremiah Love is the guy. And if he's there at 6, look out. Man, that could get wild. I don't think he will be. But the Browns could shake things up a little bit. And a trade back to 9 where Kansas City is, a trade back to 12 where Dallas is, I think are both real viable. I don't know if any other trade downs make any sense. If I'm the Browns, I don't want to trade down, and I don't want to trade down and miss out on a guy that I like significantly more than somebody else. And I'm tempted to just take one of those 5 guys that we talked about who were the difference makers. Dan and I were talking about it in the break a couple breaks ago, and he said the only one he might pause on is Sonny Styles, and I agreed with him, and I don't know that I would take Sonny Styles over Carnell Tate, but I think I'd jump on all those other guys just because their ceilings are supposed to be so high.
I think Sonny's going to have even the bloodline alone for Sonny Styles makes me interested in what he's going to be able to do in the NFL. Now, what I've seen him do on the field is the biggest reason why, but there's something about Styles and Love and Downs. And like I'm trying to figure out what guy. And Jeff, we're a day away from this thing, and it's hard to pin down if then this happens in the first 5 picks to get to your spot. This is what Dan said. It seems as if everyone knows the analytics-driven Browns would love to trade down from 6. Many people I've spoken to, again, this is Dan Graziano, with the belief that there will be teams interested in moving up to that spot to get ahead of the Commanders. If you're going to get ahead of the Commanders, we're talking about Love. That's what I think. Who pick at 7 and are believed to have their eyes on Styles, Downs, Tate, and Love. I doubt the Cowboys would come all the way up from number 12, but the Chiefs, Giants, Dolphins, Rams, which is 9, 10, 11, and 13, are candidates to move up if they're worried about landing their preferred targets. Interesting. Cleveland wants to come out of the this makes so much sense, but I just don't think they're going to do this. Cleveland, this is Graziano again. Cleveland wants to come out of the first round with an offensive tackle and a wide receiver. The Browns select again at 24 thanks to last year's draft day trade with Jacksonville, and they could maneuver any number of ways to make sure they land both positions. The whole world knows the Browns need an offensive lineman tackle and a wide receiver. Are they going to live up to what the whole world thinks? I don't know. I could easily see them taking a defensive end.
Listen, don't
especially because we don't know what I'm still in the back of my mind trying to figure out that Myles Garrett thing. Still trying to figure that out.
Andy, if David Bailey is there at 6, how do you not take him? I don't think he will be.
I don't think he will be either.
If
but
Arvell
you're right.
Reese is there at 6, how do you not take Arvell? If Caleb Downs is there at 6, you got to think about it, don't you?
Yes. I think I don't know. I'll be honest. We're a day before the draft. I know what I would like. I know what I think they're going to do, and then there's the reality of what they do. what they should do, what they do. That's what the Browns are.
Go, Dan, you want to insert the joke or you want me to?
I'm not getting pulled into that meeting.
Okay,
What
I'm
are you talking? Totally don't understand what you're saying. Why are you saying that? Over something maybe I just said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Andy said Browns draft and doo-doo in the same breath.
Wow.
Toilet paper, beer, and bourbon. You better stock up.
Okay. You've watched this team as long as I have. You've watched this team, Dan, your entire life. We're a day before, and you know what? We're exactly where Andrew Berry wants us to be. No
Confused?
Clue. No clue. And anybody that tells you they have a clue, they're lying to you. Yeah, I don't know how you can at 6. I don't know how you can at 6. There's a thing that I wouldn't mind doing tomorrow, and I know we'll talk about it. It's guys that are going to drive me crazy if they pick. We do this every year. If they pick this person, that's going to make me mad. I could give you 30 names of guys like, okay, well, it's not 30, 10, maybe 8. 8 names. If they draft at 6 and they keep 6, okay, I'm good with that. And then there's going to be a list of 10 names that we're all going to sit here and go, ugh, I don't want that guy. What are they thinking?
You'll
what are they
talk
doing?
yourself into it.
No, you won't, because they'll come here and you'll be like, see, I told you. Because anyone that's done that recently has probably been right.
You'll talk yourself into it. You always do.
Oh, man.
It's the same thing with the head coaching thing. You'll talk yourself into it.
We really have talked ourselves into Monkin.
Always do.
Haven't we?
We all looked at each other when they hired Todd Monkin and went, what in tarnation is taking place here? And now we're all like, wow, Todd Monkin, he's a go-getter. He does not edit what he is saying. He's saying all of those things all the time, and that's what we need as a football coach.
And let me tell you the bottom line. He gets us. He's the kind of guy you want to sit next to in the dog pound. He's going to wear a hard hat. He's going to pack a peanut butter and jelly sandwich and his beers inside that thing, and he's going to the game.
After the first 36 hours of all of us looking at each other going, what the hell are they doing? Now we're all like, yeah, Todd Monkin, he curses in press conference. Yeah. I like that.
I don't know if we're all that way other than that we're all this. Well, he's the coach. Might as well get behind him. That's where I am.
Yeah, I think more people are like us.
Might he be great? Sure, maybe. But right now, he's the coach, so we might as well.
Yeah, you're the guy.
Whoever's the quarterback.
Let me just say this. You're the guy I'm giving my money to make me more money. I'm the guy, and he's the guy over there that we're going to wear our emotions on our sleeve. And by the way, that means I trust you.
Wow.
Not
Thanks.
very much. Meredith Kane, I don't know if you trust the Anvil.
Can I throw some gasoline on the fire?
Oh, go ahead. Why not?
So all those nice rah-rah things that you were saying about Todd Monkin sound kind of familiar because it kind of feels like the same things people were saying about Freddie Kitchens.
Yeah, except
Can't
for the
argue
fact
with that one.
Yeah, but Todd's got a resume.
That's true. It's not that much of a resume because it's his first head coaching gig, but it's certainly
in the NFL.
It's certainly a much longer resume than Freddie Kitchens had.
Freddie was fun. I liked Freddie.
Everyone liked Freddie.
And everyone likes Monkin.
How could you not like Freddie?
Yeah, I know. I agree. All right, Mayor, what do you got?
Now that the fire is burning bright, let's talk about David Pollock for our moment of the show and what he thinks the Browns' draft strategy should be in the first round.
I think when you look at the offensive side of the football, I think you have a chance to get a weapon at 6. And this is a deep class. There is a lot of weapons, man. Whether it's Tate, whether it's Lemon, whether it's Tyson, like we could go down the list. There's tons of weapons that you can throw to a wide receiver room, by the way, that was the least productive in the NFL. So that's a guy you need to get at 6. And then at 24, I think you can swing back and get, Freeling or Proctor or Fanu. You get your offensive tackle that you're looking to get because the offense has been really, really bad. And they need to find some consistency. And I know the quarterback situation is up and down, and you had Shadur, you have Deshaun Watson coming back. But here's the thing, guys. If we get better around them and we have better protection on the offensive line and better receivers, at least it gives whoever it is a chance to be successful.
There you have it. Now we give you this. Why Am I Smarter? Brought to you by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call at 216-770-5488. 216-770-5488. You never know when you're going to get hit over the head with an anvil. Dan Mennigan.
That was going to be my reason.
Oh.
I had never thought of calling him the Anvil. He is the Anvil. Jeff Phelps as the Anvil. And, of course, our social media mentions. Powered by Scheib & Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
What do we call the room you're in?
Panic Room.
Oh, the Panic Room. Broadcasting live from the Panic Room. Meredith Kane.
That really is the panic room back there.
It is, yeah.
It's a panic room.
I am smarter because of something that Chris Rose said. He said that it is possible to get an impact player in the 20s, but that doesn't mean you can't not nail the top 10 pick.
Jeff Phelps.
Enjoyed our conversation with Chris Easterling today. Chris covers the Browns for the Beacon Journal, and I thought he had some good insight into what's going on. The more we talk to folks, the more the idea of a lineman at 6 doesn't seem to be the way to go, does it?
I think there's enough in there. I think they're going to be able to pull one with 24,
or trade up, or if they
trade back.
If they trade back, and 12 and 20, you can get a receiver. And anyhow, more to come tomorrow. By the way, tomorrow,
counting down the
Andrew
hours.
Siciliano, Daryl Ryder are going to join us.
Yeah, I'm smarter because of both the Chris's that we had on today, Easterling and Rose, and go back and listen to those interviews. Easterling, especially when I asked him, what will the Browns do tomorrow? Tell me. It's worth it just for the answer. Go back and listen. That is on the Odyssey app, so go check that out. Jeff, nice show today. Let's do it. We'll have a new Brown by the end of the night. Tomorrow night, who will it be? We should have two new Browns.
Maybe two.
Yeah, we should have two new Browns.
Maybe 3.
Oh. Now you're making me want to listen tomorrow. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Be a hero. Be a real hero. Be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See ya, Cleveland. See ya. I have no idea what Nick Wilson's about to do, but he is bringing in industrial parts into the studio. Afternoon Drive next.
going to call this the quarterback scramble away from the media drill. All right?
And there's Daryl to try to tackle him. Just missing. All right. I got past Daryl. All right, next up, Mary Kay.
But Daryl would miss as if he was about to make the tackle of his life. Like, you'd watch him and think, my God, Brider's going to do it. And then he would just whiff in the most majestical, unathletic way you've ever seen.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. We are one day away from the NFL Draft. Voluntary minicamps abound. Gardos, Astros, day baseball for the rubber match today as well. And we're one day away from Cavs Raptors Game 3. Can we keep the series headed towards a sweep? Hi, everybody. That open, courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We've got Jake Murrin, man of the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel today, and producing. As always, subscribe to us on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. And, of course, like our videos, we love to be liked here. And Matt Corelli, oh, boy, on the 2020s. Hi, JP.
Hello, how are you today?
Good. I know you hate this, but happy birthday.
I do hate that. Thank you for knowing that about me. Thank you. It's funny because I want to come in and be like, I have not had nearly the happy birthdays that I think, but everywhere we've walked together, I think you've seen like 12 people then say happy birthday, so I guess that wouldn't be true.
So it's interesting. I, like you, don't really know what's the appropriate way to celebrate a birthday at this stage of life, but unlike you, I don't know, unlike you about that, I love to say happy birthday to people.
Oh, no, that's fun.
Yeah, I like to make a big deal of other people's birthday, even if I'm like, I'm really not all that special. It's really okay. You don't have to go out of your way for me.
I think we feel the same way about that. I like to celebrate people's birthday. For myself, I don't really care to as much. Although I'm appreciating the idea that another trip around the sun isn't guaranteed, and we do need to celebrate these type of things. Well, we used to really get after it with Facebook. You know, when everyone was on Facebook, you'd wake up and your feed would be littered with happy birthday messages. I got like 10 today. You know what I mean? Like just way down. And then the text I got, you could really clock when people did log into Facebook and then they sent you the text. Yeah. And that's kind of been how my day has been going.
So it's interesting. Because I'm on social media so much less than I ever have been before, but I love to know whose birthday it is.
I know.
I don't know if that's an age thing. I've just hit the age, but I love telling other people happy birthday on social media.
The difference, though, is our age, although we all love it and we all see it, the vast majority of us that used to write on each other's walls have stopped doing that. Yep. Like, I stopped writing a happy birthday on people's walls years ago, and I haven't looked back. And so it's a weird thing because there was a stretch in time where everyone was doing it, and now I've noticed the people that wish me happy birthday on Facebook today, mostly an above 50 crowd.
It is. Well, yeah, Facebook in general feels like for 70-year-olds and older. Not that we're not ages here. We love 70-year-olds.
Of course.
80-year-olds, love you too. 90-year-olds, 100-year-olds, what up?
Hello.
Life is good. But yeah, no. You're spot on Facebook and just how much time. Like the amount of people our age that I've seen saying, I'm keeping this in case I ever want to come back. But I'm just not going to be on here, so here's my phone number. I've seen that a lot.
But that's what's weird about it, though, is that enough people, we're still checking it. I still check Facebook. I don't actively do anything with Facebook, but I still check Facebook.
Oh, I check Facebook to check Facebook memories so I can see all the old pictures of my kiddos.
That part's fun.
And so I can just really feel like a sappy old man. That's really what Facebook exists for me. And occasionally tell like a funny story or something like that.
Big change this year for my birthday that I'm excited about and I want to tell you.
Yeah.
For years, maybe about 15 years, I have been doing the ice cream cake as my big cake of the evening. Mm-hmm. I've switched this year. The 5% Italian in me said, get me the cassata cake and get it immediately.
All right.
This year we're going cassata cake.
I will tell you.
Hell yeah. I'm so excited.
All cakes matter to me. So I will tell you, whether it's ice cream cake, cassata cake, dobosh torta for Hungarians out there, whether it's just your plain old vanilla cake, I'm down to clown.
I mean, I finally did it. I ripped the Band-Aid off for forever. It was ice cream cake, always ice cream cake, cassata cake. Come on down.
Carrot cake.
You're the next contestant on The Price is Right.
Yeah,
you can't have carrot cake for your
bunt
birthday.
Cake. No bunt cake for me either.
I like carrot cake. Carrot cake's not a birthday cake.
Yeah.
Bunt cake is. Well, that's not a birthday cake either.
Yeah.
I don't even know that cassata cake's a birthday cake, but I'm making it one tonight.
I think no, because that's a good cake.
Coffee cake, And by the way, coffee cake has its time and place. It's called Easter, and it's called if you're a little hungover, you need to sop up some of the juices there. All right, so we do have to talk about a little bit of I would say a stir that we caused yesterday.
Sure.
You lit the fuse early in the show.
I was bothered by it,
bringing up the fact that Deshaun Watson did not speak to the media yesterday. Shadur Sanders did. Dylan Gabriel did. Todd Monkin did. And when we got back to it at 6 o'clock, I was surprised at how the more we talked about it, you lit the match, and I just blew up about it.
Yeah.
And so the video got a lot of traction on social media.
Yes, it did.
I sure heard about it from certain people.
Yeah.
And, there was this almost defensiveness of Deshaun Watson, be it from somebody that worked with the Browns or be it a random person on social media, be it like a couple members from the Browns beat. And so we double-checked on this, right?
Yeah.
Because, again, that was an opportunity for Deshaun to act like he was in the quarterback race.
Well, and typically in a quarterback room, right?
Yes.
If you're going to have 3 people in the quarterback room, you'd have all 3 quarterbacks speak. If it's quarterback day and the one day everyone's going to have a chance to speak, we kind of want to hear from the guy that might be the front runner.
And I think the PR side of this, I think there are more people that are willing to be open to Deshaun than maybe Deshaun or even the Browns might realize. Like, I think there are people who, because he hasn't seen the field in 2 years, because we've seen other disasters for the last 2 years, I think there are more people that are open to it. I'm not, but other people are.
Yeah.
And so it just felt like a big missed opportunity.
Well, and again, we always talk about with this, why is it important that athletes speak? It's important that they speak so that they can write their own narrative so we don't write it for them. When you don't speak, we write your narrative for you. That's part of what this is.
And it's kind of an ongoing thing with Deshaun. That Deshaun has really misplayed the human side of this when it comes to reaching out and extending an olive branch or building a relationship with Browns fans, with the Cleveland media. I know he still has contacts in the national media or on social media. So it felt like just this ongoing thing of, okay, all right, like just... If I got to play ball and talk about you as a serious quarterback, can you at least act like a serious quarterback?
Yeah.
And so we had a few people kind of go at us on social media about it. So we double-checked. And it turns out that Browns players won't be speaking the rest of this week.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the next time that Browns veterans will be speaking in front of the media will be late May.
Yeah.
So I guess we can should we just pencil it in?
We just wait to hear from
late
the potential
May Deshaun Watson, because again,
that's exactly what we're supposed to do.
One of the very common responses was, "Wow, the Browns like to stagger this." Oh, well, then stagger away.
Stagger for a month from now?
Yeah, I think so. It's, 5 weeks from now? That sounds right to me.
As if, by the way, as if this isn't a whole brand new regime that can't rewrite their own rules. What this clearly is the idea that the Browns were protecting Deshaun Watson for whatever reason yesterday. And then they tried to get people on board with the idea that, no, you guys are the dum-dums. You guys are the problem in this scenario. Deshaun, everything is staggered. Everything it's on a different day. All 3 quarterbacks were never going to speak. Well, okay then. I went to bed last night being, I guess we get to hear from Deshaun tomorrow, which, by the way, was the objective to begin with, because I just wanted to hear from Deshaun. But now you're telling me it's a month from now?
Oh, no.
What the hell was everyone talking about?
At the earliest.
Yeah, they might just continue to protect him for until we get to training camp. I don't know. Like, at some point, you do have to speak.
We skipped it.
At some point, you do have to talk to Sean. Like, at some point, you have to face the music and get out in front of everybody. And so, like, it's embarrassing is what it is. And so many people are like, oh, the Browns decide who went yesterday. Well, then, bad job by the Browns if they thought to themselves, Dylan Gabriel and Shadur Sanders, those are the only 2 quarterbacks that we need to hear from. How dense can you be to think that was their response, Nick? There's no way. And there's no way they thought to themselves, that's the only 2 people we want to hear from.
And it should be noted that the Browns also are the ones telling everyone Deshaun has a real chance at this job. That matters. And so again, like I do think it's important to note right now, because again, this goes beyond just yesterday and not speaking and not, when we're going to hear from Deshaun. I think it also opens a can of worms on whether maybe a June. They already used up their post-June ones, right?
Yeah.
All right. So, but my first thought was, is this all a ruse? And June 2nd, is he actually going to get cut? Although if they've already used their post-June 1 designations, then there's nothing you can do about it, unless you really just want to, I don't know, wait to some weird point and then cut him regardless. Mac?
I was going to say you can cut somebody early and have the designation, but you can just cut somebody after June 1.
Yeah, the designations are just to make sure you only get 2.
You just have to wait at that point.
Okay, so maybe that's on board and we don't realize it. Maybe if we don't hear from Deshaun at mandatory mini camps, maybe
that doesn't make any sense, because then why was he getting as many passes as Shadur Sanders and with first team reps yesterday? Like, you wouldn't waste those. You wouldn't waste those on that.
I do not know.
Like, their plan looks like, it's very obvious. Their plan looks like it's going to be Shadur versus Deshaun Watson. And if that's the case, you have a chance to be the starting quarterback. We want to hear from you. You need to speak in those moments. Mm-hmm. And then you don't get to just brush it off and say, well, no, this is what we did last year, and then tell us, oh, you'll hear from him a month from now. That's insane.
Well, and listen, don't forget, we hadn't heard from Shadur Sanders since like January.
Yes, it's all the way back in January. Yeah.
And which in fairness, the last time we heard from Deshaun Watson, was that almost 2 years ago?
I mean, it's unreal.
Oh, that's different.
I can't believe the water carrying and defense that happened yesterday.
There's one person on the station we might want to have to talk about at about 6 o'clock tonight, by the way.
If Deshaun didn't want to speak, then that's one thing. Okay, and that's a lot of what we're discussing, right? But the idea and what people are floating out there is the Browns were the ones that decided, well, if that's the Browns that decided that, then the Browns did a horrible job in deciding who gets to speak and who doesn't get to speak. And by the way, I don't believe you that that's how that went down. I don't believe you in the slightest bit. If you're a quarterback in the running, name a quarterback in the running across the NFL that doesn't speak on the first day that they get a chance to. Everyone speaks.
216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson Says, at Jay Peterlin on social media. Social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers. We've got a lot of pro Deshaun content from the starting quarterback side of things that we'll get to today. We do have Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com, coming up at 2:40. Quick hits at 3:40. Brian Jones, CBS Sports college football analyst. We're going to, not so much a draft, Nick, there, but very familiar with the big names you're hearing in the draft. We'll talk with him about guys he likes in this draft. We've also got Daryl Ryder coming up at 6 o'clock today. And, of course, day baseball for the Gardos. When that wraps up, we'll have a little conversation about whether they got the series win or not. But is the race for QB1 a close one? One major NFL analyst thinks it is, and thinks there's a different favorite than maybe you or I do. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys.
from 7 to 9. Tune into the Fan off-season special as you can get the latest on the Browns with Jake Volnick, Daryl Ryder, and Coach Lance Reisland. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I would have cut my losses with Deshaun Watson and figured out something a long time ago. That's just me. Other teams have done it. If that's the case, Deshaun Watson has a heck of a chance of being the starter, and I think he's going to be. But if you're going to keep him around and give him a fair shot to win it, I think that he's going to win that job. I'm not quite sure what gets accomplished there ultimately. Are you going to redo a deal? Like, let's say he has a big year. What if he has a big year? You're going to redo and bring it back and all that. There's so many permutations go into it. I would have moved on myself, but that's just me. But I do think that, I've gone circles here. I don't mean to, Andrew. I'm going to say Deshaun Watson's going to line up and be the starter on opening day.
AshleyBastock, coming up in about 20 minutes there. That was Charles Davis, who was on with the Morning Boys earlier today. And, man, it's interesting. The Deshaun Watson push that has happened this week from members of the national media and even locally for the starting job based off of nothing is very interesting to me.
Well, I mean, so I wonder how many of these people had this thought prior is the point, right? And like Albert Breer, for instance, you get a seat at the table being somebody that for months on end you've been saying it'll be Deshaun.
Since the end of last football season.
Yeah, like there's certain people that I understand get that. Now, maybe Charles Davis has had these thoughts and I'm just not aware of it. But it's been a lot over the past 24 hours of people clamoring. But I do think it mattered for people that they saw him out there yesterday and they actually saw him throw passes because it made it feel more real to a lot of people. So
it is interesting. And I was actually talking off air about this with a few people that, I like everybody, have had some conversations with people with the Browns about Deshaun. And at least one of them was in person. And every time, I've made the point of being like, there's a lot of coulds. It's in the bounds of possibilities, right? When people have talked about this before this week, there's been a lot of that, of like, it could happen, which is not really a predictive thing.
Anything could happen.
Saying, yeah, exactly. It's you could literally,
you could win the lottery tomorrow.
The Browns could trade up for the number 2 pick. They're not going to, but they could.
They also could stand pat.
By the way, they could trade down.
They could.
They could take 2 offensive linemen. They could take no offensive linemen.
It's on the table.
Yeah, many things are on the table, including the table itself. But when I talked with anyone in person, It does feel like my stance, which is I think it's Shador's job to lose. And then if Shador, I don't know what the thing that Shador has to do to lose it or not win it, as it were. But it's almost like, if we have to, we'll go to Deshaun. But when you talk to people like Charles Davis, very well connected, that's not the same vibe they're getting, and I think that's really interesting.
I don't think it's an anti-Shador thing either, though, but it's got to be draped in it somewhere, right? Like, isn't part of if you have belief in Deshaun Watson at this point, isn't a lot of that just a lack of belief in Shador?
Yeah, and I do think there are some people who have become very Shadorian because they're anti-Deshaun Watson. That one I at least understand.
That one makes sense, especially if you don't think for football reasons. You just think the man sucks as a human, and you're like, all right, Shador, we might not have seen eye to eye, but I can't have Deshaun being the quarterback. Okay, that makes some sense to me.
I could also see, though, if a Shador supporter, and when I say Shador supporter, I'm more talking like in the media, that they might see the value of using Deshaun and that contract and the fact that he literally can't go anywhere. They could, but they're not going to, as a way to keep Shador motivated all offseason long.
Well, yeah, I mean, think about it. The idea that even yesterday in that practice they had, he was splitting reps. One got 16 throws, one got 15 throws, and those are really valuable reps that obviously, I mean, Shador spent all offseason talking about how valuable it'd be to get the spots with the number 1. So, that's going to be a motivating tactic. For sure it will be.
So the big question, which is the race for quarterback 1 a close one? Who knows? I might be wrong on this. I don't think I am. I really don't. I think it's Shador versus himself. And then if somehow Shador loses in Shador versus himself, if they have no other option, I think that's the case in which Deshaun Watson starts week 1.
Sometimes I feel like I'm taking crazy pills when I don't even think it's close. Yeah. I think it's like a 85-15, 90-10 type situation. But then you have guys like Charles Davis come on, and they're talking in a way that it's almost like it's certain that it's going to be Deshaun Watson. And it's like, where do you get this from?
Yeah, and it's funny. Like Charles was talking about, well, he's here. Well, he's here because they've decided they can't move off that contract. Charles is like, well, I would have moved on. I think that's easier to say when you don't have to eat the dead cap space or deal with the cap, whatever.
For sure, but that's the other side of this, is that for the best response anybody has for me in why they think Deshaun will play is the idea that they think Haslam wants to get blood from a stone. Like Haslam needs to get something out of the $46 million that he's paying for Deshaun Watson to be a quarterback. And my response back to that would be one of your lines you use all the time. You don't have to. Mm-hmm. Like, you really don't have to. There's money already spent. It's not as if you're spending future money attached to this. It's money already spent. It is the definition of a sunk cost. You just have to finish the rest of that job.
All right, I'm going to give you another scenario.
Okay.
Because again, I think way too often in sports talk, people glom onto one idea, and this is the why, and then that's the why for the rest of everything, right? More often than not, think about our own lives. When I make a decision, I make it off 6 or 7 or 10 or whatever, 6, 7, different factors, and they might not be weighted evenly, but it's never just one thing, right? It might be one thing that gets over the top, but it's never just one thing when you're making decisions.
I like bigger decisions, If you're asking me, like, do I want ice cream tonight? I'm probably just going to be, that's a yes, right? Like, I don't have to weigh that.
But always choose ice cream.
I'm bigger, yeah. But on bigger decisions, maybe.
Yes. However, I do think when it comes to Deshaun, I think another avenue to look at this is, now I forgot. You Nick Wilson.
Yeah, I threw you off. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I was thinking about how many decisions I make in a day. It's like 3. I probably make 200 decisions in a day.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of this. I can't put 6 or 7 or 8, 9,
6, 7
or 10 different thought processes into every one of those decisions.
All right, so I do think.
Am I going to drink my water? Yes, I will, and that's one decision, and boom, I'm gone.
I do think one reason why Deshaun has more media support for this job is because I think in some people's mind he's become the underdog. Like, I don't know after last year, Shadur is interesting to people, right? I think there was a lot of Shadur talk fatigue because of the way people, thought about him in a ridiculous way, because of the supporters, because of the hoopla.
If you can't find Shadur interesting, I don't think you can find anyone interesting.
Well, but think about it. If you just watched him last year and think, well, that's who he is, he's a 5th-round quarterback, whatever. Meanwhile, Deshaun 6 years ago was an NFL MVP candidate.
But you would have had to watch Deshaun for the 3 years he was in a Browns uniform and how bad it was.
But exactly, I don't think they have.
So that has to offset it.
No, I think they know he was vaguely bad, but they don't realize how bad he was. He's now become an underdog because he's coming off multiple career-threatening injuries.
They're bad at their job if they don't understand how bad Deshaun Watson was in a Browns uniform.
We are in
they
complete
fundamentally
agreement.
Suck at their job if that's the answer.
Yes, we are in complete agreement in this. But do I think to a national media member trying to find something interesting about the Browns, can I understand if maybe, well, I saw Shadur in December and I wasn't interested. I haven't seen Deshaun on the field for 2 years, and I remember now Houston as much as I do Cleveland. Yeah, I can see for other people who haven't watched the slow car crash in real time in painstaking detail, HD TV level detail with close-ups and callbacks. I can understand if they look at this and go, Deshaun's a more interesting storyline, so that's where my brain goes.
Yeah, then they suck at their job, though. Like there's 32 teams. There's not like 155 teams. You know what I mean? And Deshaun started 3 different seasons. If they're not painfully aware of how bad he was with this team, then I can't help them. I don't think you're wrong, by the way. I don't think you're wrong in the idea that there are so many national people that will just go back to what he did in Houston 6 years ago and act as if none of the other stuff with the Browns happened. But I just wouldn't pay attention to those people. I want people like Charles Davis to come on.
It's like half the media.
Well, I want those guys to come on, like guys like Charles Davis, the people that are advocating for Deshaun. You got to come up with something that isn't just 6 years ago. Like you got to give me something to point to, something that you see, something that you like.
Or the Browns said he looked good in practice in December. That's not enough for me either.
No, we didn't even see those practices, though. That was the Browns telling everyone that.
Exactly. Yes. The Browns, who under no circumstances owe anyone any sort of honesty when it comes to
most honest franchise I've ever come across, as evidenced by what happened just yesterday with Deshaun Watson.
In fairness, they all lie.
I don't blame them for it. This is the game. Our side of the game, though, is not to accept it. Our side of the game is to be
brokers.
like, yes, exactly right. Our side of the game is to be like, no, you're lying, and I'm not gonna listen to the water carriers and people that are telling you that just because you said it means it's truth. God, I get so frustrated with that stuff. All right, I got one piece of evidence, okay? To suggest that Deshaun Watson had a good day yesterday, and this is where I got scared. I legitimately got scared. I have a big fear that this was going to happen, and after one day open to the media, this is what happened. Did you open your text message from Coach Riz today?
No. Well, I got like 3 of them.
Yeah, I know. He sent a lot of text messages. Yeah. No happy birthday text messages, but of course, like the.
You know, it's funny.
Like the. Group,
I got a burger bet offer from him, but not a happy birthday from JP.
Yeah, you mean from Riz?
To JP, yeah.
Oh no, he did wish me happy birthday on Facebook.
Not the same.
I
think if you're boys, like I didn't wish you happy birthday on Facebook because I'm like I'm too good of friends to do that with you.
Yeah,
I'm going to see you.
You'll see me in person. Yeah. You didn't need to. But like Coach Riz, like it's a birthday Facebook text, but then like no real text on it.
You kind of brought him along in his radio career. You've really helped that baby bird fly.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. All right. So anyway. But Coach had a recap of yesterday, right? And I like to read Coach's recaps. Here's what he had to say about Deshaun Watson. Watson, calm, cool, controlled, okay. Footwork outstanding, moved well in the pocket, arm talent still elite, effortless release, ball jumps out of his hand, A to B, it's different. Overall takeaways, both Watson and Sanders, so he gives credit to Shadur here, looked really good. Clearly ahead in command and execution. Watson looks healthy, fit, and fully back after the shoulder and Achilles injuries.
Saudi Arabia will do a man just all kinds of luck.
Ball jumps out of his hand, A to B, it's different. Arm talent still elite. Like, this is the worry I had in all of this is that Deshaun Watson is a practice superstar. Yeah. Exactly right. He's a practice field All-American, and he's going to be able to swindle enough people, including Todd Monkin, that he can do it on the big stage. And I got 3 years of evidence that suggests he turtles in the big stage, and then his seasons end in injuries. Don't fall for the trick.
Yes, and to that point, if Deshaun takes this job, I'm not accepting of 70% of what he was in 2020. It's not worth it if he's merely competent. It's not enough for me. He doesn't just have to be better than what you think the best Shadur is going to offer you. If you're going to put him out there on the field, and I know it might not be week 1, but across 18 weeks, it better damn sure look like 2020.
Well,
because anything short of that,
but look at this report.
You are wasting all of my time, and you are just pissing everybody off for no reason.
I agree, but I mean, listen and look at this report. Now, there were some good things for Shadur, obviously, and a lot of people yesterday said nice things about Shadur. I need to put that out there as well. But like when it comes to Deshaun, Coach Riz, a guy that I trust greatly, and a guy that, although in the past I've said only finds the good in quarterbacks, after he had that takedown of Fernando Mendoza, I'm led to believe he's changed his ways in that department. He's willing to take down a quarterback, but all he could do, I mean, think about this. Arm talent still elite. Looked really good. Ball jumps out of his hand. All these type of things. And this is what it's going to be. When Ashley joins us in 7 minutes, I would be shocked if she didn't say anything that was 100% congruent with what Coach Riz had there in his report.
I would say that the ball just couldn't get away from Deshaun fast enough. I think that's more what it is.
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
The ball was even like, hey, here's an assault charge. Alleged.
Is the race for QB1
the
charges
weren't alleged.
Nor were the lawsuits.
Those were real. Yeah, those were very real.
AshleyBass.Cleveland.com in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
News every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. If you missed a moment in our show, use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Browns Voluntary. Mini camps roll on. Tomorrow, night one of the NFL draft. The Browns currently picking 6 and 24. Tomorrow, we'll see all the different machinations. We'll see Andrew Berry's laser eye moves. And right now, we head out to the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. She usually joins us at 3:20, but today, getting you ready for the NFL draft, it is Ashley Bastock of Cleveland.com. Ashley, welcome to the show.
Thanks, guys. Draft time of year, we got to move our schedules around a little bit, but man, it's crazy to think that in just over 24 hours, all of these major questions are going to be answered that we've been talking about for months and months.
So it does bring us to yesterday's mini camps, and I'm just curious, what were your takeaways from yesterday's practices?
Yeah, I think it sort of, for me, ultimately highlights the needs that we know are there with this team, right? We know they could use some more tackle depth, and we know they need more offensive weapons. They need pass catchers, especially. So for me, that is really what it highlighted. Of course, a lot of the big name guys weren't there on the offensive side of the ball. It was Jerry Jeudy. On the defensive side of the ball, more of your veterans like Myles Garrett, Grant Delpit, Denzel Ward. None of those guys were there, but for me, it just sort of illustrated what we've been talking about. And then I think it also illustrated that this quarterback battle seems to be, for the time being, between Deshaun Watson and Shadur Sanders. So I think it was nothing that unexpected for me, quite honestly.
Yeah, and we'll get to how Deshaun looked and Shadur looked in a second. But I did want to ask about Jerry Jeudy, because I think some of the same convos you can have, and Jerry's not Lamar and he's not the quarterback, I get that, but some of the convos around Lamar in showing up in Baltimore was like, yeah, I had to show up because it's a brand new head coach, brand new offensive system. This is new. Jerry coming off a down year. We talked about Myles all the time. Myles is a defensive player. I'm sure he'll be fine. But Jerry off a down year, offensive coach, new offensive system, he's been working out with everyone, Ashley. It seems odd that he wasn't then taking the opportunity to work out with Deshaun and Shadur yesterday.
Yeah, I do think, though, what I will say about Jerry Jeudy is, from all of the in-house media coming out during the early stages of the off-season program, Jerry, it seems like, has been there quite a bit. So I almost feel less about him not being there than I do some of the other guys we still have questions about. You guys know I'm kind of notoriously harder on some of these defensive leaders of this team when they don't show up to this kind of stuff. But Jerry, I think, at least has been there. We know he's been working out with these guys before. But, of course, it would have been nice to see him out there yesterday, just because that's the only open practice we get to go to, for one. I mean, I do think these days are really valuable just because not every team gets them. And also the way we saw Todd Monkin running this practice yesterday, he was doing a lot of team drills. There was really an emphasis on that. I mean, there were 5 different 11-on-11 sessions. So it definitely would have been nice to see him. But at least, I think, unlike some of the other people, we know he has been in the building throughout these first few weeks of the off-season program.
All right, Ashley, I know we got a lot of draft to get to with you here, but I am curious, is your initial read on this, and I know it's very early, but it seems like Todd Monkin wants to get a handle on this quarterback situation quickly. Is the race for QB1 a close one at this point?
I mean, I definitely think so, because those reps between Deshaun and Shadur were pretty evenly divided. I mean, we saw them both go first in the team drills yesterday. They were sort of taking turns, and that's sort of what Todd Monkin laid out to us. And also, I mean, Shadur was first up in the first team drill, which seemed to be what Todd Monkin hinted at to the reporters that were at the owners' meetings a few weeks ago. So I think it's definitely close. And, I mean, I'm just most curious about when we might have an answer on this, like if they will exit. My biggest question is, are they going to exit mandatory minicamp in June and know who they want their starter to be? Because Todd Monkin just seems very averse to this spilling over in training camp. And I think that's the right reason, right? I mean, we saw how that 4-man quarterback battle went last training camp. I don't think it was good for any of the pass catchers. There was no consistency. They couldn't develop chemistry. So I'm really curious how long it's going to be close, but it definitely seems close for right now.
Ashley, I want to read you what Coach Riz put out there and what he saw with Deshaun Watson yesterday. I want to see if you agree with it. He said, arm talent still elite, effortless release, ball jumps out of his hand, A to B, it's different. And then he said both Watson and Sanders looked really good. Watson looks healthy, fit, and fully back after the shoulder and Achilles injuries. Do you agree with that assessment from Coach about Deshaun Watson?
Yeah, I mean, I do agree. I thought both of them did some really good things yesterday. And Deshaun, like, I think watching him in this practice, if you didn't know all of the surgeries he had gone through, you wouldn't know that that's what he had dealt with. Like, he looked like fully healthy and good in that environment. Now, I think the caveat there is, I will say, I think basically every year I've watched Deshaun Watson in the offseason, he's looked good. He's looked like a former Pro Bowler quarterback. We've talked about it before that those guys just tend to look different. I think he looks very sure of himself, and that's promising, but I think it's also the biggest question about him, like, is he going to carry that confidence, that assuredness into the regular season if he is the starter? Because by the end of his time playing in 2024, when he went down with that Achilles injury, the early part of that season, he just didn't look that confident in what he was seeing as the Browns had revamped that offense. I don't think he was that confident in what he was seeing from his pass catchers. I don't think he was that confident in terms of his feel for the rush. But you didn't feel any of that yesterday. And again, it's a practice without pads, without real contact. So that part of it isn't surprising. But I am curious, like, is this going to carry over? Does he have that sort of feel back that just felt like it was missing even before the Achilles injuries as he was coming off of the shoulder surgery?
All right, Ashley. Spencer Fonneau right now has the best odds to be the number 6 pick for the Browns in the NFL draft. Do you also consider Spencer Fonneau the leader in the clubhouse?
I don't know if I would consider him the leader, but I don't know that I could pinpoint a leader exactly, right? I mean, I think they've kept things very close to the vest. And I think a lot of people are having them target a tackle with that first pick in mock drafts, whether it's at number 6, whether it's at them trading back, specifically trading back to 12 with the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, I think that just seems to be the in vogue way of thinking around this football team. But look, I think what remains is this is a deep tackle class. We know that. They've had multiple of these tackles in for a top 30 visit. So to me, it could be anyone right now. It could be any of those guys that they had in for a top 30 visit. But, you know, I kind of remain, I hope that when their time to pick comes around, I would personally prefer them to target a skill player on offense, just because I think there's a lot of tackle depth in this year's class. I think you're going to be able to get someone at 24, maybe even 39 in the second round, because it really is that deep. And some of these top flight guys like Fonneau, like Francis Maui-Noa, first of all, they really weren't pure left tackles in college. And in the case of Maui-Noa, that's somebody that people are questioning whether he'd be better off playing at guard because of his size. So there's not a surefire, yes, you have to take this guy in the top 10 who is a pure left tackle. Now, we know that doesn't matter. Left and right doesn't matter to them quite as much. I would argue it doesn't matter as much in this modern version of the NFL because quarterbacks are so mobile. But I do think it also can't be ignored. I think the depth in this year's class gives the Browns some options.
What do you confidently know about this draft for the Browns?
I mean, I confidently know they are going to add offensive pieces, right? That has been the messaging from the beginning. And I think the way Todd Monkin was talking yesterday after the mini camp, the first mini camp session, like, I'd be shocked if they don't come away with at least one key new piece on this O-line. But I mean, even the way he was talking about the interior of the line, I was wondering yesterday, like, are we going to see them maybe target a center later on in this draft, right? Because it sounded like Elton Jenkins, if he had been practicing, he would have been the center. But I still am curious if they would rather slide him over to right guard potentially. So that's an interesting question. But, I mean, I definitely feel like the messaging from this team from day one of the offseason has been they know they need to invest in offensive pieces to help revitalize this unit. Todd Monkin is an offensive-minded coach. So I really think they're going to come away with multiple offensive weapons high in this draft.
All right, so some people have called the Browns a wild card. Some people say don't sleep on Andrew Berry. Is there something that could happen tomorrow that would shock you in the first round from the Cleveland Browns?
I guess it's hard to say shock, right? Because this is the Browns, and we do have to consider every possible scenario with this team. I mean, Andrew Berry hasn't ruled out trading one of these picks for a veteran player. I guess that would be shocking in the sense of we haven't spent much time exploring that option, but I mean, I do think it's a possibility. We've seen him wheel and deal picks for veterans before. The Amari Cooper trade is the most famous one of those instances. So, I mean, I guess that would be shocking if he traded away a pick plus a veteran for another veteran, like those sorts of moves. I don't think there's any pick he could make that would necessarily shock me because I feel like I've accounted for everything at this point. Like if he decided to go with an edge rusher, it wouldn't be shocking, right? If they start thinking for life post Myles Garrett down the line, if they took a safety, that wouldn't be shocking to me because they haven't made a major draft investment there since Grant Delpit in 2020. So I think just about everything has been accounted for with this football team, quite honestly. But any of those veteran moves, I think, would be the most surprising.
Ashley, great stuff as always. Sorry we didn't go off the rails today. It just felt like a very important, serious football conversation today. So we'll do our worst next week.
All right, guys. Sounds good. Post-draft, back to being off the rails.
And I'm ready for it. Ashley Bastock there, Cleveland.com, joins us every week at 3:20 today. Obviously, she's joining us at 2:40. Very grateful for her time today on the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. She gave us plenty to react to about the Browns and the draft, the quarterback race, and time might be running out for one AFC North team.
Your mornings are about to change. We're going live and local starting at 5 a.m. Join me, Jeff Thomas, for the Fan Warm-Up Show. You get those late West Coast scores you may have missed and all the latest news and rumors from the CLE. Hey, if you're up that early, you may as well worry about Cleveland sports with me. The Fan Warm-Up Show starting at 5 a.m. only on 92.3 The Fan.
It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
I don't know that I could pinpoint a leader exactly, right? I mean, I think they've kept things very close to the vest. And I think a lot of people are having them target a tackle with that first pick in mock drafts, whether it's at number 6, whether it's at them trading back. You know, I kind of remain, I hope that when their time to pick comes around, I would personally prefer them to target a skill player on offense, just because I think there's a lot of tackle depth in this year's class. I think you're going to be able to get someone at 24, maybe even 39 in the second round, because it really is that deep. And some of these top flight guys like Fano, like Francis Mauigoa, first of all, they really weren't pure left tackles in college. And in the case of Mauigoa, that's somebody that people are questioning whether he'd be better off playing at guard because of his size.
That was Ashley Bashdock of Cleveland.com reacting to the fact that right now the odds-on favorite to be the 6th pick by the Cleveland Browns in this draft is Spencer Fano. And I will tell you, if you just said a specific name, or I could bet against I would just take the field. Doesn't matter what the specific name is and how I feel about them. If you just said, all right, this is the odds-on favorite, or you get every other pick that they could possibly make, or every other outcome, I just take the every other outcome, because I think they're about as fluid as you possibly can be. Not just because of Andrew Berry, but because where they're at and where I think they're going in the future.
It just feels like it's very, very up in the air right now. And I don't know that anything's going to change between today and tomorrow in that, but it feels like at 6 they could do just about anything.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I mean, you know, we had Albert on yesterday, Albert Breer of the MMQB, and he was like, I feel pretty confident that they've got a great window to get a really nice wide receiver, and I'm pretty confident that they've got a chance to get a really nice offensive tackle.
Yeah.
The tricky part is how you play it.
Well, and Albert's even throwing a wrench in these plans, too. Like, you saw the report today that he had that he thinks Jordan Tyson's in play for the Giants, not at 10, but at 5 overall. And it's like, well, if that's the case, then maybe the Browns are going to completely shift what they do.
Well, and in fairness, the 5 is too high for Tyson, but 10 might be the right spot. That kind of logic drives me crazy.
Yeah.
Of like, again, I understand the difference between like the 5th pick and the 25th pick. That makes a little bit more sense. But like the 5th pick and the 10th pick, guys, if he's good enough for one, he's good enough for the other.
No, I agree with that. But it does kind of, I just think what happens with the front 5, like if a Tyson goes at number 5 overall, for instance, Nick, like that does in fact help out the Browns at number 6 if they do want to trade down.
Oh, disagree, because I want Jordan Tyson at 6.
Well, I want Tyson too, but you know what I mean? Like it's going to have somebody then is going to be, because I keep thinking about it, like the Cowboys is the big trade up target that everyone has for the Browns, and I look at the Cowboys. They need cornerback help, and they need depth is what they really need. And I don't think they're a team that's going to trade up for 6, even if there's going to be one of those edge guys available to begin with anyway.
I think
I've thought about them, like they're just not in the position to do that.
I think they are in a position to do it if they really think they can get a difference maker, because I don't
think they have a good enough team this year to think that they can do that.
By the way, I actually don't disagree with you, but I think Jerry might be looking at this through Cowboys-colored glasses instead of realistic glasses.
He's too busy falling over chairs to go shake Bill Clinton's hands.
But I actually
that was
think
great theater.
I've actually wondered if the Cowboys rumors are trying to get the Rams to jump up, because the Rams are one of the teams rumored to maybe be willing to give up 2027 draft compensation. And, of course, I don't think they have – I think they've got the first and second rounders this year, but they got 13 and 61.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
And then there's a couple other picks. But my point is –
no, but they're the type of team we're talking about.
Yes, they could move up for Jordan Tyson.
Yeah, and if they moved up – I think they need a right tackle, the Rams, right? Like, if they moved up because of that and they're like, well, we see a right tackle at 6. We want to take the right tackle at 6. Like, that makes sense. They're in a win-now mode. They're in a – like, that team is ready to go. Whereas I look at the Cowboys and I'm like, they're going to have a couple good cornerback options sitting there, and like they don't have to make that move up at all.
Now, I did release my final mock draft.
Okay, yeah, and there was a couple things I noticed.
Yeah. All right.
You really love the Toledo kid.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people do, by the way. I've noticed in the past couple, a lot of my Bears mock friends, they keep taking him like crazy. They take him late in the first, though. You're taking him much better bargain, in my opinion.
39, he fell to me. What am I going to do there?
He's become quite the mock draft darling, though. And I don't know where that came from or how it happened, but he definitely has.
It happened quickly. Like there's a minute where they were talking about a third rounder, and now he's jumped all the way up to potential first rounder.
Did it hurt you to get a B grade overall, though?
Not really.
Okay.
Mostly because, like you get knocked for Mekhi Lemon at 10. It's like Mekhi Lemon's one of the 3 best wide receivers. Tyson was off the board. Tate was off the board. I wasn't gonna draft Monroe Freeling over Mekhi Lemon.
Okay.
So even Ihanachor, I was like, what was it? Was it going to take? Oh my gosh, what's the not Jockus? TJ Parker over him? Am I going to take an edge? Am I going to take who's the old ass? Who's the Messidor?
Akeem Messidor.
Yeah, of Miami, a 25-year-old edge rusher at 24 over Ihanachor? No. So I feel very good though. Now,
okay.
What I will, again, if you guys want to read my final Browns mock draft,
this is the final one. I don't believe you that this is the final one.
You're right.
I just don't believe
What
that.
I've realized is everyone keeps saying final mock draft.
Yeah.
And then I see them go on another show and they're referencing, oh, well, I haven't published this one, but, I just did kind of a mock draft based off what I'm hearing. And it's like, but you literally said my final mock draft. So I'll probably tweet later.
Yeah.
My final mock draft. I'm just going to keep calling it my final mock draft because I think it really drives a sense of urgency for people.
If we're going to do the tired versus wired thing, the tired version is like Nick Wilson, mock draft 4.0. The wired part of this is final mock draft. Yep. You're not getting another one from me. This is the final one that I got. People, they like that. There's an urgency attached to final.
Exactly.
We did months of research, months of talking about it. This is it.
So my next one's going to be my final what I'm hearing mock draft.
I like that. That's a good twist on that.
And then it's going to be very similar.
Because you can't do the final. That just is lame. But the final what I'm hearing. And maybe an eyes emoji or something like that to get the people going.
And then when people are like, well, what about that other final one? I'll be like, oh, no, I meant final for like Wednesday at like 2 o'clock.
Yeah, naturally.
Yeah, like now I need my final Thursday one, and then I'll have my final Friday one, and again, a couple more interspersed in there as well.
It makes sense to me. I get what you're putting down.
See, I mean, it's logic if you really think about it. Now, speaking of finality, Mo Egger was on with the Morning Boys earlier today, and of course, we actually took some heat from Bengals fans for saying that the Dexter Lawrence trade. Well, I didn't like the Dexter Lawrence trade, and Bengals fans were upset about that. Well, Mo Egger talked about the Lawrence deal and the situation with Joe Burrow and Cincy.
They don't want to get to the end of this upcoming season with us wondering, what is Joe going to be the latest Bengal to engineer his way out? The window is open. Window's not going to be open forever. Joe Burrow is closer to the end of his time in Cincinnati than the beginning of his time in Cincinnati. They need to win with him, and I think nobody puts more pressure on them to do that than number 9.
Now, there's a part of me that's like, well, is he closer to the end of his time in Cincinnati than the beginning because he's 29? Like, you get a little bit of an out here of like, well, I'm not saying that he's really trying to get out of here. I'm just saying, like, he's 29 years old. How long is the window going to stay open?
Oh, as if you could have another 5 years there and be like, see, I was right. It was closer to the end. I just think quarterbacks look at this so differently right now from an age perspective. Like, if I have a franchise quarterback, if he's 20, if I have Josh Allen, for instance, the expectation, sorry, Josh Allen, the expectation is going to be you're going to play till you're 40.
Yeah, and you should want to because the money's only going up. You could end up making $1 billion by the end of this
I think Mahomes has done himself a little bit of a disservice because his mom has gone on the record and said, like, wait, Mahomes doesn't want to play when he's 40 years old. He doesn't want to be Tom Brady playing at 45, but he doesn't want to do the 40-year-old thing either. And it's like, if I have a franchise quarterback, I want you to think that you're of that newer generation, that LeBron James world that we're in right now, where these guys just play until they can't play anymore.
So listen, I understand if we were in Cincinnati, I would be pushing this panic too. Like if I was in Mo Egger's job, I would be doing this too because the worst thing I could think of for that organization is taking the best quarterback that you've had by far and upsetting him by being cheap or by being just bad ownership, whatever you want, whatever the biggest aspersions you can say about the leadership there are, and running him out of town. That's a palpable fear. We've had that with LeBron previously. We've had that with different baseball
players. We're talking about it right now with Myles Garrett, are we not?
Absolutely. So I totally get it. At the same point, I think as somebody who's an outside observer to Joe Burrow, I think he is so close to Giannis personality-wise, and I know he's a little offset. He's a little kooky. That's not a guy who I think has the stones to push his way out of Cincinnati. And I think we're seeing that with Giannis. Like Giannis doesn't want to be known as the guy who forced his way out of Milwaukee like so many other players have. And so they're caught in this weird standoff of, well, you're going to hire my guy? Or am I going to hire you?
The Giannis thing has just been too long of a breakup.
Well, but I think that's where we are with Joe Burrow.
Breakup we've ever seen in our life. Well, I don't think we're in the middle.
It's been people saying Joe's going to do this, and Joe's never really intimated that he's going to do it.
Yeah, that's where I disagree. Because I don't think I mean, people have talked about will Joe Burrow one day just up and leave, but I've never gotten a serious idea that Joe Burrow's actually his patience has run out.
No, that exactly. We're in 100% agreement, actually.
Okay, then yeah. Like I just maybe. Now, what he's got to do is one day realize that the Bengals just aren't going to do it for him, and it's not going to be the guy. But he's holding on to appearing in the Super Bowl already. He's holding on to them paying Jamar Chase $40+ million a year. Like from Joe Burrow's perspective, the biggest crime the Bengals have committed is making sure that his numbers are still intact because all they've done is do things on the offensive side of the ball. Mm-hmm. Like that's not a big crime, all things considered. If they had stuck him with nobody and said, we're not paying Jamar, we're not going to do anything with T. Higgins, you're going to figure this out on your own, and we'll put all the money towards the defense, that'd probably be a bigger crime.
Well, and in fairness, it's been 3 years since they've been in the playoffs. They haven't made it since 2022. Yeah. So you're going on the fourth season here. If he's not pissed off already, what's going to change?
Well, but a couple of those years are his fault, though. Injuries. Like a couple of those years, he's got to at some point, I am sure he's introspective about it all, but he's got to say, all right, I got injured. I ruined that season. For better or worse, like my injuries are the reason why.
Yeah, but no, I just think you haven't made the playoffs in 3 years. You should be upset. Injuries, no injuries.
Oh, he's going to be upset, but I think he's going to take some culpability in that.
They screwed it up with Trey, they being the Bengals, screwed it up with Trey Hendrickson. They cut DJ Reader, I would say a little prematurely because they never really replaced him. They haven't drafted well enough to, and by the way, it also took him about 5 years to get an okay offensive line there. Like he should, if he was getting in a spot where, Joe's going to get mad one day, he already should be.
No, he should be. I agree with you.
If he's not, then I think Joe's probably just cool with being the face of the Bengals, good, bad, or ugly.
I just wonder if it looked different if it was 3 years in a row where he was 100% healthy and putting up 4,500-yard seasons and doing his end and looking around and being like, you guys aren't doing yours 100%. It'll wear off. If he starts having some healthy seasons back to back, I think that would be his message. He's got to own some of this too.
216-474-0092. Mo Egger says Joe Burrow is closer to his end of time in Cincinnati than his beginning. We can have semantics battle there. I'll believe it when I see it. I don't think Joe's going to be the guy that does this, and certainly not from where they are right now. If he was going to, I think we'd already start to hear him say things that put pressure on this organization.
I do wonder if we get to a spot where it feels like Matthew Stafford, where all of a sudden it was one of those things where he's like, I guess he's just going to be there forever. And then before you know it, he's vacationing in Cancun with
that's
McVay.
where McVay gets you.
And then he's just gone.
McVay gets you in the hot tub and you are gone.
Closer, McVay. Is
he's willing to do
ABC.
things in hot tubs that most OnlyFans performers wouldn't do. I'm guessing.
They'll do anything.
Talk spider, do white banana. Everything's coming up Cavaliers in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
0 down, 0% financing, 0 payments for 90 days.
It's the Triple Play sales event at Spitzer. Hurry into Spitzer Chevrolet today and drive a new 2026 Chevy Equinox LTEV with 0 down, 0% financing for 60 months, and 0 payments for 90 days. Together, let's drive. Or lease a new 2026 Chevy Silverado from $249 per month. Plus, get a lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and rack up some Spitzer rewards in the Spitzer VIP app. New 2026 Silverado drive for $249 per month, or a new 2026 Chevy Equinox LT with 000 savings. Bad credit? We want to approve you today. So find your vehicle now at Spitzer.com.
Wag more, spend less at Spitzer Chevy Amherst, Northfield, and North Canton.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
Equinox 60-month purchase MSRP $39,625 per month plus tax $398 doc. Silverado 36-month lease $39.95. Do it.
from the night before, along with the can't-miss clips on the Fan from the last 24 hours. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Make plans to join the most knowledgeable lineup in all of Cleveland media for NFL draft coverage.
The Cleveland Browns select.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive. Quick hits coming up in just about 20 minutes there. But it was another nice night in the NBA. The Cavaliers did not play last night. Have you heard about this? Have you seen about this? But whether it's the Cavs series against the Raptors or any of the other series going on right now, everything does seem to be coming up Cavaliers.
Yeah, I know a little bit. Like, what's fun about it is every series outside of the Cavs and then the Lakers-Rockets series is now split even at one apiece. And it feels like for back-to-back nights, we had some upsets in the NBA. Now, the Wemby thing still counts because Portland beat the Spurs, even though Wemby got concussed. That still counts as an upset, though. And then even the Boston game. Boston's going to have these type of games. They shot miserably from three-point land. They took 53s, Nick. Like, that happens with Boston, but it's still Boston got taken down. Like, these are fun developments.
Yeah, what's different with Boston, what's interesting this year is I don't think they're as good as they've been defensively. And obviously, like, they moved on from Drew Holiday. Like, I don't think they have the same upside defensively. Sure. Which means when you don't shoot 45% from three on 45 3-point attempts, I do think there might be something to Boston being more susceptible to getting beaten unexpectedly, even if I don't think the Sixers can do it, and I still don't think the Knicks can do it either.
Yeah, I mean, one of their big flaws is just that idea that they just have these games where they just shoot 20% from three, and they take so many of them that you can't win those games.
So, but it is interesting. I mean, even the Hawks beating the Knicks, there is something to be said for the Cavs getting through this series quickly and then just being able to rest up. Because, as we all know, the playoffs are such a war of attrition that, and it has. I mean, what has been the narrative multiple years with this Cavs team? Oh, well, Jarrett wasn't healthy this year, and then Donovan got hurt in the next series, and then Donovan was hurt here, and then this guy was hurt here, and then obviously last year was Darius Garland, and Donovan I think was worn down even if he was healthy enough to play, and so while I think the early victory laps from certain media members on, well, they chose their path and look what's happening, it's a little early, but the early returns are about as positive as you possibly could. I mean, even LeBron, I know there are people wanting LeBron to lose in that series so that he realizes he's got to come home, and I'm right there with you because I'd love LeBron back in Cleveland for one more go-around. I even watched, watching LeBron with four schmoes, with Marcus Smart and
Kennard, man.
Kennard.
He's putting up some points.
Ayton and Bronny got, I think, for 5 minutes last night. I'm even enjoying that because in the end, I think if Luka and Reeves don't come back, then they're going to be out in the second round, even if they win the series. But my point is, even that is enjoyable as a Cavs fan.
Well, I mean, that is a classic story of everyone just underestimating what LeBron could do at this point, right? It really what that is the proven model of why LeBron's been successful in his life and why for Kevin Durant it's been a little bit of an uphill battle at certain points.
Yeah, and it's interesting, there have been so many times where LeBron's like, oh, no one's giving me respect or everyone's doubting me, and we all look around and we're like, what the hell is he talking about? But
but in this instance, I mean, it's
he's
true.
Right.
He's 100% right. And hand up myself. Once Reeves and Doncic were out, I'm like, I don't think the Lakers have a chance in this series.
And so
here we are 2 games later.
And so to watch him, and again, Kennard's got to hit his shots, and he's hitting shots at a ridiculous level. Mm-hmm. Marcus Smart having 20-plus points at this stage of his career is a medical miracle. But, guys, it's all because LeBron's just again, it's not vintage LeBron because although he did have the dunk last night that looked a little vintage cool. LeBron-y.
And they did a side-by-side of him in his first year, and then obviously from last night's dunk. That was very cool. Weird moment with LeBron last night, though, on a quick aside. Him talking about how viral and was motioning towards Marcus Smart, but the eyes where he almost gives this look of hey, I'm telling you. And his eyes are bulging out, and then he comes to this conclusion at the end of it. It's like if you're LeBron, don't you think like everything you do is viral? Like why is LeBron keeping track of what went viral and being like, yeah, it went crazy viral, didn't it? It's like, yeah, it did, LeBron, it did.
We had a video.
How are you proud of that 20 years into this?
We had a video, the Deshaun video got like 130,000 views or something like that by this morning. And my mom saw it. Not my mom, sorry. One of my family members saw it, and then it would be weird if it was my mom, and then I said, no, my mom. But a family member saw it and was like, oh, you went viral. And I was like, well, yeah, for us, like 130,000 is really nice. Yeah. But for LeBron, it's like, oh, that one only did 100 million views last night. I didn't go viral.
I just love that he was like, yeah, that went viral. And I was talking about Marcus Smart, but let's clear this up because it went viral. And it's like, LeBron, why are you keeping score here, buddy? You're LeBron James. Everything you do outside of Space Jam gets good ratings. What are we talking about?
But no, I mean, I look at this and I go, if this carries out and the Cavs get a series when you sweep the Raptors.
Well, shouldn't last night just be a reminder that the NBA is kind of weird sometimes? And that's like the people that are saying it's a sweep and it's going to be a sweep. Maybe they need to like pump the brakes just a little bit.
No,
because we still expect them to take care of business. But there's still a part of the NBA that exists where you watch Boston last night.
Sweep a team more.
You watch them lose to Philadelphia. You watch these weird things happen. You watch San Antonio fall to Portland.
You in the morning show are Mr. Cavs vibes, only good vibes, and then we're on the precipice of a sweep, and you're like,
weird.
That's so hard to happen. It's like
just doesn't happen in the NBA
lay back
often.
And let it wash over you.
And I admitted yesterday, hand up. Man enough to admit it. Don't love that it's the reality, but like the Orlando series does kind of creep in the back of your mind. I mean, they destroyed Orlando in the first two games of that series, and then games 3 and 4, they got de-pantsed, and then they got taken to the woodshed. So like, it just has to exist there. And if something weird, I think what I'm doing is if something weird does happen, it's just a reminder that weird things happen in the NBA. And it's not a big picture reflection.
It's a gentleman's sweep instead of a regular sweep.
Exactly, but that's exactly it, though. I don't want people to freak out if they have a game where they all of a sudden lose by double digits on game 3 or something weird happens and act as if that's some sort of big microcosm on whether or not they're going to have playoff success.
So another big thing going for the Cavaliers is this leaf blower halftime bit that people have caught on to because of the oh my God, what's the League Pass showing the halftime entertainment. And the truth is, people talk about this on social media like this is like an easy thing to do. Of all the halftime competitions, I think I have a better chance at making a freakish half-court shot for $1 million than I do of winning like getting a leaf blown in the face and being able to like actually be incredible at that. I don't even know how you prepare for that.
But you can't prepare for it. That's the idea. Although we did see a lot of people have they won the $10,000 prize, the half-court shot. That was like a real thing. But very viral moment across the NBA.
So if you're watching along on YouTube,
holding it with such authority, I got distracted.
This is how a man holds a leaf blower.
Is that right?
Listen, it's a Ryobi. It's a 40 volt. I mean, just man stuff.
Yeah.
I didn't bring in a gas powered one because of the noise. If we're being very honest here.
Okay.
So I bought in some call it supercharged. That's not what I do.
Hopefully it's charged up then.
It is. Yeah. I just took this bad boy.
Okay, good.
Because I have 17 of these batteries.
That's why you got to keep with the same brand for everything you buy then at once. Like I'm Ego. I got Ego stuff, and it's like I got all the it's like 7 different chargers.
It's from the Whisper series. If you guys want to look at it right there.
Heavy duty.
It whispers, but it screams. Let me tell you that right now. But we're actually going to have Jake Murrin come in. And Jake, who I've shown, there's a very sophisticated piece of machinery here. Jake is going to time us and see how long we can withstand the Ryobi Whisper series.
All right, what are the guesses, by the way, before we do this? Because I
don't think we can have a guess.
I have no expectation for myself. But the ones that went viral, the one guy got, it was like, what, 15 seconds?
He really took it in the face.
I think it was about 10.
10 seconds?
Yeah.
The other guy.
I'm not getting 10 seconds here, guys.
Other guy didn't take it very well at all.
No.
It's easy now.
216-474-0092.
All right.
Early picks on who's going to win. Who goes first? It's JP's birthday.
I want to go first. Yeah,
all right, Jake,
I want to go first.
Again, you guys can watch this on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube. We're going to see how JP does with a leaf blower in the face. All right.
The goal is just to keep my eyes open, right?
Yes.
That's all I'm trying to do.
Yes.
All right.
All right, here we go. Jake's really putting it right in his face. This just ridiculous.
To be fair, that is about the same thing that they did at the Cavs game.
All right. So the initial blink doesn't count. Oh, man. He is locked in. The birthday boy's really holding. He's really holding in there, guys. Oh, his eyes are getting real close. Oh, my God.
You might have turned it off early.
Yeah.
You might have turned it off early. Were you trying to save myself? What happened?
17 seconds. There's no way I'm hanging.
Marathon man.
Well, I had tears. We had tears.
I can tell.
We got a professional leaf blower in the face guy in the studio here.
We don't know how you phrase it. Oh, the hair's got to be ridiculous.
I was trying to think of a better way to put it.
One of the concerns, because the receding hairline just it exists in a way that is going to make for a visual that I can't.
You look like you just rode in a roller coaster.
I felt like my face was in like a jet. You know what I mean? Like just in like an airplane or something. All right. So we can. That was not bad.
You're right there.
All right.
Right there. Yeah. All right.
Hey, don't be scared to get close, though. You know.
I don't think he is.
I feel like he got a little bit closer.
It's like I'm staring down the barrel of a shotgun. Did you cut mine off early, though?
I don't know that I did. You thought he saw? I have to go back to the tape.
It was like 17.63.
All right. I have no chance.
All right.
I'm so intimidated right now.
Get me
it's like
to the
Shane
NDA.
Diesel's in the studio and just eyeballing me right now.
Okay, he's going to go now. He's turning it on. Oh, no. I feel like he's blinking a lot. I feel like he blinked a lot.
That didn't work at all.
That might have been like a second and a half.
That didn't work at all.
No.
That was awful.
Oh, no.
There's a guy that basically no-sold at halftime, and he did better than you.
Family.
Oh, no.
I should have gone first. I didn't realize how hard it is to go second.
Now, me doing as well, I guess, as I did? Did that mess with your head a little bit?
I think so. I watched you dominate this in front of me, and I'm like, there's no way. There's no way I can withstand that kind of force to my face.
Perseverance like you dream about.
Oh, my God.
So Nick's time was 4.28 seconds.
Used to it. That's a personal best, son.
And JP got up to 17 seconds.
Wow. You know what?
No, this is not a good development for me, by the way, because the implication is just I'm good at taking things to the face. That's not. We don't love this. I was in a lose-lose situation.
No, you
Either
won.
I lose the contest.
But you won.
You can't.
Or I lose the narrative.
Listen. I got nothing. That was awesome.
Bring it on, Cavs.
Come on.
Bring it on.
Come on now.
Halftime appearance.
I can't do it to myself. Let me see here.
Game 5, I'll be there. Halftime appearance.
How long do you think you can last?
You want to do it to yourself?
I'm seeing. Right, turn it off.
This is your practice moment? Oh, no. He's not. You're not even doing it to your eyes. You're doing it to your mouth.
No, okay. I was doing it to my eyes. Thank you very much.
It's pointed right at your mouth.
That is awful. How much do they win if they get this?
I don't even know that they're winning anything. Like a Cavs gift
it's
bag.
Like a free T-shirt.
Yeah, like a Moondog stuffed animal. I don't know what you win.
My eyes hurt. That should be worth like $10,000. Oh my God.
I think so.
Oh, you know what? Just one more round of applause. Come here.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
We have to get a break because I can't see a damn thing.
There's a will, there's a way.
What was the site that Daryl called it? Only fat for you, or what was that?
I don't know, Mac.
That getting uploaded for you?
Yeah, I don't know, Mac. Why don't you tell us what you think that site is?
Yeah, that's nice.
Just tell us what you think that is.
Yeah.
Maybe just give us a...
Quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
repaired bone in his left foot. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes. Ready on 923 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
This is the only place to trust for Cavs talk. Immediately after every playoff game, Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat was really hoping for my hat to blow off.
So was Jake. Jake wanted that to fall off, too. I think that was the expectation, that it was going to fall off.
Yeah, I will say, you guys talking about it, I didn't realize how tough it would be to have a leaf blower in your face just jettisoning just air right into your eyelids while somebody's also talking about how you're doing.
Yeah.
That is I get the pressure Michael Jordan felt every night.
That's very, very...
everybody, all eyeballs on you, all people judging you.
Close to Game 6 in Utah in 97. Yeah, sure, of course. Yeah.
But now, if you guys missed it, you guys can always go back and check 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. We had Jake hit us with a leaf, not literally hit us, but...
close enough.
Turn the leaf blower on both of us, and JP waxed me. I mean, he boat raced me. This would be in like Mario Kart. If you didn't just lap somebody, but you lapped them 4 times, 4 seconds versus 17 seconds. But we have a caller here on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline claiming to be the person that won the Don't Blink Challenge at the Cavs game on Monday night. David in Beechwood. All right, we believe you. Tell us about the Don't Blink Challenge for the Cavaliers.
Hey, guys. How you guys doing?
I mean,
so you actually chose just on your own to put a leaf blower in your face? Are you crazy?
Yes, we are.
It's all for content, David.
When you're at the stadium and someone I was there very early. A team member was looking for people for the contest and saw me. I wear this whole steampunk getup, so he's like, "Hey, you want to be in a contest?" I'm like, "Sure." He's like, "It's a Don't Blink contest." I'm like, "Okay, we're gonna put a leaf blower in your face." I'm like, "Sure, why not?" So the thing is, when you're going to be on a court for something like that, it's a little different than, say, I don't know, let's just go buy a leaf blower at the store and start hitting ourselves with it. I think that's ridiculous and dangerous.
I already own the leaf blower.
It's a Ryobi. It's one of the Whisper series.
Honestly, when I saw him holding a battery-powered one, I wasn't so worried because it wasn't like the good backpack ones we'd use at home. But, it was all okay.
What did you win?
I got out of the court. The only thing I had to worry about was Sir Cece. I wasn't worried about those other guys. This was between me and Sir Cece. So he gives me that whole "I got my eyes on you" gesture. So I caught that in the air, threw it on the ground, and stepped on it and twisted it in front of him.
Nice.
And he gives me the "ooh, I'm scared" hands, backing up. This is right before it happens. And then so we do the contest. It's very hard to hear what Nicole is saying next to me because it's all in echo in the arena. You see it on a video, it's so clear, but you can't hear it when you're there. So I don't even know what I'm playing for. All I know is I'm getting ready for this guy to put this. They told me to take off the hat. I'm getting ready for him to put it in my face. I'm like, all right, I'm going to go angry at this. I think that'll hold my eyes better. So I'm staring. I'm just trying to see the end of the tube. I don't care. I'm just like, you're not getting me. Cece, I got you. You're not getting me. So I'm staring. And then he moves on from me. I'm like, okay, I guess that's what I did. And I see the other guys. I'm watching them back off from it. I'm like, seriously? Wow. I might have done a good job over there. And then all of a sudden they announced that I won, and he puts it right back in my face. So I don't back down. I just literally roared into it. You couldn't pick it up on the mic. I just gave a loud roar right back into the front of that leaf blower, and everyone around me, the whole crew that was in the background, they all just fell over laughing. It was hysterical. We were just having fun out there. You're in the moment. Just have fun. That's all it's got to be.
All right, real quick, what did you win, David?
I actually won a $500 gift card to the
that's nice.
store.
Look at that. That's
really
very
nice.
nice.
That's a good gift.
I could have used $500.
What was your time? What was your official time?
They clocked me, I think, officially at 9:53. But if you look at the video,
all right, so I waxed you.
They started late, and he must have hit me for 3 more seconds before they stopped. After they stopped the clock, he was really having at it with me, I think.
All right, so you're saying you actually lasted 12 seconds?
Probably more like that.
All right. Well, I mean, again, that's triple what I got, David. You're a real pro. I think JP's the king at this, but you're a real pro. Congratulations, buddy, and thanks for calling in.
Thank you. We're just having fun. Go Cavs. That's what the big win was at the end of the game.
Yep, absolutely.
We're just having fun.
And at halftime.
You guys got to come down there. It's such a party at the games.
All right,
I love
buddy.
it.
Appreciate you.
Thanks,
David and Beechwood there. See why he's good at it. It's a mentality.
Kind of intense, isn't
He just goes. Doesn't think about it. See, I got in my head.
How many times did he say he had fun and it's all about fun? He said it so many times I got worried that he wasn't actually having fun.
See, Nick, if you would have just yelled at the leaf blower, you would have lasted more than 4.5 seconds.
I would say that I was going to do that again, but it's so uncomfortable, and my eyes are so uncomfortable right now.
Oh, your eyes
I don't wish to do it again.
My eyes are hurting a little bit still.
They stopped watering, which is nice.
Yeah, that is nice.
But, that stunk. Let's go ahead and get 2 quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry! It's Quick Hits.
All right, Heinz teams up with Devin Hester to sponsor pick number 57 in this year's draft, awarding a custom jacket, ketchup for life, and a partnership. Is there anything you could get a lifetime supply of that would be less life-changing than a lifetime supply of ketchup?
Well, all right, what condiment would I want has got to be the other question to this, right?
None of them. I can just go to the store and
some condiments get expensive, though.
Which ones?
Like the Chick-fil-A sauce ones that you buy, especially the I like
$6.
Horseradish sauce. Horseradish sauce tends to be expensive.
Yeah.
It's on the higher end of things. Yeah.
You live in Solon. Don't fool me that you're like,
I like horseradish.
I don't know, I can get this horseradish sauce this week.
I always go for the cheaper brand of horseradish. I can't justify the St. Elmo's brand. I go for the one that's like half the price of it. Yeah, some condiments are expensive.
There are things.
Mustard you can get relatively cheap. Ketchup you can get relatively cheap.
At some point in my life, I want to win a lifetime supply of something. I would be so pissed if it was ketchup.
What if it was like, no, it's not great. Remember the guy that won the lifetime supply of bologna at the Rockies game? And then they tried to hit him with like a $13,000 taxes fine. And it was like, huh? I didn't want the supply to begin with anyway. I gotta pay $13,000 on top of this.
Yep, for bologna.
Yeah, for bologna, and then you just leave and you're just out of it. Like whatever you win, Heinz you're gonna have to pay taxes on a lifetime supply of ketchup. I don't know that I want that.
Yeah, ketchup.
I'll buy the off-brand stuff anyway.
I'd rather be the 56th pick, which is being clear here.
Do you? I don't buy brand ketchup or mustard.
I don't. No, I don't either. And it
I think
really,
it's the biggest waste.
It actually upsets my family because they're like, we want Heinz. And I'm like,
can't taste the difference.
There's no difference.
I can't taste the difference ever.
And there's like a $3 difference.
And what's it going to matter for like the one time somebody comes in my fridge? Oh, you don't have Heinz.
Yep.
Yeah, who cares?
Yep.
Yeah, it's great. It's Aldi's brand. Who cares? Omaha! All right, Blazers owner, Tom Dundon. He's now nicknamed El Cheapo. He is on a run of so he owns the Trailblazers now, and the things that he's done. Staff required to check out of hotels by 12:30 to avoid late fees. The team masseuse has been denied a room for pregame treatment. Two-way players not allowed to travel for playoff games to cut costs. That made a lot of rounds. And free T-shirts for fans at Game 3 have now been canceled. And the final move that tipped people off that maybe this guy is just cheaper than he needs to be, he has cut. I didn't even know they had a second mascot for the Trailblazers. They had two. He's gotten rid of the second mascot. They're down to one now.
Yep. Here's what Tom Dundon doesn't know, because Tom Dundon, the first team that he owned, the big league team, was the Hurricanes in Carolina. Mm-hmm. And what he doesn't understand is the NBA is a completely different league. And so I don't mind an owner coming in and saying, hey, we're a little out of pocket here. Let's reel some of the stuff in. Whether it's your fans, which again, free T-shirts go over with fans. It is easy to buy their love with free T-shirts. Two, all these little things make a difference when you're in a small market that people traditionally might not have a good vibe for or feeling for if they haven't played there yet. Dan Gilbert, to his credit, has done, him and Mark Cuban, and I know Dallas is a big market, those are owners who've gone in and changed the perception of a town basketball-wise because of how well they take care of players. This is in a very primped league, in a very diva league. This is just dumb by him.
Well, and the weird thing is now the rumblings out of Seattle is that he's the front runner to get the Seahawks, the NFL team there, and it's like, You can't showcase that you're going to be this cheap with the Trailblazers if you want people then to accept you in Seattle. What are you going to do for the 12th man with the Seahawks? You're just going to...
It's only going to be the 11th man.
You just can't afford the 12th
we
side
actually
of it?
had to cut the 12th man, and just whoever the 11th starter is will be the 11th man.
El Cheapo, all-time great nickname.
It's really funny.
That's great.
Yeah, that's so insulting because it's so stupid, and it's like, not El Cheapo.
Oh, man, there's so many good ones here. We didn't do this yesterday. Joe Buck is reportedly closing in on a deal to host ESPN Jeopardy. The program will air on ESPN Plus and Hulu. Will you watch ESPN Jeopardy?
I watched when Dan Patrick did Sports Jeopardy. I did watch that. I probably won't watch with Joe Buck, but like Darren Rovell, that Muppet's out here like, oh yeah, you need Robbie Berger out there or I Show Speed to be doing it. It's like, no, the people that are going to be watching Sports Jeopardy aren't the people that you are catering to if you hire people that are interesting to 20-year-olds.
Yeah, it's so funny. Joe Buck is about as boring as you can get. He fits the motif.
He fits perfect, and like he's somebody you trust. Like part of why they were able to replace Trebek with Ken is the idea that like he was a champion.
Yeah,
and like part of Jeopardy in that war is that you're talking to the person asking the questions actually knows some of the answers of the questions, not just a bumbling idiot.
Now that
Joe
being
Buck's
said,
going to know the answers.
Now that being said, there's never been a sports trivia reality show that has been entertaining to watch.
Disagree. Hard disagree. Stump the Schwab was fantastic television.
Yeah, I hated it. And
you
Schwab
hated
was
Stump
awesome.
the Schwab?
Hated the show.
Love Stump the Schwab.
Nope.
That was a great show.
There was another one that I can't even remember that was on when I was in college. And it was like, oh, you love sports, you're going to watch this show. And I hated it, too. It might have been a precursor to, it wasn't Stump the Schwab, but it was something like that. No, it might have been Sports Jeopardy, now that we're on it. Hated it. And I love Dan Patrick.
Dan Patrick's one of my favorites. I give him a chance at just about everything, and I did not care for Sports Jeopardy. So I'm probably not going to enjoy the Joe Buck side of Sports Jeopardy.
Real quick, Guardians fell to the Astros 2-0, so they lose the series to the Astros. We'll have some reaction on that coming up in the show, but Brian Jones, CBS Sports college football analyst in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
rim. Let's just focus on making sure to be around the rim, finish, and do those things that we know you can capitalize on against most teams. But the Raptors, just make sure that you stick with Scotty, and Toronto needs Scotty to be a unicorn right now. The Cavs don't need that from Evan.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
You okay? As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. We did have the Guardians-Astros game just wrapped up here. Gardo's taking another series L here. I will say the Cavs Don't Blink Challenge video that we did about 40 minutes ago is officially up at 92.3 The Fan on X. It's even more impressive. I just have to rave about you, not just because it's your birthday, not just because you're an incredible sports talk show host. You're a natural.
You're making me blush.
You're like Rain Man of having a a leaf blower just going in your face, and you're just not blinking.
Yeah. Some of these talents you just don't even know you have, right? And then, maybe this has been like a pro sport or something like that. Maybe I would have had a chance to go pro at some point in life, but it wasn't.
And here's the problem.
Wasn't and isn't.
Here's the problem.
It will never come in handy ever.
Mine was awful.
No, you had a decent showing.
No,
don't do that
4
to yourself.
seconds is not a decent showing, Jonathan.
Don't do that to yourself.
I let the show down. I didn't even come close to challenging
Not in the slightest bit. But you know what is? Listen, it's nice that you're at least telling me, and I shouldn't feel this way, but I do, that your eyes are also bothering you.
Yeah.
Because if only my eyes are bothering me, I'd be like, well, hold on a second. Like, you blinked, and I'm the fool. I'm the idiot. I went for 17 seconds for no reason.
Yep.
Not the case here, so that's nice.
I think you definitely had the advantage there. Also, Gardo's getting the series lost. This game was lost in 2 at-bats. I'm not trying to blast Hosey. Mm-hmm. He had 2 fastballs grooved either right down the middle or a little high, and he was late on both of them in key moments where he had runners on scoring base. It was just kind of one of those when Hosey didn't get one of those a game, let alone 2 of those in key spots. This just wasn't your day.
At least DeWater got a couple hits, though. He had the big hit last night, the triple, the bases clearing triple, 2 hits today. Maybe he's getting back.
He looks like a moose when he runs.
Yeah.
Is there and by the way, he is insanely athletic.
It looks like he's got a refrigerator tied to his back.
But when he swings, it's obviously the silliest swing in baseball. And then when he runs, he does run like a defensive lineman.
It makes you wonder how he ever got scouted.
Now, I think it was the hitting like 500 or something like that.
I would think that might help.
That probably was a good thing for him. But the draft is one day away. To talk many things about the many college prospects here, we head out to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. CBS Sports college football analyst Brian Jones joining us right now on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Brian, welcome to the show.
Hey, fellas, are we talking about my Yankees nemesis, Jose Ramirez?
I believe that is the one. Oh, you guys don't love Jose there? It's a shame.
Oh, God, every time he comes up to bat, I'm sitting there at the edge of my seat. How are we going to get this dude out? He is a tough out, as you guys know, for anyone, no matter who the Guardians are playing.
What's weird is I always thought Yankees fans just hated Lindor because of the 2017 Grand Slam, but I never got the hatred from Yankees fans for Jose.
Oh, no, not hatred, respect.
Sports hatred, you know what I mean.
Huge respect for him, but you just know somehow, some way, he's going to get a hit. I mean, that dude always comes through.
All right, so let's get to some of these prospects here. I always love this because, you follow college football so closely here. Even when we have, draft nicks on, everybody always has their favorites. When we start talking about college football players that are heading to the NFL this year, who are some of your favorites that you remember from watching this last couple of years?
Oh, God. The backers at Ohio State, of course. Sonny Styles and Arvell Reese. Incredible players, pros, along with Caleb Downs, all those guys. And playing in that system made them even more so pros. But on the offensive side, I enjoyed watching Mendoza, but my guy is Mekhi Lemon. I just love the guy's game. He has a disposition that you don't normally see in a wide receiver. He is a mean dude that says the ball is mine. You can do whatever you want, but I'm going to somehow, some way come down with this dang ball. And he usually does.
What's interesting is, we've spent so much time talking about, like, Nick and I both like Jordan Tyson a lot. It seems like everyone else loves Carnell Tate for the Browns at 6 overall, but you're a Makai Lemon guy. What's the difference between the other two wide receivers and then Lemon in discussing the ceiling that they can have?
Well, I'm with you on Tyson. He's electric, as is Carnell Tate, man. He tore up my Longhorns early last year, and everyone else. I know he missed a few games, but that dude, if it wasn't for Jeremiah Smith, everyone would know about Carnell Tate. If they don't, it's a shame because he's one heck of a wide receiver. Tyson, electric as well. This guy's a phenomenal athlete if he can stay on the field. And you guys know as well as I do, the best ability is availability. So can you keep him healthy? I just recall 2 years ago in the Big 12 championship game versus Iowa State, he just went off. They had no answer for this dude. And so he is a tremendous playmaker. And he, route runner, speed, everything you want at that position. He has the height also that Makai Lemon doesn't have. If there's one knock on Lemon, it's, he goes about 5'11" on a good day. And he may not have that top line speed, but somehow, some way, he always finds the open spots in the defense. And once again, if you're draped all over him, he's still going to come down with the ball.
All right, Brian, you mentioned you are a Texas Longhorn, having played several years there, then gone to the NFL in the mid-'90s. Arch Manning, a lot of love there, a lot of hype there. People expect him to be the number one pick next year. Is that the same feeling you have after watching him the last few years in Texas?
Well, I as with many, that first ball game versus Ohio State, I was just blown away with him not being able to make the rudimentary throws. I didn't expect him to throw for 300 versus Ohio State, but I also didn't expect him to stub his toe in the manner in which he did. But having done that myself, trying too hard in a game and just tripping over your own 2 feet, I get it. But I thought near the end of the season, the last 4 or 5 games, he was playing as well as anyone in all of college football, and he figured it out. And I think he's going to be, if not the number one pick, he'll be top 5 if things go as I expect, especially with Ryan Wingo returning at wide receiver and getting Cam Coleman. Guys, Cam Coleman is the best kept secret in college football. The dude didn't have a quarterback the whole time he was at Auburn. He probably can't even spell quarterback. That's how bad it was there. And now he comes over to the Longhorns, and he's a big body. And this guy is the epitome of athletic. And so I think with that type of arsenal at the wide receiver position, a better offensive line, and the transfer portal running backs they brought in, Brown and Smothers, they're going to be just fine, and they're going to be worthy of the hype this season, not so much last year.
All right, let's stay with the Longhorns for a second there. We have no use for Anthony Hill Jr. I know he's a great player, but we got our linebacker spot. Can you sell me on a Malik Muhammad or a Trey Moore or somebody in this draft that you like?
Trey Moore came over from the USTA, and he was primarily an edge guy with his hand in the dirt when he came to UT. And then last year, and I applauded this move, they stood him up. And I thought he had a better season this year. He was more effective, and he had played with more confidence, and I guess he understood what they were asking of him. And so we'll see. There's still some development that's needed there, and we'll see if he came over as a highly touted pass rusher. It didn't really materialize his first year, and then they stood him up, and I thought he was a much better football player. Muhammad was one of the better DBs on this football team. So I think it's still there. Not so much a season ago. They lost a lot of guys on the back end, too. If there was one thing that really hurt them other than the offensive line was the attrition in the secondary. But this Muhammad kid has some skills. I think he'll surprise some people. And you said, no, Anthony Hill Jr., come on, man. This dude can fly, flat out fly. Watching his development over the last 3 years has been a joy. And if there was one knock on him earlier, which you could say about a lot of guys who have a ton of speed. You try to run around blocks. You can't do that. You just make the hole much, much bigger. So he learned to take those offensive linemen on. He learned to be more sound, more technique sound in playing linebacker. And they utilized him where they moved him around quite a bit, and he was more of a blitzer than, say, your garden variety linebacker just sitting there and waiting for the play to unfold.
Brian, there's been a lot of talk about the presumptive number one pick, Fernando Mendoza, and how great of a quarterback he's going to be in the pros. When you watched Fernando this last year at Indiana, do you side more with the criticisms of him that maybe he's not the guy that the straw that stirs the drink, or do you think the man just had success in the environment and he might be able to conform to any environment?
I think he can conform to any environment. Go back and look at how he played versus Miami when he was at Cal. Should have won that game, but they didn't. There was a controversial targeting call in that ball game. But he impressed me when he was at Cal, and then early last year when I saw he transferred to Indiana, I said, okay, they've upgraded the quarterback position from the previous season. And that came to fruition throughout this year. Tough-minded kid. He's another one. Pro's pro. He probably already knows the playbook there at Vegas Raiders. He probably already knows it and hasn't even stepped on the field for them. That's just how intelligent that football IQ is through the roof, and he's going to come in, he's going to put the work in, and I think he's a fantastic leader. He may not wow you with a howitzer for an arm, but he can make the throws. Anticipation is elite. And he doesn't try too hard. He doesn't, we took our show on the road at Oregon when they played him there last October, and to see him up close and personal was a treat because he threw a pick six, unflappable. He's sitting over on the sideline, no problem, not throwing the clipboard or the helmets or anything, just goes back out there and engineers another touchdown drive. And the big plays versus Iowa, and of course Penn State, and the iconic run in the title game, which will be shown on a loop forever, ever. There in Bloomington. This kid has it all, and I understand this time of year you're finding, people want to find holes and things of that nature. I mean, I'm listening to all this nonsense about Ruben Bain, the edge guy from Miami. Oh, his arms are too short. His ankle flexion. What the fudge is that? Turn on the tape. The dude is violent. He makes plays. He did it throughout the college football playoff this season. He played against the best, and he kicked butt. May not have won all those games, but he kicked butt. So that's exactly what Mendoza did. I think he's the truth.
All right, Brian, real quick. I know you're involved with the first ever CTE drug. I think it's short for Barry. What can you tell us?
Yeah, Baricitinib, man. We're hoping it's the holy grail for treating CTE now and some other afflictions as well. Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, and dementia. Anyone that sustained head injuries, we're hoping this drug that Dr. Christina Gavignano, she developed this drug a few years ago. It's being applied in different applications. And the one thing she was able to detect as the main culprit was inflammation. And baricitinib has had great effect mitigating inflammation, and that's what keeps us from treating all those afflictions that I mentioned. And so we're holding out hope that this could be the holy grail of holy grails as far as a treatment for anyone that has sustained head trauma.
All right, Brian. Well, we appreciate you, man. Good stuff to hear from you, and we'll catch up with you down the line.
Appreciate you guys, and thanks for the blow-by-blow baseball.
Hey. Jose's going to haunt your dreams, and that's okay with us. Brian Jones there on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline, CBS Sports college football analyst. We'll react to what he had to say in apparently a leader in the clubhouse for the Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Check out one last pre-draft edition of the Fan Off-Season Special tonight with Jake Volnick, Coach Riz, and Daryl Ryder providing one final preview of Thursday's first round and the latest around what the Browns could do on draft weekend. That's the Fan Off-Season Special right here on The Fan, streaming on the Odyssey app and YouTube Live.
My guy is Makai Lemon. I just love the guy's game. I'm with you on Tyson. He's electric, as is Carnell Tate. Man, he tore up my Longhorns early last year, and everyone else. I know he missed a few games, but that dude, if it wasn't for Jeremiah Smith, everyone would know about Carnell Tate. If they don't, it's a shame because he's one heck of a wide receiver. Tyson, electric as well. This guy's a phenomenal athlete if he can stay on the field. And you guys know as well as I do, the best ability is availability. He has the height also that Makai Lemon doesn't have. If there's one knock on Lemon, it's he goes about 5'11", and he may not have that top-line speed, but somehow, some way, he always finds the open spots in the defense. And once again, if you're draped all over him, he's still going to come down with the ball.
Brian Jones, CBS Sports college football analyst in the previous segment. And I will say, one of the nice things about having gone through the entirety of the draft cycle is, looking back, I think I've been too down on Makai Lemon simply because I'd rather have Jordan Tyson and Carnell Tate. If the Browns came out of day one with any one of those three players, even if I think the other two guys fit more what they need in terms of what those guys do best on the field, I think you got one of the three best wide receivers, and I think there's a clear gap between those three and like the next best wide receiver, like Omar Cooper Jr.
Yeah, what's interesting, we've not had too many people come on and say they love Makai Lemon. Part of that is because of the slot stuff, but like the reality is that he killed himself at the combine.
Yeah,
like it was just he was awkward, he was weird at the podium, and then every report out of it was that he interviewed in just a miserable way, and so like I hate to have him fall because people just think he's a weird guy ultimately, but like that does come into account. We've seen it happen time and time again.
But like I think that's one player that I just don't have a feel for how would they want to use him, like, or not just that. I don't know if he's just a slot guy, whether that's different now because guys like Puka Nacua have become one of the 5 best wide receivers in the NFL, and that's a guy who dominates out of the slot. Even JSN, I know he plays a lot more on the outside than people thought he would. When he's in the slot, there's no better slot guy in the NFL than JSN, the 20% of the time he plays there. So I am struggling. It's not like 10 years ago when Jarvis Landry was maybe one of the 3 best wide receivers in the class and fell to pick 60 because he was looked at as just a slot guy.
No, I mean, think about it. That's why his ceiling is Amon-Ra St. Brown. Like that's like it's not an insult. It's a compliment in some degree. I think people just look at it like, well, you're not going to the outside, so you can't provide as much value. No, we have enough guys in the NFL that can provide that value. But we just don't have a lot of people coming on talking about Makai Lemon that way. We did in the beginning. We legitimately did. Yeah. It was a 3 wide receiver race, and then at some point it got separated. And I really just think it just came down to the interviews and everything that happened at the combine.
Now, while we're talking about the Browns, while we're talking about the NFL draft there, and again, great stuff with Brian Jones there, CBS Sports college football analyst, with just about just over 24 hours to go until the first round commences in Pittsburgh. The leader in the clubhouse for the Browns with the number 6 pick is Spencer Fano. And I thought Ashley Bastock said it perfectly when we were like, so, is that your leader in the clubhouse? And she's like, I have no idea how we could have a leader in the clubhouse given where the Browns are.
Seems impossible. I think like the job we have is to try to tell everyone, I confidently think this, I confidently believe that. Now, a lot of it just comes naturally for people like me and you that just believe in what we believe in. But there's no, how do you handicap this?
Yeah, and it's even like, so the funny thing is, the first problem is it does feel like there's some moving parts there ahead of you that could change this.
For sure.
Also, at any point, Dallas, Detroit, LA could call you, Kansas City could call you and want that spot. That's another tough thing to kind of forecast, who's going to be there and maybe whether you're willing to move off that pick. Here's the other thing. it's not as if there's consensus between Fano, Maui Noa, or any of the offensive linemen here, because nobody can even agree with, like, is Spencer Fano a tackle? Is he a guard? Is he a center?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what makes the conversation so hard. If you told me that the Browns believe Spencer Fano was a bona fide starting right tackle, I would all of a sudden be like, yeah, okay, it makes sense that he's the pick at 6, right? I don't know that you can go in and go, well, worst case scenario, he's a great guard or center. And again, that's not he could be a great offensive lineman.
Mm-hmm.
This is probably going to be more on the inside, and that's like that versus Maui Noa, who I think people have kind of settled in on. That's a right guard, or even to Monroe Freeling, who people think is the one left tackle in this class. I actually vehemently disagree. I think Lomu deserves conversation. I think there's a chance Ian Shore could go there. I'll even entertain Ken's take on Blake Miller because, again, he does have experience at it on some level of football.
Caden Proctor too, right? I know you're just not a fan.
Well, here's the thing. If you just talked about, like, the build, I know he's too fat, but no, Caden Proctor has the size and athleticism that you would love to have out of left tackle. And if he had a great engine in him, you could sell me on him being a poor man's Trent Williams. That engine.
Yeah.
Like, that's... I don't care if it's the you know,
a 4-banger?
That's a 4-banger. And you know how I feel about 4-bangers, Mac.
Disgusted with those.
Yeah. 8-cylinder Hemi. 5.7 liter, by the way. Legend.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Does.
It does.
Not a 4-banger.
Definitely
but no,
not.
I mean, that is like... it's so funny because everyone keeps talking about the Browns need to draft an offensive lineman first. And I'm like, listen, if there was a tried and true absolute left tackle or even like a high-level right tackle, and it wasn't even a debate at 6, then, yeah, I get prioritizing that over one of these wide receivers. I'm going to take a great right guard over an elite wide receiver.
It's weird because, like, Maui Noa was it seemed like the prospective favorite for a while, and that's just kind of changed. Vegas, so the odds that Vegas has, this is for the 6th overall pick. It's not necessarily the Browns. The Browns own the 6th overall pick right now, but it's obviously accounting for the idea that someone could trade in and then they would take somebody else. But it's got Spencer at 3-1, Carnell Tate 7-2. I got to stop doing the first name thing. I did that with you with Myles earlier, and then like in between the break, I'm like, well, Myles was at the Michael Jackson movie, and he thought it was great.
I thought he was saying Miles Simmons.
Yeah, and we really threw each other for a loop. But if we say Hosey, everyone's got that. That's Hosey.
No, there's no other Hosey.
I mean, shouldn't Myles have
There's
shouldn't Myles have like the Oprah treatment in the city?
To church.
Yeah. I missed it. My headphones cut out. Could you do that one for me one more time?
I had some sand.
Oh, okay.
From the air.
So Carnell Tate is plus 350, and then Sonny Styles is actually 3rd on the board at plus 450 before you get to Maui Noa at plus 750.
Now, Sonny Styles at 6. Now, it's just for the 6th pick, right? It's not like Brown specific.
So again, like if you have like a trade, they're accounting for if somebody trades up.
Okay.
That would be in the. So I think that's where the Sonny Styles things. I think that's where that appears.
Because that would be the one thing. Even Arvell Reese to some degree, just because you are going to be, you're projecting him to be an edge rusher at this level.
Everyone in the world seems convinced, maybe not everyone, McShay is not on that fence, but everyone thinks that Bailey's going to go number 2. Yeah, he just keeps going back and forth. King Flip-Flopper. I love McShay. King Flip-Flopper. He's like the Daryl Ryder of John Fanta of the Muppet prognosticators.
Yeah, here's the problem. We're going to be talking to Daryl at 6 today.
Yeah, and we'll see what he flip-flops on. All right, so anyway, but the point is that Arvell Reese could be there at 6. Is it likely? No, but it could happen if Bailey goes number 2 overall. And that's honestly one of the ways that I think the Browns end up winning this whole entire thing, because the market then for Arvell Reese at 6, if he happens to be there, it's gonna exist.
216-474-0092. Is Spencer Fano the leader in the clubhouse for the number 6 pick? Here's another thing. By the way, Spencer Fano could also be the Giants' pick if the Giants want a wide receiver and offensive lineman. Mm-hmm. Just thinking out loud there.
Yeah.
So that doesn't even just have to be Browns adjacent, or Browns specific is more what I meant. I still think Carnell, if they stick at 6, I think Carnell's got to be the favorite.
Yeah, but how? Like, how did this happen? Because I agree with you. It feels less likely that Jordan Tyson is the answer, but like where or why? Why? Like, if the Browns release and tell us nothing, how did Carnell Tate get such a massive lead over him? And I'm not disagreeing. I think that same way as well. Bottom of my heart, I'm like, Carnell Tate's got the advantage here. How did it happen?
Because I don't think maybe they want people to know that how in they are on these wide receivers.
But wouldn't that give the impression that Jordan Tyson is as in this as he's ever been?
Oh, I do. Yeah. I listen, I try not to get too much into the Pepe Sylvia of it, of like, you know, going onto the whiteboard and drawing all these connections to everything. But Jordan Tyson has been the least talked about prospect for the Browns at 6. And I think he's in the same ballpark with Jordan Tyson or with Carnell Tate. And here's the thing. If you're uncomfortable with maybe, is Carnell Tate fast enough to be a number 1 wide receiver? There's really no doubt about the athleticism of Jordan Tyson, whether you have the athletic testing profile or not.
Only hang up I have on all of this is, I tend to really believe that Andrew Berry's a wild card. We don't really know what's going on. That's what makes all this so difficult. But when he spoke last Thursday, one of the things he had mentioned was the idea that for this process alone, he extends it out to a lot of different voices. And he extends it out to a lot of people in the building, people he believes he trusts. But this goes to some scouts involved. This goes to some of the higher-ups. Like, he operates with this in a way that he doesn't operate with other moves. And so, I don't know, maybe we got a scout that's just talking out there. He said his big board is just open and available for all these scouts to come in and check and see what he likes. Now in an Andrew Berry-esque, like an M. Night Shyamalan-type twist, maybe Andrew Berry, maybe he tanks his own board and throws curveballs just in case the scouts are talking. Yeah, just in case the scouts are talking.
Pulls off 1 or 2 names off the board so you don't see where they're at.
Or try to find a leak. Like how David Stern used to release letters, like NBA official letters to all the different teams, and he'd make them slightly different for each one just so he could find out which team was actually leaking it out to like Woj and all those other guys. Maybe we have one of those situations going on.
I think we're giving Andrew Berry too much credit.
It's how we found out Isaiah Thomas was basically just wrecking the league.
Do I think that Andrew Berry does a good job of muddying the water so that nobody's 100% sure? Yes. Do I think that he spends as much time as he would have to spend to be the ultimate is smoking everybody out?
I think he loves it.
No, I do think he enjoys it.
This part
I think
of the
it's
game.
a hobby. I think he does have a full-time career that he's very invested in.
I think it's his full-time career and then his hobby, and they just kind of intertwine, and this he gets his rocks off of this stuff. I'm so convinced he loves the shock factor of it all.
I would imagine that if Andrew's listened to this show, he doesn't always love it. He's heard some of the criticism, right? But he keeps tuning in because you paint him to be one of the great masterminds of this current century.
Who had him doing anything like he did last year's draft when it came to number 2 and trading out to then getting
GMs
Mason Graham? Who had Todd Monkin being the head coach? Like, he loves this stuff.
What GMs come out and say?
He loves this stuff. Todd Monkin was dead in the water.
No matter what.
Dead in the water in that coaching search. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, because Barry just loves the shock factor of it all.
He is just cheesing right now.
Joy.
He's hearing this, and this is music.
Just making everyone look like idiots at the end of the day.
Is Spencer Fano the leader in the clubhouse for the Browns with a number 6 pick? And Father Time still can't catch LeBron. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I've got a challenge for you, because if you're looking at new trucks this month, a Ram truck should be atop your list. So pull in.
pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Back on Afternoon Drive, the lead coming up in about 20 minutes. We'll be reacting to the Guardians' loss to the Astros. Of course, we're 1 day away from the NFL Draft and 1 day away from Game 3 Cavs-Raptors. Plenty to get to there. It should be noted, Jeremy Fowler has and Matt Miller have kind of combined on Matt Miller's last first-round mock draft of the season. Yeah.
It's why is it a combined thing?
I don't know. I really don't.
Doesn't that seem stupid?
Well, no. So Matt's making the picks, and then Jeremy's giving the latest intel.
Okay.
And so Matt has the Browns going Maui Noah, the right guard out of Miami. Here is Fowler's intel. Fano is an offensive tackle who's been matched to the Browns in league circles. Late in the process, the Browns have a short list of players, and not all of them filled two major needs, tackle and receiver. As one team source cautioned, Cleveland was unpredictable last year and could be again. To peg it solely as going wide receiver tackle in the first round is short-sighted.
Wild card.
So, while I don't expect the Browns to take Styles or Downs, defensive help isn't totally off the table, even if it's an entry point to trade back. And yes, like many others, Cleveland wants to trade down, not up.
All right.
They did a great job of just regurgitating the
basically
same,
being like, we have no idea.
Yeah. And you know what? The only thing missing, anything's on the table.
Anything's on the table.
Should have said anything's on the table so that we know anything's on the table.
Man, it's amazing how in 1 year you really can just, if anybody thought they had a clue with you, you can just throw them for a loop. Andrew Berry in one season has made into, I know, just this absolute wild card of a human.
Yeah, what was the Russell Crowe movie? About A Beautiful Mind.
Oh, yeah.
He's turned into like a beautiful mind when it comes to smokescreen season.
Well, there's not much of a difference between what Russell Crowe turned into and then being one of those like genius eccentric type people. Mm-hmm. Kind of like the homeless people that are savants at chess.
Yeah.
Not much. There's a fine line between that. And Andrew Berry might be towing that fine line.
Yeah.
He might be. Yeah.
One too many mock draft simulators, and all of a sudden he's living in a shed in Montana.
And before you know it, you're making a trade out to then, overdraft a position that you don't even need. He's taking like a cornerback at 12 or something.
Going Bill Cosby there.
I don't go Bill Cosby.
The trade out. I'm just talking about your phraseology.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah. Not Spanish Fly or anything like that.
I think there's a lot of things I do in life. I don't go Bill Cosby.
And so you do the trade, and then you put the pudding
the Jell-O pudding. I can't. Listen.
No, that was on you, dog. That's what you did. You went Cosby. I just had to say it.
You didn't have to say it. No.
It takes you Caleb Downs with the sixth pick.
There's a lot of people that I accidentally go into. I don't know what that was. That was your version of The Simpsons doing Cosby, is what that was. That's like how when people do Harry Carey now, it turns into the Will Ferrell version. Yeah. It's not even Harry Carey.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I learned the other day, people don't even know who Harry Carey is, younger kids. Like legitimate baseball fans that are younger kids.
He's been dead for 20 years. Why would you expect them to know?
It blows my mind. I don't know. I just assumed everyone still knew who Harry Carey was.
Like you get born and somebody's like, all right, son, here's Harry Carey.
The idea that young kids don't know who Harry Carey is. And like baseball fans, they're young, but they're baseball fans. You just assume it's like one of those people that just everyone knows.
He's been dead since 1998, right?
Yes.
All right, so when do you think, where was the point of delineation where we just lost Harry Carey?
I mean, listen, everyone knows who Babe Ruth is, right? There's just certain people in life. He's not Babe Ruth. But
okay.
How many? All right. Does everyone know Jack Buck? Everyone knows Jack Buck, right?
No, I guarantee you they don't.
Maybe I just got a reverence for baseball announcers that I shouldn't. And I should let you know, growing up, I despised Harry Carey.
Really?
This is not like I think Harry Carey was great. No, I listened to every Harry Carey game from in 89 to 98. I thought he was miserable.
Yeah, why?
By the time I got to Harry Carey, he was saying Ryan Sandberg's name is Reinberg, and people just acting like that was a normal thing.
That was the Miller Lite.
The man was drunk off his ass, and that's fine. But as like a 7-year-old, I'm like, can you get the name right, please?
Yeah, so my dad worked at a station, RO in Youngstown, and they
they carried some Cleveland teams, they carried some Pittsburgh teams, and he got to go in the suite with Myron Cope.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, this is like 96 or 97, right after we lost the team. And he said Myron Cope started that broadcast with a full bottle of whatever. I think it was whiskey. He had the specific label. I don't remember what it was, but it started it, and by the end, that thing was gone. And that's why Myron Cope went from being pretty on the level to, by the end, his speech impediment was like all over the place, and you could understand like 3 words.
It's amazing. You've seen some of those.
I really wish we could have been that. You and me as drunk baseball broadcasters would be ridiculously fun.
I mean, you've seen some of like the revered NFL broadcasters from like the 70s and some of those broadcasts, and it's like, you guys love these people, and they're half in the bag the entire time.
You guys have no idea what it's like to be us. Knowing what we could be if we were doing similar jobs 40 years ago, and knowing the sacrifices we make to be sober on air for you.
But did
people
just listen and think to themselves like, oh yeah, he's drunk now? That's the right amount. It's of course it's the third quarter. He's got to be drunk now.
No, I don't even think
it's the 7th inning. Of course he's drunk now.
I've actually talked to my grandpa Tom about this because my grandpa. My great-grandfather started Wilson Oil, and they had a bunch of gas stations. And so basically you go and try and pitch people to have their gas routes for them.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's where you kind of got the money from. And my grandpa Tom was not of this generation, but my grandpa Winfield was. And they just drank constantly. So it wasn't like a thought. It was just, oh, yeah, I went to lunch with Westfield. Oh, secured a $100,000 account. And, oh, by the way, Tom in accounting got, messed his pants. Like, it was just what you did.
I get everyone was like madman. I get that. But, like, as a listener of the broadcast, how did it just become normal to be like, well, at halftime he's boozed up and this is his thoughts on the quarterback play? I don't understand how that was just everyone's reality.
Again, well, one, I don't think people got as sloppy. There's a point in time.
I was listening to this thing with Harry Cowis the other day, and it was beyond sloppy.
Well, okay, but again, because you're used to listening to sober broadcasters.
Well, that's what I wonder, though. I wonder if
everyone's hammered.
If everyone becoming hammered.
That's just the professional broadcaster.
It just numbed people to what that was. But I wanted to know if there was an acknowledgement in the back of their brain of, like, he's clearly hammered now, but it's accepted because this is what we do, and this is just kind of how this exists now.
I badly want to bring back Not drunk. Not drunk. That to me is
that's it.
But a little influenced broadcasting.
Yeah.
Specifically on team play-by-play.
But only one of them.
No.
So, only if you have an older color commentator,
he's got to be sober.
He gets to be the drunk one.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to really let him go off the rails, but then you have to.
Rosie would have to be sober, and then Hammy gets to be just hammered.
I was thinking more like an Underwood Manning situation.
Okay.
Like Manning gets to be drunk, and then Underwood's got to play the
Oh, Rick would be fun.
Underwood's got to play the straight guard in this, and he's got to be the one that was like getting agitated as the game moves on because his partner's not able to handle it.
Oh, see, I actually,
but also then kind of like enjoying the idea. Well, we would enjoy it.
I want to hear Matt keys it up.
And then Underwood being the sober one. And then Manning being the sober one?
Because Manning's a bit of a wild card anyways. That's a man about town. That's a man who's lived a bit. Matt Underwood is a very reserved broadcaster. I bet you get a couple belts in him and he's fun.
Well, I guarantee he's fun.
Oh, yeah. Bet he says things you probably shouldn't say.
I don't know that he does that. I don't know that he does that at all.
But think about it. What if, because we have like the Spanish edition.
Yeah.
What if we just had the Nick Wilson buzzed version? Right? Because, guys, if you think this is
when
me.
You said buzzed, I'm thinking of the Bumblebee man now from The Simpsons. Second time with The Simpsons.
Listen, I'll drink while in a Bumblebee outfit, too. I don't give a damn. If it means I can drink, watch baseball, and talk about it into the microphone.
English is now just the Spanish version of this game? You're talking drunken English?
No. You have English. You've got Spanish.
Okay.
And you've got the drunken broadcast.
Got it. Well, this is the alternate cast, ultimately.
Yes. The booze cast.
The booze cast. There we go.
Cast.
Yeah, we needed to land that. The booze cast.
Guys, we could have a gummy cast if you want. It's going to be a lot of silence. It's going to be
and a lot of eating, which is not. That's talk about a faux pas in broadcasting.
Actually very funny. Oh, you just
people eating Doritos,
quiet, and then occasionally a.
And then someone popping in and being like, "Wow,
just ASMR."
He really lets the play breathe, doesn't he?
Wow. While
what
breathing
an
heavily.
appreciation for the moment. And Hey, we're having fun.
Yeah, we're having fun. I think I'd kill it at that. The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Kevin Durant returned to the Rockets lineup last night, but scored just 3 points in the second half as the Lakers took a 2-game lead in the series as the shorthanded Lakers continued to get by without Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves. Reports say that Reeves could return before the end of the series against the Rockets. Game 3 between the Lakers
University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
If the Cavs won a playoff game, but nobody in Cleveland got to see it, doesn't count.
And then Ken decided to take some pot shots at the broadcasting school I spent a lot of money to go to.
It's actually true. It's the emerging podcast scene presented by Extend Technologies on 923thefan.com and on the free Odyssey app.
It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Win an autographed Evan Mobley jersey courtesy of Window Nation, where you can save up to 50% off new windows, plus get them 0% interest financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon. Visit windownation.com now. Enter the word KEY, K-E-Y, by the end of this hour at 923thefan.com to get registered to win.
Daryl Ryder coming up in 1 hour's time. We'll talk with him about the leader in the clubhouse at quarterback, the number 6 pick, his expectations there. We're going to have him lock it in. I make fun of Todd McShay's last mock draft. It's like, wait till tomorrow. And then I want Daryl's last answer. And then if he gives any other answer afterwards, I'm going to call him out on air for it.
I don't think he's going to give it to you. Mainly because Daryl likes to keep the idea of, of course, everyone's been saying trade down for months if they trade down tomorrow. Like, he likes that.
I'm so glad you said this. We need to. Everyone gets to have a final guess if you want it. But if you don't lock it in, you don't get to say, I've been saying this can happen for months. If you've been saying the whole time, anything could happen. If no matter where they stick it at 6, if they trade down, if they do the most predictable thing or the least predictable, you don't get to say, under the banner of, all things were on the table, so I was right. I'm sorry.
Can I lock it in for myself right now?
Yes.
I don't think a trade down is going to happen.
All right.
I don't think they're going to have the partners to be able to do it.
Okay.
And so if it happens, sure, whatever. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think at 6, they're going to take Carnell Tate. And I think they're going to answer that receiver question, and that is what that is.
So you're locking it in?
I'm locking it in. It's not what I would do with it. I'd take Tyson instead. We've talked about this. I think they're going to take Carnell Tate, and there's not going to be a trade down scenario at number 6. It's not going to materialize.
I'm not ready to lock it in, but I will be before tomorrow. I'm sorry, I will be before the end of tomorrow's show.
Okay, good. I just felt like maybe, I do one today, you do one tomorrow.
I think that makes a lot of sense.
Okay, good.
I also didn't want to give it all away at once.
No,
you
we
just
couldn't do
locked
that.
it in.
Yeah, we couldn't do that.
On.
Yeah.
It's content, guys.
Lock it in.
Again, Daryl joining us in about an hour's time. We'll see if he locks it in. But
I wanted to get aggressive there with the lock it in.
I think you were sufficiently aggressive. Also, if you missed earlier in the show.
Too close to the Bill Cosby jokes.
We did it. You're going to lock it. Nope. No. I started going Travolta.
Like a Schwarzenegger.
I was actually going to go very Travolta.
No.
It's not good. Amalgamation of all.
So when I started to go like bring in air to do it, I lost confidence before I started speaking.
I could tell something happened.
And then it was just like all the entire time I was talking, my brain was screaming, "Bail! Bail!" And so we bailed.
Yeah, you really got to commit.
Yeah, but if you guys missed it earlier, we did the Cavs Don't Blink Challenge at 3:20, and Jonathan Peterlin did not blink. I blinked aggressively. But the video's up on 92.3 The Fan's Twitter account. It's embarrassing for me. Well done for the birthday boy there. But Charles Davis of CBS Sports joined the Morning Boys. I was going to do the Morning Boys and Cosby voice. I'm not going to do it. He was asked what he'd do with the Browns quarterback position.
I would have cut my losses with Deshaun Watson and figured out something a long time ago. That's just me. Other teams have done it. If that's the case, Deshaun Watson has a heck of a chance of being the starter, and I think he's going to be. But if you're going to keep him around and give him a fair shot to win it, I think that he's going to win that job. I'm not quite sure what gets accomplished there ultimately. Are you going to redo a deal? Like, let's say he has a big year. What if he has a big year? You're going to redo and bring him back and all that. There's so many permutations go into it. I would have moved on myself, but that's just me. But I do think that, I've gone circles here. I don't mean to, Andrew. I'm going to say Deshaun Watson's going to line up and be the starter on opening day.
I don't understand. Andrew Berry, I think, maybe.
Okay. I don't know if he's calling Anthony Andrew, or maybe Ken just strikes him as an Andrew. Ken looks like an Andrew.
I actually kind of love the idea of everyone he goes on the air with, he just calls Andrew.
True. I like
just makes up these own two people shows that he does.
Andre the Giant called everyone boss.
Yeah.
Hulk Hogan called everybody brother. It'd be great if you just called somebody like a random name.
Is this Dick Vitale saying Matthew?
I think so.
Yeah, I think it is. I don't know how you can have this thought process, though. I really don't, where you can be like, they should have gotten rid of him. He should be gone. And also, he's going to be the week 1 starter, no questions asked. Like, make that make sense for me. I don't see how we get there.
Yeah. I think Deshaun is the break glass in case of emergency. And I really think they don't want to break that glass.
They shouldn't want to.
And by the way, guys, I think it's purposeful that Deshaun didn't speak yesterday. And again, it could be that they're protecting Deshaun. It could be that Deshaun didn't want to speak. It also could be Deshaun's not really a part of this competition, that they're trying to use him as either motivation or there's a move they're going to make in the next week or so that will then be the real competition, and Deshaun won't really factor into this, and they'll just come out and say he's not ready, whatever. So there's a lot of reasons that he could actually not be a part of this. I'll believe it when I see it. I'm just going to continue to go back to that.
Yeah, I think that's fair. The only dumb part about that, the part I can't explain away, because I'm with a lot of your thinking here, is just why did they give him so much first-team reps or so many first-team reps? Maybe Monkin just looks at this whole entire couple days that they have as the bonus anyway, because you only get him if you're a first-year head coach. But it's just odd. AshleyBass.Cleveland.com. She joined us today at 2:40. She broke down what she's seen from Deshaun Watson in voluntary minicamp.
Deshaun, I think watching him in this practice, if you didn't know all of the surgeries he had gone through, you wouldn't know that that's what he had dealt with. He looked fully healthy and good in that environment. Now, I think the caveat there is, I will say, I think basically every year I've watched Deshaun Watson in the offseason, he's looked good. He's looked like a former Pro Bowler quarterback. We've talked about it before that those guys just tend to look different. I think he looks very sure of himself, and that's promising, but I think it's also the biggest question about him, is he going to carry that confidence, that assuredness into the regular season if he is the starter?
So here's the thing. Practice Deshaun has always looked different.
Yeah.
And then he got in the game, and then he looked bad. So I don't, and I know Todd Monkin hasn't seen that, the disparity between those two things, but other people in that organization have. And so I think it does feel like, even Deshaun could look like Herculean in practice, and I'm going to think to myself, yeah, okay, he's got to go do it on the field, because there's just no reason to believe it at this point until you actually see it consistently on an NFL field.
There isn't. The scary thing about it is that I've fallen victim to it myself. I did you as well? I don't remember if you did or didn't, but the very first year that Deshaun was here, I'll never forget him up against Jacoby Brissett in that practice. And now Jacoby is a legitimate starting quarterback in the NFL. He's going to have a chance in Arizona, it looks like. He's done it, and Jacoby looked like a high school quarterback compared to Deshaun.
Yep.
It was night and day, and then you get him on the field, and again, night and day situation as well. And so I'm very worried that people are going to fall for it. CBS Sports this is yours, by the way.
Yes,
but I'll just keep going. College football analyst Brian Jones joined us last hour.
It's your birthday gift.
Thank you very much. So generous of you. You know what? You can take it back. Take it back.
Nope.
Finish it. Take it back. I'll do number 4.
I don't have a receipt for it.
I've rejected your present.
Nope.
I would take a firm handshake later on at 7 o'clock instead.
No. I refuse.
All right, fine, then. I accept this one. He talked about the wide receivers that'll be available for the Browns to draft in the first round.
My guy's Mekhi Lemon. I just love the guy's game. I'm with you on Tyson. He's electric, as is Carnell Tate. Man, he tore up my Longhorns early last year, and everyone else. I know he missed a few games, but that dude, if it wasn't for Jeremiah Smith, everyone would know about Carnell Tate. If they don't, it's a shame, because he's one heck of a wide receiver. Tyson, electric as well. This guy's a phenomenal athlete if he can stay on the field. And you guys know as well as I do, the best ability is availability. He has the height also that Mekhi Lemon doesn't have. If there's one knock on Lemon, it's he goes about 5'11", and he may not have that top line speed, but somehow, some way, he always finds the open spots in the defense. And once again, if you're draped all over him, he's still going to come down with the ball.
Yeah, I think if you asked me to rate the top 3 wide receivers, I would go Tyson, then Tate, and then Lemon. Mm-hmm. And I do think there's a bigger gap between Tyson and Tate than there is from Tate to Lemon. But any one of those 3 guys is a massive upgrade to what you have. I just happen to think Tyson or Tate maybe fits more outside receiver, certainly with Tyson, I think he's an explosive playmaking waiting to happen.
Yeah, the reason why I locked it in with Tate is I just feel like Andrew Berry is going to take the double off the wall. I think it's so little room for error with Carnell Tate being at least a good NFL player that I think he's going to take that and he's going to be happy about it. And so it'll be interesting to find out what wide receiver actually goes first, how it all shakes out, and if Mekhi Lemon himself, I mean, Brian Jones loves him, but there could be a fall that happens there for sure. Cavs head coach Kenny Atkinson spoke to the media after practice today. He's confident in the team's preparation as the series now shifts to Toronto.
It's probably similar to Game 2 where they came out. They're going to come out again. Use the word hurricane, whatever word you want to use. Like, how do you withstand that physically and mentally? If we give them life early, right, you go down 10-2 or 12-2 run, it's really important right off the bat. You resist, and then obviously to sustain. I think runs become more important on the road when you're the visiting team, right? Like discussions with the group when they're going to go on an A2 run. Crowds in, what does that look like? But I keep saying, we have a mature group in that sense where we don't lose our cool. We're pretty poised. I like our process.
Yeah, I think it's a nice little test going to Toronto, and I think the Raptors figured out how to get a little more pressure on the Cavs offense, and I think they figured out that a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see if they can recreate that, because if they can, it's going to end up being the most competitive game of the series. In the end, I still expect a Cavs sweep.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely made adjustments. Pirtle played 0 minutes in the second half. CMB was everywhere. And so, again, I think that will be one that they stay with. And I'm interested to see what Toronto continues to try to do to shake it up for the Cavs. But there really wasn't many things that worked. I mean, I guess, in my opinion, that's about as good as we're going to see the Raptors look in this series. That, like, when they cut it to 6 points in the fourth quarter with 6 minutes remaining, that's about as good as I think they're going to have it. But the NBA is weird. You've seen it the past couple of days. NBA is weird.
The Guardians were shut out in their series finale against the Astros this afternoon. They take the series L. Manager Stephen Vogt spoke post-game about winning 4 of 7 on the homestand.
I thought we played good baseball. I think, this series in particular, could have gone either way. Could have swept, but could-haves don't count. So we just got to continue to work every day. I thought this was a very good homestand. We're excited for an off day. This 13-game stretch was long. These guys worked really hard, and we're going to enjoy this off day and get ready to go Friday night.
I'm trying to figure out which Guardians player I'm the most concerned about. Obviously, DeLauder had 2 hits today. He had the big triple last night, so he's back in good graces, I feel like, for a lot of people after going 1 for 28 at the plate prior. Stephen Kwan is worrisome. Manzardo is worrisome. And then Bo Naylor is worrisome.
I mean, I think we're in a platoon's heavy because you expected 50-50. I think we're very close to like a 60-40, 55-45 platoon between Hedges and Bo. If you look at like the last 10 games, Hedges getting in the lineup a lot more. And I know people point to, I think the Guardians are 9-0 with Hedges in the lineup and 5-12 without him. That's incredibly premature to react to, but the truth is, Bo is not swinging a good bat right now, and
no, he looks lost at the plate.
I mean, this is as bad as he's looked in a very long time. And here's the thing: for once, they actually have a kid knocking on the door, and Cooper Engel, who is destroying the ball at AAA. I'm sure they'll keep him down there for longer because it's a lot to ask a kid to come up and then work with the pitching staff and do all this kind of stuff. Changing catchers is a huge disruption.
Mm-hmm. And on the pitching staff is a good point by you.
But they're already doing it with Naylor and Hedges.
Well, this is supposed to be like that fact-finding mission, right? This year, you're supposed to find out all you can about the younger players. Well, it's interesting. They're going to try to toe the line of trying to win as many games as they can while inserting some new fresh of air pieces into this lineup. I can't watch Bo Naylor hit right now. I have to close my eyes. It's like a horror movie, and that's not a good spot. But again, he's not the only one in this lineup that I've had concerns about right now.
And here's the thing. Bo is, Bo, what is he, a 215 career hitter? Like when it comes to average, he's not a great, 201. Okay. But the difference is, you can watch him and he'll still have good at bats.
Well, and he always had some sort of mix of on base percentage and power that was always there. Like last year, for instance, some people would be like, "Oh, it's a down year offensively." Stack him up with the other catchers in baseball, and he was 15th.
Yeah,
he was right there in the middle of the pack.
But the problem is, the at bats just don't look good right now.
And
that's the real concern. When he's looking as lost as Austin Hedges is looking at the plate, we got a real problem.
He is one of the worst hitting catchers in baseball right now. And that's a position that is just littered with guys that can't hit at the moment.
All right, guys, that is the lead. Expectations in Deshaun Watson in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
follow Campus Files. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Tomorrow night, first-round Browns draft coverage on The Fan, hosted by Ken Carman and Nathan Zagura. Hear from the Browns' first-round picks and the latest from Andrew Barry, Todd Monkin, and more. It all starts at 8 p.m. right here on your radio home for Browns football.
The Cleveland Browns are on the clock.
Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Daryl Ryder coming up in just about 40 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We will, of course, have Daryl on at 7 o'clock as part of the last big fan special for the draft with Daryl, with Coach Reisland, with, of course, Jake Volnick. And I will tell you.
Yeah.
Whoever created that the graphic for that show that you just showed me.
I think that was Coach.
Wait, Coach did that?
I think that was his. Yeah, that wasn't us.
Coach created his own graphic.
Coach creates his own graphics all the time.
Well, yeah, but he made himself look like a toddler next to Jake Volnick and Daryl.
He looks like the boss baby.
Yes, 100%.
Well, he is bald, so that the baby thing kind of helps there.
Okay, that's hateful.
But I just I don't know. I mean, this is clearly not Daryl's body.
It's not.
It's like there's.
But Daryl wishes he had that body.
I was going to say there's actual muscle definition there, but that sounded a little mean. But how do you feel about that if somebody puts your head on something that is just so clearly not your body?
Well, for me, that's a win.
Is that right?
Yeah, normally that's a win because, they don't build bodies like this in AI. AI is generally kind to fat people unless you ask AI to be awful to fat people.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And then does it make you extremely slovenly? Is that the idea? Like if you're...
you can get real offensive. Yeah.
Does AI err on the side of trying to be nice to you? Is that the idea initially?
I just think AI doesn't really do great things with folds naturally. Like, I think people have done, AI renderings of Nick Wilson in cartoons, and I'm like, oh, man, I wish I looked that good. You know what I mean?
Yeah, okay.
But, yeah, so Coach looks, I would say like mini-me, actually. Because I finally pulled it up here.
Yeah.
Daryl has a gigantic dome in this.
It just doesn't make sense. And then he's got does he have the biggest neck I've ever seen or no neck? I can't really make up my mind, but his head is detached from that body, whatever that is.
Although Daryl kind of does look like the lost Harbaugh brother, though. A little bit.
Oh, that's fair.
A little bit. And then Jake Volnick looks like a high school student.
I was thinking that. He looks very young there, doesn't he?
That has been groomed into doing this show with these two older men. I'm going to... So
instead of mowing the lawn, he's going to do a podcast.
You got to do... That's how you're going to get your red badge.
You get your 2 hours of podcasting in? Let's get this going.
I don't want to... That's Jake, by the way.
That's all right.
But again, it's the last...
Between Cosby and Jake, you're having a great impression day today.
Hey, I didn't even try that one. I'm just going to send this out there. I really, this picture, I'm getting endless joy out of it. I just want to know who got done dirtiest here. I'm going to send it out. And Nick Wilson says, well, if I can find the damn thing.
Yeah.
Talk for a minute while I find this damn thing.
Coach creates these really, I won't even call them expressive, but these AI-generated graphics. And if you've seen them before, they're just... They're borderline unhinged. Like some of them look awesome and look like a complete throwback to some of the ones that they tried to make in the 90s but couldn't make because they didn't have the right materials and everything. But for the most part, they end up being scary.
All right, I am going to go ahead and get this done in the break because this is just wasting a lot of time. But I'm having way too much damn fun with this. This being said, all right, so we played the Charles Davis stuff from the Morning Boys earlier today. I did want to get into Jory Epstein, and Jory. I think it was about 2 months ago, had a whole word salad about Deshaun Watson's chances to win this job. She said there's a growing undercurrent of belief.
Yeah, the undercurrent.
And it pissed me off at the time. Jory's great, by the way. We've had her as a guest. We'll have her on again. But it was like, all right, just say Deshaun's got a real chance to win this job. There's a growing undercurrent of belief means approximately nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And so if the beginning of the sentence means nothing, I'm invalidating the entirety of the statement. Well, after voluntary OTAs yesterday, Jory went on Yahoo Sports and delivered this take on the Browns quarterback reps and Deshaun Watson.
I'm curious how you guys would structure the rep allocation this time because no one has a pre-existing knowledge of the offense. No one is Joe Flacco level experienced. And then to me, there's an element of, well, Deshaun still has a much deeper bank of mental reps, but he doesn't have a as current a bank as mental reps. And then on top of that, I think there's an element that I think there's a very real situation where Deshaun Watson looks far and away the best player in training camp, just in terms of his understanding and command of the offense and what he's physically able to do, but that's not necessarily what's best week one, because there's not going to be the same level of live rush. So if you guys were running this, how would you structure and how would you try and simulate what does that Achilles actually do when the Myles Garrett equivalent is coming to sack you? Because you're not going to get that in training camp.
We never got the answer. She was asking a question. We never got the answer.
It was a good question.
The truth is, I continue to feel like the Deshaun part of this is a media creation. And we went through earlier in the show all the many reasons why this could be. The Browns could be using Deshaun Watson to motivate Shadur and to try and keep Shadur motivated if they have concerns about that for him or his ability to execute the job every day. That, to me, is the most plausible explanation. But the media glomming onto the Deshaun stuff is mind-boggling to me, because while they didn't watch it every single day inside and out like you and I did, nobody wanted him here 4 years ago. The Browns took the biggest hit in the world, and everybody knew he stunk the last 3 years, going on 5 years, and it was just like, he could look really good. Which just, again, using the word could in sports means diddly squat.
No, but where Jory's right, though, and this is the fear that I have, is that he looks really good in practice. He's always looked really good in practice, and this is one of it. And then, so again, we bring up Coach Riz, and Coach Riz's whole scouting report that he sent over to us yesterday off of Deshaun Watson. His ball jumps out of his hand. A to B, it's different. Watson looks healthy, fit, fully back after the shoulder and Achilles injuries. Arm talent, still elite. Like, all these things are going to happen, and people that go to these practices are going to see that as well. Problem I would have is, I'm sure you've seen that clip go viral. Charles Robinson, it was not from today, but it was him previously talking to Mike Florio, and it's making the rounds again today, based off the idea that Charles Robinson is convinced that Bill O'Brien was basically the only reason why Deshaun Watson ever looked good in Houston. And he was the one, in fact, reading the defenses and expressing to Deshaun exactly what was going on before every single play. And some of that stuff, like you can get away with a lot in practice throwing up against air. You can't do that in real games. Like, there's an obvious lack of going from practice to game that if Bill O'Brien hasn't been there, hasn't translated.
216-474-0092. Is Deshaun Watson expected to win this job? Jody in Lyndhurst, you've been waiting very patiently. Welcome to the show, Jody.
Jody.
Hi.
Hi.
I want to say go Cavs.
Go Cavs.
Go Cavs.
Let them know.
Yes, go Cavs. Yes, I've been waiting a while. I've been talking and commenting to myself as I've been listening. I totally agree with the Deshaun Watson thing. I think it's kind of a little bit ploy. We got to stop talking about the quarterbacks being a leader. They're not. None of them showed it. No quarterback we've had lately has shown any type of leadership. It's been Myles Garrett.
So,
wow, come on now. Myles can't be the answer.
But so here's the I would actually disagree with you, Jody.
I thought Shador was a big-time leader.
I thought Shadur showed a lot of toughness down the stretch last year, and that kid never gave up as there were some business decisions happening around him. That's as close to leadership as I've seen from that position since Joe Flacco in 2023.
Oh, I agree with that, and that really kind of puts in the column for me, for Shadur, on that character and getting into that future that you were talking about before. It's like, yes, good. We like seeing that because, yes, he is showing that possibility.
So he's
showing that leadership ability.
You're convinced then? You're convinced he can be a leader?
It made us excited because, he stood up for his plays. Now we just got to make sure, one, he's protected. 2, he's got somebody to throw to.
3. Jody, I mean this respectfully. Are you drunk right now?
No.
No. Okay.
Would you like to be?
I wanted to check. Do you want to be?
I'm sorry. I agree with you. I do. It's just.
Where you called saying that there's no leader at the quarterback spot, and then all of a sudden Nick was like, "Yeah, Shador's been a leader," and you're like, "Yeah, I agree with that." So it changed really quickly for me. I wasn't sure.
No. Why? Is it? All right.
Oh, Jody, you seem very nice.
Jody, we appreciate your call. You went full JP on her. She wasn't ready for you to go full JP.
I know, that wasn't all. It shouldn't have been a hard back and forth. You understand what happened,
Remember,
right?
Nick was very nice to you, Jody.
Yeah, I tried to be, but I don't understand. If you call in trying to say that they're not a leader, and then we're like, I think Shadur was a leader. We didn't even give like hard, concrete, like, hey, he's a leader for X, Y, and Z, and then you're like, you know what? He is a leader.
I think
that's a flip-flop you don't hear until 6 o'clock with Daryl Ryder.
If maybe she had an umbrage there, took an umbrage or something there, it was maybe when you asked her if she was drunk.
I genuinely wanted to know.
Well, I think that might be
that
where
was a real question I wanted an answer
maybe
to.
Nick was nice and JP was a bit of a D.
The fact that she couldn't just say, no, I'm not drunk, tells me I might have been more right than wrong in that assessment.
Well, there's a lot of stages to it.
You give a pretty definitive no right immediately.
Yeah, I was going to say, I do remember. And oh, by the way.
Did you say no immediately?
Yeah, pretty much.
Maybe I'm the drunk one then.
Yeah.
She was shook. A lot of her answers, I don't know. She was shook. But I don't know why. It wasn't that hard.
But we do appreciate you, Jody. Thank you for waiting.
Yeah, you seem nice.
Yeah. I remember Nick.
Well,
was
I think
very
about
nice.
it. She started off the phone call saying she's answering along with our thoughts at every step of the way, and she's talking.
That's not. Yeah.
She's openly talking to herself and which is fine. That's okay. That is what it is. And then, she just had an immediate swerve to thinking that Shadur was a great leader when that was not the basis of the call.
Or I'm just very persuasive. I think maybe you're so used to it. My powers of persuasion that you're. I don't say you're immune to it.
I think you're wrong.
Yeah.
It's not like you gave a hard response.
I said in fairness. I was very respectful about it. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
It is not.
She was obviously drunk. No, go ahead.
It should not be expected that Deshaun wins this job. And I really mean this. Like, I think the calculations the Browns have to have here, I think Deshaun needs to be overwhelmingly better than Shadur. And that means once you see him on the field, I see 2019-2020 Deshaun. If there's anything shorter of that, and you don't think that's possible in practice, then you cannot put him out there on the field week one.
Yeah, the problem is that Monkin might fall to the same problems that we had with Deshaun when we first saw him as well, and the first practices we saw where he did look awesome. And again, like going off what Coach Riz told us yesterday, he looked every bit the part, and that's going to be tantalizing for Monkin. He's got to get past that, but I don't know that he will.
216-474-0092. Proceed at your own peril. Is Deshaun Watson expected to win the job? It does feel like it's funny. It does feel like it doesn't feel like there's a lot of Switzerland between the two places. It feels like people are either expecting Deshaun to win the job or Shadur, and that not a lot of people are kind of like, we'll kind of see.
There was Mary Kay yesterday being like, you guys are underrating Dylan Gabriel in this.
Hey.
You got to see all
Would you
equations.
like to accuse Mary Kay of being drunk on air?
No, I would not.
All right, let's go. No, I'm not going.
No, go to him. Go to him.
All right.
Yeah, go to him.
Victor in North Royalton, welcome to the show.
Hey, fellas. Yeah, let's all be honest here. She was definitely wasted. Sure. You can't solidify the simple question of are you drunk? You are drunk.
Thank you.
All right.
I definitely think that.
Real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
She just maybe not have been prepared for the moment. I just want to offer that up because Jody seemed like a very nice lady. I'm pro
nice.
Jody here.
She was nice.
I'm Prody.
She was nice.
She's very nice.
No one said she wasn't nice.
That's fair. That's fair. All right, real quick,
Victor.
what you got, buddy?
Right.
All right, so listen, I think maybe you guys have proved something here, though, that you have to be a little drunk to believe in Shadur as being a leader, though, coming into the season. I mean, when we're going to start bringing up Deshaun Watson, and you got Mary Kay yesterday telling us we can't count out Dylan Gabriel. I mean, how much faith is actually in the building for Shadur? I think maybe we're all a bit overestimating it when you're hearing rumbles like that coming from the Browns talking heads. What do you guys think?
You and JP started out as a team and then slowly fell apart there.
Victor's right in many ways. We can't have this type of chatter happening and then be able to say unequivocally something's going to happen because we don't know. We don't know what they think. And the scary part about this is I feel like I do know. I feel like I do know exactly what's going to happen. I feel like Shadur should be the starter week one, but there's some landmines getting in the way of this conversation, and I'm just trying to prepare myself as we drive through because I can see how people are going to just fall in love with what they think Deshaun can be. And if you haven't been around Deshaun the way that we have, Nick, I can see how it can be a very scary thing to be like, oh, I'll be the one to fix him. Stefanski's the idiot that didn't know what he was doing with the right setup in the right spot. I can get how Monkin gets there, but he needs not to. We watched Deshaun suck for 3 years. We watched him get injured for 3 years. He's not healthy or good, and he doesn't deserve the opportunity.
216-474-0092. Is Deshaun Watson expected to win the job? Tyler, Tony, Anthony, you guys coming up here in just a few moments. But 3 potential Browns, and this offseason at pick number 6 there, well, they test the Gets Us meter. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Our AI maximizes every dollar of your budget against the outcomes that matter most and proves it happened. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
The best playoff coverage in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Darren Ryder coming up in about 15 minutes here. I think he's going to be happy about the glow up on the Lance Riesland AI graphic for tonight's show.
Daryl, you think so?
Yeah, he looks like the lost Harbaugh brother.
Well, he's got some muscle definition too.
He does.
He's gonna like that.
Even kind of like built out his jaw a little bit. Like that's.
I actually think AI. And again, like the faces, they look like they're just put on random bodies because they are put on random bodies. But AI is kind. That's my synopsis. AI in photos, relatively kind.
Unless you tell him to be real mean.
Well, I told you, the AI that I use, I've told him like at the front of it, like just don't coddle me, be as straight as you possibly can, and then be mean sometimes too. Throw it in there.
I just love that you have to have this conversation with AI.
It's too nice if not. It really is. It's too nice, and they try to make it. And so you got to tell AI, be a little mean about things.
Feel free to bully me.
You're an AI masochist.
Yeah, it's like you just got to be a little mean about
Jonathan,
things.
I love these topics, but nobody loves you. All right. Okay, cool.
It can't all. Life is not sunshine and rainbows. It can't all be great.
But AI can.
AI tries to tell you that it always is. It can't all be great.
It's like somebody who's been hurt.
How long have you known me?
Like you have trust relationship. Like, listen, it's fine if you have relationship issues in general or in life and scar tissue, right? We all have scar tissue. We all have baggage. But not with AI.
No, think about it.
Not yet. Not until, what is it? Whatever the net takes over.
How else do you appreciate the rainbows if you never see the storms, Nick? How else does that happen?
All right. 216-474-0092.
Oh, that's I get inspirational, and that's now all of a sudden a bad thing. Who hurt you? That's got to be the new question.
Who are you, Tony Robbins?
Every now and again.
What the hell did you say?
I said every now and again.
No. I know you know what you sat there and saying. How do you enjoy the rainbows if you haven't had a dog crap on your lawn once?
I think that's what I said. Yeah, I think dog crap on the lawn is exactly it.
It's the AI summation right there.
Great one, Jonathan. You idiot.
You nailed it.
Is Deshaun Watson?
This is why people hate you. No.
It would be great if just I would want AI to just be sarcastic back. Be like, I have this cool idea I'm very excited about. That's the best idea I've ever heard. And then you just see you see the bubbles, and then they're not. You're just like, oh, damn.
Had him in the first half.
I really thought I got it. But, then you work for it, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, you gotta earn it a little bit.
You need AI to be like Robin Williams from Good Will Hunting. It's not your fault, Jonathan.
It's not your fault? Yeah, no.
I just want a recipe for General So's. Jonathan, it's not your fault. Don't do this to me, man.
Too much belief in me and in the AI world. You can't give me that much belief in myself.
All right, is Deshaun Watson expected to win the job? Josh in a car. Welcome to the show.
Hey, evening, boys.
Evening.
Hey,
hello.
I just want to make a statement with Mary Kay's post last night, Dylan Gabriel. That was the biggest piece of cringe I've seen all off season.
Oh, I've seen a lot of cringe this offseason. I don't know. I'd put it up there.
A long offseason already, yeah.
Yeah.
Would you agree? Was that pretty high in the cringe meter?
Well, no, because here's the problem. I find it really, really tough to say it's going to be Deshaun versus Shadur and then be like, but not you, Dylan. Like I kind of it's the misfit island of quarterbacks. Yeah. And so it's like, I actually think there should be something. If Shadur gets a clear shot, if Deshaun gets a clear shot, well, if Dylan's going to be on the roster,
and I think
why the hell
ultimately,
not?
I think that's the point Mary Kay was trying to make, is the idea that if you're going to look at everyone through a fresh set of eyes and like a brand new slate, then Dylan is afforded that as well. Now, Dylan's first opportunity yesterday, 2 interceptions and like 6 passes.
Yeah.
Coach Riz loves Dylan Gabriel. He was awful yesterday.
Guess what? We've seen it before. I saw it all last season.
Sure, yeah,
and it was enough to. I didn't renew my season tickets this year because of that.
Because of Dylan Gabriel?
It's a fair answer in my opinion.
No, not because of Dylan Gabriel, Jonathan. Don't be quick to judge.
No, that was Nick.
Yeah, that was
Nick.
That was me.
Oh, it was Big Dipper. Oh, come on.
Big Dipper.
Hey, the Big Dipper loves you, Josh, okay? Be good, buddy.
But no, I'm just saying how like after that clown show last year, how like we're still miffed on what the answer is.
It's the Browns. Josh, we got a boogie, buddy. Thank you very much. No, I mean, but
good call, Little Dipper.
It's no, we're not doing that. That would be too much for me if I'm the Big Dipper and I call everybody else Little Dipper.
I just assumed if you're Big Dipper, Josh had to be Little Dipper.
Feels like you should be.
Where'd you get that nickname from?
Little Dipper.
Where'd you get that?
You don't belong within 500 yards of a school, okay? Like, no. Absolutely not.
I called you Big Dipper. I've been around you for 10 years. I've never heard anyone be like Big Dipper. What's up?
Yeah, it's from my my Daisy Ranch ads. I would call myself the Big Dipper.
Oh, jeez.
Now, thanks for listening.
I'm sorry. I did not pick up on that at all.
Yeah, because it's so sly.
You realize when you do the ads the same way when I do the ads, I'm out of the room. I'm as
not
quick
me.
as gone.
I listen with bated breath.
Is that right?
Yeah. I want to hear about where I should go shopping. When Jonathan's talking.
Now I'm trying to think of what you call the four what? What
four
was it?
banger.
The four banger. See, I had to think about it though. I'm like, what do you call that thing that every time you do that read you say?
I've got friends.
Nicky Dubs is the only thing that has stuck with me.
I've gotten friends in the Chevy community that are very upset about my four banger comments. Not as upset as somebody who buys a four banger. Oh, have some Senka. Let's go with Tony in Lakewood. Welcome to the show.
Tony.
Hey guys, how are you?
We're bordering on the line here.
What's up, Little Dipper?
No.
Maybe this will make you guys feel better. I don't know if it should be too much of a worry about Deshaun Watson he might be a week one starter, but I don't think it's going to go much farther past that. I think if he is starting, he will be walking on the thinnest ice any quarterback in the history of football has ever walked on. And I personally think this will be determined during preseason. I do think that Shadur Sanders will play better. He'll look better. I just think right now it's just more of a competition thing, especially with last season. We did see Deshaun in Shador's ear on the sidelines. So I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing, but I wouldn't be too worried about Deshaun Watson at least being a starter for majority of the season.
All right, so I hope you're right. And I will admit,
I do too.
Speaking of baggage and scar tissue, some of my I don't even say paranoia. Some of my anxiety about this is just the organization has a lot of gall sometimes, and it's knows no ends. And the practice superstar that is Deshaun Watson, those things plague my mind. I want it to be the way Tony's saying it, which is it's Shador's chance, and then Deshaun really only sees the field in case of injury. And even then, we could still have Dylan Gabriel or, little Petey from down the street or whatever guy Shadur threw to last year in camp that works in accounting. I'd rather watch him start before Deshaun. But is some of this coming from my baggage between Deshaun and the Browns? I'm sure it is.
Sure. I'm less and less convinced by the day that Monkin's he's going to be able to achieve his goal of trying to have a quarterback named by the start of training camp. Seems impossible to me at this point. And I want Shador to win this thing, obviously. But if he's going to give Deshaun an actual crack at it, and it looks like he is, according to what we saw yesterday, I just don't know how he comes to that conclusion before we ever get to training camp.
Daryl Ryder joins us in 5 minutes. We'll ask him if Deshaun Watson's expected to win the job. Minicamp thoughts, draft thoughts, some Cavs thoughts with Daryl in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is
with Nick and JP next, talking all things Cleveland sports. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Make plans to join the most knowledgeable lineup in all of Cleveland media for NFL draft coverage.
The Cleveland Browns select.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
Odyssey Sports Draft coverage is presented nationally by Bet365, where winning is everything. Download the Bet365 app. Lock in your picks before the game begins. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in select states only. And by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. Guys, we got plenty to get to in case we missed it coming up in just about 40 minutes there. And if I know you guys have been following the Fan Off-Season Special all off-season long. Tonight is the final edition with Jake, Coach Riesland, our guy Daryl Ryder. So make sure to tune into that coming up at 7 o'clock as well. But plenty to get to on the Browns front here as we welcome in Daryl Ryder, brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Hi, Daryl. How you doing, buddy?
Hello, boys.
Hello.
Hello.
How are we?
Good. How do we feel that AI treated you in the Lance Riesland AI-generated graphic?
Mm-hmm. I have to say that the AI has been good to me. I kind of feel like a little bit of an upgrade there.
You definitely had some muscle definition to yourself.
Yeah, like a little bit of an upgrade there.
Did you wear the shirt from the AI photo intentionally or unintentionally?
No, unintentionally.
Okay, because it looks like the same shirt.
No.
And actually, in the AI, it looks like you guys are all wearing, it's almost like a cult, except it looks like Jake has a hoodie on. But it looks like the same shirt, other than one of them just has a hoodie on it. So
I can confirm we do not coordinate wardrobes for the off-season special.
Yeah, it's so funny when people talk about like, you got a face for radio. It's like I got a wardrobe for one too.
Yes.
Yeah. Like
100%.
Honestly, if they ever instituted a dress code, it might push me towards the exit.
Then they put cameras in the studio, and that's gone great for all of us. So.
It actually has gone pretty well.
Yeah, I think it's worked out nicely.
We had a nice little viral video yesterday.
Although I do have a lot of shirts that pop a lot more.
Your shirt today is popping for sure.
Yeah. And that's because
it's very festive.
In person, it kind of looks maybe a little ridiculous, but I like how it looks in the YouTube or really on the Twitter. It's nice.
All right,
we have the one polo that or hoodie that you have that I also have.
Yeah,
it's the only time we have to coordinate and actually figure out if is it safe to wear the light blue hoodie today or
it looks a little ridiculous.
Yeah, it does.
I will ask you because JP locked in.
I'm locked in
on what he thinks is going to happen tomorrow.
Yeah,
so they're going to trade out of 6.
Wait, real quick.
Whoa!
You're in the content game here, Daryl. We let it play out. We let it breathe a little bit. However, I want something that you won't tomorrow flip-flop on. This is like McShay's final mock draft. Okay. I want you to double, triple lock it in. What you think they're going to do with the 6th pick tomorrow? I'll even give you 24. You can lock in one of those two.
Here's what we want to avoid. You tomorrow after them having the 6th overall pick and either trading out of it or then making the selection. And I can see the tweet right now because I follow your tweets and you do a good job on there.
Great on Twitter.
No surprise.
Yeah. I'm not shocked.
I saw this coming a mile away. Yeah, we don't want that.
Well, okay, so I'm not allowed to use the words "not surprised" tomorrow night.
Are you going to do a semantics battle?
Unless you nail it.
Okay, so if something happens, then I need to put shocker on it, right? That's what's got to be shocker. Browns trade out of 6.
That's a different part of Twitter.
Okay.
Yeah. Now here's what else. No, here's why. Because it's not Daryl specific. Oh, that's a little Daryl specific, but it's because everyone's saying that anything's on the table. So there's going to be a lot of victory laps tomorrow where no one's taking a firm stance on what the Browns are going to do.
Well, my firm stance is they will trade out of 6.
Sounds very fun.
And as they try to do that, Andrew Berry will attempt to get a 2027 first or second round pick for doing so.
Now, you can't respond and say, no surprise, no bitters. Bought what Andrew Berry was trying to sell at 6 overall.
You know what? I'll say surprise. Browns stay pat at 6, and they select insert name here.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Is that fair? Because I'm convinced they're trading out. The for sale sign's been on that pick for weeks.
I'm convinced they're not going to be able to find a buyer, and they're going to actually end up taking number 6 overall.
Cincinnati dumping out at 10 was a little interesting.
Surprising?
No. Well,
Nothing surprising.
I think part of it's a little surprising because they didn't want to pay Trey Hendrickson, right?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Which would have been the easy move. And then you go ahead and you trade the 10th pick for Dexter Lawrence. Now, Lawrence is 28 years old. He's been a multi-time Pro Bowler, All-Pro, interior, run-stuffing defensive lineman. But I kind of feel like they could have just kept their pick and extended Hendrickson and been done with it. So I just feel like that franchise, they went backward before going forward again, and they're kind of in neutral because now they don't have a top 10 pick. And I wonder if too that's an indictment of what the real true feelings of this draft class are, because everyone's saying around the NFL right now, good class, right? Good, strong class. We like the players. We heard Andrew Berry do it last week. I'm not convinced that everyone is as in love with this particular draft class.
Todd McShay's got 10 first-round grades. He's like the lowest he's had in like 10 years or something like that. Like they're just not littered everywhere. And so even like we talked about teams they trade with, like, I'm not convinced the Cowboys are going to make a big move forward. I just don't see it. They need cornerback help. They need depth. I don't know. There's two different cornerbacks they can take at the spot they're currently at in the first round.
But I think Delaney's better than anybody else. I think you might have to leapfrog Kansas City to get to Delaney.
I'm talking about 6 overall, though. Like to go 2-6.
Yeah. Well, you have to leapfrog Kansas City because you're 12.
Yeah. But even so, there's two cornerbacks there. There's enough that they can do, and also I don't think they're in the position because I don't think they're going to be particularly good next year in order to make the move up anyway. Like you make the move up if you're in the spot where a couple teams we brought up, like the Rams, for instance, they could be on the table. If they need a right tackle, I'll listen to it. But the Cowboys aren't in the spot. They're going to win 7-8 games next year. They're not one piece away from contending and making this a real final piece for the Super Bowl. It doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I'm looking at teams that have their quarterback situation settled because that's what next year's draft is all about. It's about what is expected to be. I know we hear this all the time. Andrew Berry mocked it last year as well, but we thought it was going to be this year. That's part of the reason everyone's so excited about the trade down with Jacksonville last year, going from 2 to 5 and giving them Travis Hunter. You go ahead and take Mason Graham, is that, 26 is the year you can move up, get your quarterback, and then you really move things forward. Well, that never materialized. This is not the draft class that you want to be in a position where you have to make a move like that. Fernando Mendoza is going to go first overall. I don't think he's within the same area code of being the best player in this draft, but he's a quarterback. He's the best quarterback that's available, coming off a national championship, Heisman Trophy, so the Raiders are going to go that route. And best of luck to them. But I do think that some things can happen tomorrow and this weekend that will shed some light on maybe the futures of Myles Garrett with the Browns, because that is a thing, whether people want to talk about it or not. And then also, too, the positioning for next year, because the Browns are telling the fans, they're telling us, hey, we're going to try and win games this year. We need to win more games than we did last year, right? Well, that means the only way you're getting in position to get a quarterback next year is if you move up. And in order to do that, you need assets. Right now, they don't have enough.
So I'm actually curious about that because I was thinking about this. We've been threatening to talk about it for a couple days. Maybe we'll get to it tomorrow. So is there a path that if you look at it, you're going to say they're serious about 2026 in this draft? And is there a path? I think the obvious path is it's all about 2027, is if you have multiple trade downs in the first round and all of a sudden – maybe you're 2 picks in the 20s or something like that.
You do a Joe Banner draft, right, where you just basically punt on the whole thing, take a couple players, and then that's that. Yeah, I think if they stay put at 6, it's also interesting hearing all this buzz today. There's going to be run on offensive linemen. Before you get to the mid-teens, teams are just going to line up and get those guys off the board. Well, if that really is the case. Okay, and I don't necessarily think that might be. I think some noise is being put out there with intention a day before the draft. I know that's shocking, but it does happen. That I do think that puts the Browns in a very interesting position when you're talking about, do you go wide receiver, do you go offensive lineman with your first selection and then wait to take the other? I think you're better off taking the lineman first and the receiver second just because of the depth of the positions. I think it's deeper from a wide receiver standpoint than it is an offensive lineman standpoint. So, there's There's a lot of flexibility at Andrew Berry's disposal right now, and I think I'm just as curious as everybody else as to what Berry's going to do with that.
Yeah, no, definitely. I did want to ask you made a comment about Myles Garrett. You said whether this could be some sort of tell on what they think with Myles. What would tell you any tip-off with what they think about Myles?
If they take a defensive end in the first round, which I think would be a left turn. I keep going back. Berry kind of he was being a little, I think, sarcastic when he said, hey, I always tell you guys the truth. And I don't know necessarily that's always the case, but I do think more often than not, he is pretty straightforward with things. And I do believe him when he says, hey, we're open for all ideas. We're not stuck on just drafting for need. We're about the best football players, et cetera. And I do think that my gut tells me we're going to get a left turn tomorrow. Because look, last year I didn't think they were going to draft Mason Graham. They did, right? I was surprised by the Carson Schlesinger pick in the second round. They did that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anyone. I don't think there was a single mock draft that had that in there. So I just there's part of me that thinks Andrew Berry's going to just do the ultimate left turn on us tomorrow night too.
He loves it. I'm convinced he loves it.
Daryl, we got he loves it. This one, my partner loves it, and he goes all Pepe Sylvia the same way you do as well. The two of you should bond over that. So we saw Shadur yesterday. We saw Deshaun. We saw very little of Dylan.
Saw Dylan Gabriel too. Come on, give him his love.
We saw both interceptions.
It wasn't very good.
So I do want to know though, how do you stack up those three quarterbacks right now, and like the gap between 1 and 2 and 2 and 3?
Well, I know Todd Monkin said yesterday it's not a two-team race or two-man race. It is.
It's a 2.5-man race.
Yeah.
Nice, wait up.
It's true.
I don't know that it deserved that.
Yeah.
That gets really sensitive about Dylan Gabriel's short jokes.
Here's the thing, because they're doing the installs, and it's really hard for me to pick apart the completions like some people are doing right now and think, because you're doing installs, you're working on stuff, not everything's going to look great in practice. Like that's just the way it is. I will say this, watching Deshaun yesterday, he did not look a guy coming off of a multiple rupture Achilles situation and a broken shoulder. Like he looked as I expected. He looked good in practice, and I anticipate that's going to continue. I think Shadur looked pretty good. I think Shadur also, too, the energy around him, I think he feels a little more empowered with Todd Monkin. If you listen to some of the things Shadur said after that press conference, he's not weeping for the loss of Kevin Stefanski one iota. Like, he really seems to have connected in a way with Todd Monkin and the new coaching staff in a way that he never did with Stefanski and the old coaching staff, and even made the quip about, hey, what's different between this year and last year? He's like, well, first of all, I'm practicing more, which is true. He started that getting the first team reps of the offseason. So I think this is – I don't know if they're going to get this thing settled, though, by training camp, though. I know that's something that Monkin wants to do. I'm not convinced they're going to have a starting quarterback.
I just said that at 5:55. I know you didn't hear it, but I had the same thought. I don't know how they can possibly get to a conclusion or an answer. If they're going to be truthful about it, and they're going to really try to go. And I use a lot of this.
You're really going to go through an off-season program where there's nothing real live other than some 11-on-11 stuff during mandatory minicamp in June.
Unless it's not a truthful quarterback competition.
And that's the only hang-up we have to have is that if the game is rigged from the start, then okay, they'll have this.
Well, the game was rigged last year from the start. Shadur was never a part of it.
Which is why I'm always alerted to all these problems that could arise within the discussion. Is because we saw it last year. We saw when the game it got stacked in one person's favor, and so it's something the Browns do. We have to be wary of that. Now, did you see it the same way that Coach Riz did yesterday? I read some of his reports on Deshaun. I want to see if you agree with it or not. He said the arm talent's still elite. Ball jumps out of his hand, A to B, it's different. And then Watson looked really good, healthy, fit, fully back after the shoulder and Achilles injuries. But the A to B, it's different, and the arm talent's still elite thing stuck out to me.
Yeah, I don't know if I would use the word elite, but the throws were pretty. Not going to lie. I go back to the first practice of Deshaun with the Browns after they made that blockbuster trade, and we're all oohing and on over the deep balls over the shoulder and that, and it's because we're just not used to seeing that in a Browns practice where it's a tight spiral thrown right in the right spot 50 yards down the field. Those are things that we just don't get in practices watching Browns quarterbacks over the years. So he did look really, really good throwing the ball. Yeah, I agree with most of what Coach Riz said there. I'm going to hold off on the elite thing just yet, but it was as I expected, and I will continue to expect that he is going to look like the best quarterback in practice because of his experience. He's been through all this offseason nonsense multiple times. So I think he's going to look like the best quarterback. Question is, can Shadur really show the growth that the organization is looking for him, both on the field as well as off of it?
All right, we started with lock it in. We're going to end with lock it in. Cavs sweep. Can I get you to lock it in?
No.
You two are cowards.
We're not
Cavs
cowards.
in 5.
We watched too much of the NBA to ever say sweep.
You've watched the first 2 games of this series.
Did you
know the
just
Raptors
watch
have
the
no
last
business.
48 hours of the NBA?
Oh, general NBA takes specific to this Cavs team. I reject both of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
I say Cavs in 5, and if they sweep, I'll give you your mad props.
How
okay?
about this?
You know what? I'll go shocker. Cavs sweep Raptors.
How about this? Let's put a burger on it.
Look at you trying to get free food out of me all of a sudden.
Oh, free food. I thought you were very confident in your betting.
Yeah, fine. You know what? You got it.
Oh, look at that.
Because you know what? We're going to be even at the end of the year when you got to buy me a burger and teasers when the Browns are eliminated from the playoffs by October.
You're going to be so pissed when you have to buy me 2 burgers, and they're both because
there's no
Cleveland
way they're
teams.
Making the playoffs this year.
Oh, get ready for it, big girl. Come on now.
Big girl?
What?
I tried it. It didn't work.
No.
It's like the Big Dipper, Little Dipper thing earlier. You stick and move.
You can call me a lot of things. I got to draw the line at big girl, though.
That's fair. Yeah.
He said it was a miss. He
you know what, guys? I own
nothing else he can do.
I own
nothing else he can do at this point.
All right. Oh, yep. There. Slap the chest.
All right.
Daryl. It's a really awkward way to end it. Thank you for stopping by, buddy.
I'll get your order soon.
All right, big girl. Didn't even come out.
Why'd you go back for a sequel?
I don't know. Because it was so stupid the
first time, went on twice.
So, by the way, I'd like to point out, my Dylan Gabriel voice got the wah-wah.
I know,
Me calling him big girl twice didn't get the wah-wah. Just so we're saying.
Now, the awkward silence took care of that for you.
But if I said, big girl, then it would have been a problem.
Hey, do your Cosby for Daryl.
No. You did the Cosby.
Oh, yeah. Is that right?
With the pudding pops. You did the Cosby.
Oh, yeah. Sounds like you're the one doing the Cosby.
We'll
Before
react.
he was problematic.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was bad.
Back when he just liked Jell-O.
Yeah. He was always problematic.
More to come in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's wagon.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
If you can't listen to us live, we've got you covered. You can hear the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, Baskin and Phelps, an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin as a podcast. Full hours, full shows. Find it all on the Odyssey app, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Back on Afternoon Drive. In case you missed it, coming up in just about 15 minutes here. Not loving what we're hearing out of the draft, guys. Not loving it.
Oh, you're not?
We're talking about
what today has turned into?
The Carson Beck push.
That's been today. Today's been the Carson Beck push.
That is happening. And most years, guys, Carson Beck has started a lot of football. Carson Beck is, up until the arm injury, was thought to be a first-round caliber talent, and he's supposed to be a really smart quarterback. Like, there's a lot of things in terms of, like, the quarterbacks that aren't Fernando Mendoza.
Yeah.
Right? A guy that should be a first-round pick, even if maybe I don't think Fernando's a true number one pick. But, like, Fernando has first-round talent as a quarterback. Nobody else really does. But so of the rest, I'd prefer Carson Beck to Ty Simpson. But this idea that Carson Beck could be a second-rounder or a first-rounder, I just continue to come back to there's the relationship there with Todd Monkin.
Yep.
It feels like if there's a quarterback move to make, that's the one that I would expect. It's just second round that's a lot.
I don't know if it happens in the second round, but that's, again, the convo today is all around the first round. I saw multiple people using your Beautiful Mind reference that you did earlier today, but applying that for Carson Beck.
Carson Beck.
Yeah, that's what they said. He's like a beautiful mind. Same exact thing. I was like, this is okay.
Is that what the Cavender twins say?
Only one of them.
That's true. Well, we don't know that.
Well, I'm assuming the one that he broke up with is probably not on board with it. Maybe the other one could be.
Yeah, well, I was just saying,
I don't know.
It's Miami. They do a lot of drugs down there.
Yeah.
You never know what's on the table.
Well, and he didn't do a lot of school because he said to everyone, he basically he was a professional quarterback in college is all he was. He'd graduated like 2 years prior. Regardless, he was supposed to be a top 10 pick in the 2025 draft. And now here he is. Todd McShay has him as his sixth quarterback on the board and has him comped to Tanner McKee and Aiden O'Connell.
Do we feel good about those?
That's not great. It's not great.
Well, some people really like Tanner McKee.
Yeah, some people do.
Yeah.
This sports fan's not one of them.
White Eagles fans, mostly. 216-474-0009.
If they take Carson Beck in the second round, I'd be shocked.
All right.
I'd be shocked.
So here's the thing. 'Cause this is actually an interesting litmus test. I'm going to paraphrase this because I saw the clip, but I didn't listen to the clip. So I saw like the words in the clip, but I didn't listen to it.
Which gets dicey because people do that to us all the time.
But I'm admitting it up front instead of faking like I firmly listened to it. But Ken said something like, well, if Todd Monkin sees that Deshaun Watson's the quarterback you can win with, well, then you got to trust Todd Monkin. I vehemently disagree. I trust Todd Monkin on a lot of things. I don't trust anyone. I don't trust Sean McVay. I don't trust Kyle Shanahan on Deshaun Watson because I'm done with that experiment.
Mm-hmm.
Now, second round, 39th pick. I'd rather it go to a guard, an edge rusher, a young corner, a safety, defensive tackle, tight end.
Yeah, we just have too many positions we need. Too many things that aren't quarterback.
However,
when it comes to that.
If Todd Monkin, who coached Carson Beck at Georgia, if he decides that's his quarterback, I'm not going to love it, but I at least like the fact that there's a relationship there, that Todd Monkin has inside knowledge to Carson Beck, even if I think it automatically means Carson Beck goes to the start of the line and basically, shortcuts Shadur and certainly kicks Deshaun out the sidecar.
If you take Carson Beck at 39, that is devastating news to Shadur Sanders.
Yeah, and to you.
Well, yeah, I want to see Shadur play. So, yeah, that'd be devastating in many ways. And so, that would, because you have to find out if he can be something or if you need to go quarterback in 2027. And you end up in a spot that is not too dissimilar to what we just played out, where you took two quarterbacks last year and people are wondering, like, oh, you still need quarterbacks? You still have to go to that? You could be in a spot where you take Carson Beck at 39 and then a year later be drafting another quarterback, and it'd be like, 3 seasons, 3 quarterbacks, then it'd be the 4th quarterback in that 3rd year. It's a lot of quarterbacks that they're taking to not have the position solved.
216-474-0092. Carson Beck, 2nd rounder.
And 39, we still got a lot of value.
Yeah.
Think about what happened last year. Now, it wasn't 39, but it was close to 39. That's where you got the defensive rookie player of the year in Schlesinger, and then Judkins 3 picks later.
You know, the problem is it's going to be justified as it's the most important position on the field. And again, in a vacuum,
It just has such a low probability of ever making sense.
Depending on...
Because it won't work out.
Depending on... I'm not fait accompli with that. I wouldn't do it because of where you are. However, I like Drew Aller. I like Carson Beck. I like Garrett Nussmeier. I like a fair amount of the quarterbacks in this class to some degree. I don't like it if they have to... One, I think get overdrafted. 2nd round to me for Carson Beck is an overdraft. But 2, they automatically go to the starting job. I don't know Dillon Gabriel was ever going to be anything, guys. I was not a big Dillon Gabriel guy. Do I think it probably stymied his chances doing anything in the NFL by starting the 5th game of the season? Mm-hmm. I'm going to go ahead and say yeah.
Yeah.
Do I think Shadur probably wasn't put in the best position by week 11 when it became his turn as a 5th rounder? Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say that as well. So I don't know that, again, even if it's a damn quarterback that you take with a number 1 pick, I don't know. You have to start that guy immediately, which is what Vegas apparently is not going to do with Mendoza.
Yeah, and we'll see how long that lasts for Vegas, by the way.
About 0-4.
Yeah, it might be. I got a strong feeling we might have a Drake May type situation in New England on our hands there, but that's neither here nor there. The idea that Carson Beck at a 2nd round pick making sense for the Browns is just not one I can get on board with. Now, maybe does Monken think that he's like Sean Payton and there's like a Bo Nix situation where he's like the 5th or 6th best quarterback in that draft class, and he had an up and down college career where people didn't really think much of him when he left college, all things considered. But you just there's something you see, there's something in your system which is supposed to be very flexible if you're Monken, but there's something you see in Beck that nobody else does. Okay, all right.
He's going to get drafted. It's not like he's going undrafted.
No, he's going to get drafted. Yeah, I'm still shocked if it's better than 39. I'll still be surprised.
Let's go with Vince in Akron. Vince, welcome to the show.
How you doing, guys?
Doing all right, buddy. What you got for us?
Well, I think if Deshaun were to see the field at all, it would be only to see if they could get trade value for him. I mean, you're paying the guy a guaranteed $46 million this year. And if he doesn't play, then it's all for nothing. And if you can't
what
get
trade value? The trade value doesn't exist for Deshaun, and it wouldn't even if you played him for a little stretch. If you played him and he played well enough, you'd want to keep him. And if the alternative is him just not being worth anything to anybody,
and that's a fair take. And in which case, Shadur should be the one on the field from the start if they don't think there's anything there, But if they're going to try to get rid of him, I mean, it might make sense in my mind. Maybe they put him out there for 2 weeks, and someone that needs a quarterback horribly and doesn't pick one up is going to need him for just this season. Maybe we get a 5th rounder, maybe. I mean, he'd be better off worth something than nothing. $46 million down the drain, you know what I mean?
It's already down the drain, Vince.
Yeah, I mean, it couldn't be. If he plays really well for 2 weeks and they get rid of him,
Vince, we appreciate you, buddy. Thanks for calling. Vince giving us a call there from Akron. I think it's going to take more than 2 weeks. I think it's going to take more than half a season to get people back. I mean, when I say people, I mean out around the NFL think, yeah, let's bring that guy in, right?
Yeah, so, I would think so. I would think that yes, that's a right assessment.
Like
by
if
you.
Nick Wilson was writing the script for the season, would I write some of the wrongs of Brown's recent somebody give up 3 firsts for Deshaun.
There's not enough games approaching the deadline for him to have proven that he could do something. And again, like I said, if he actually did prove that he was good, then the Browns would just keep him. They wouldn't try to flip him for a 5th rounder.
There's still a part of me, and we were talking in the break. There's still a part of me that thinks that the Deshaun stuff is just kind of the great distractor until we get to the other quarterback. And I would imagine, and by the way, understand, I think it could be Carson Beck. It could be Will Levis. I don't think it's Anthony Richardson because he doesn't raise the floor of your room. But, I imagine that we could have a move in the next 6 days, but mostly like this weekend, that is going to kick Deshaun to the sidecar of the conversation, and all of a sudden it's Shadur versus quarterback X.
Yeah, I the only hang-up I have on that is I just don't know why Monkin wasted everyone's time with what he did yesterday with him and giving him the first-team reps. But maybe he thought that was a worthwhile venture to kind of play out this con that the Browns are building.
Again, that might still just be about, hey, we need somebody in that room to push Shadur. And right now it's Deshaun. And that can change pretty easily, right? Because then the Browns can come out and say, well, we looked at Deshaun. We don't think he's ready, bada, bada, bada.
But you're not helping Shadur in that case. Like, what's helping Shadur is giving him the actual reps, not necessarily using Deshaun as daily motivation.
They might disagree with you.
Okay, I disagree with them.
But I agree with you.
Oh, thank you.
Just so we're clear.
Yeah.
Big girl. I don't know where the hell that came from. It just came out.
Hasn't sounded good anytime you used it. No.
That's 3 times.
Better for Daryl than with me, though.
Yeah.
If I'm being truthful about it, like when you did the big girl with Daryl, it kind of played a little bit more. When you did it with me, it was more like
it was a little sensual.
Is Elise going to send you a threatening text later? I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen.
Stay away from my man, big man.
We were joking. Do you know who Ella Langley is?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's like very popular on TikTok right now and whatever. And so I started listening to some of her songs, and like with the guys that like her are called Ella Fellas, right? And it's the dumbest thing in the world. And so I just want to say it around my wife. I want to be like, oh yeah, all these Ella fellas. And I'm like, I don't know, I might be an Ella fella. And I swear she just got pissed at Ella Langley in a way that was not healthy. And I was like, all right, you still got it.
Yep.
You like to be reminded of that every now and again.
I don't speak other women's names around Vanessa. One time, I said I thought Scarlett Johansson was good in a movie. And every time ScarJo comes on the screen, I get daggers.
Yeah, but it makes you feel good, though, doesn't it?
A little afraid.
Oh, I liked her reaction to the Ella Fella thing.
Yeah.
I liked it. I was like, all right.
Yeah. She knows when I'm asleep, okay?
That's kind of fun. I think
we got nice knives in that house, okay?
The day they stop caring that way, that's the day you got problems.
That's my test?
That's it, yeah.
Oh, so you hear about the new ScarJo? Don't you say it. Oh, I love you too.
Yeah, that's a real sign of love by a woman in my eyes. Wasn't I raised properly?
In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Coming up tonight in the pro basketball playoffs, Oklahoma City, a 17.5-point home favorite against Phoenix. OKC blew Phoenix out in Game 1, but I
Equinox 60-month purchase MSRP $39,625 per month plus tax $398 doc. Silverado 36-month lease $39.95 due at signing. 0 security deposit 10K miles per year through GMF plus tax $398 doc. See dealer for warranty and details. Ends 4/30/2026.
Make the afternoon drive your soundtrack on the way into the Guardians games. And talk about the game on your way home on overtime. The best Guardians coverage is right here on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. I want to say a big thanks to our guest that we had, Ashley Bastock at 240. Great stuff on the Browns at 6 in the Browns quarterback derby. Brian Jones, CBS Sports college football analyst at 4. Great stuff on his favorite players in this class. Big fan of one wide receiver in particular. And then Daryl Ryder. He locked it in, guys. He locked it in that the Browns are going to trade down.
We never got the pick, though.
Well, no, that doesn't matter. I think, because I asked, give me something they're going to do at 6 or 24, just because there's going to be a lot of people tomorrow that are like, this is exactly what I've been talking about. And it's like, you simply mentioning all the things they could do is not analysis. Because anyone could be like, trade up, they could trade down, they could take Makai Lemon, they could take anyone. Like, I could just name off, and it's not a. And by the way, trying to predict it and be right is about as chachi as all these, I got 6 of my 32 picks right. It's like you failed 26 times, Jack.
But that's like a high rate for these guys, too.
No, it is.
Like 6 or 7 right in the first round is like a good number.
But it's just oh my God. The whole I want to be right about mock drafts is another very annoying thing. But Daryl Ryder didn't do that, and he did lock it in. As a trade down at 6, JP locked it in as Carnell Tate and staying at 6. I think I'm going to lock it in on tomorrow's show early. We are going to be on Game On in North Olmsted again, guys. Then this is good because last time I had forgotten to bring my nephew's birthday present because my brother lives right down the road.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, I might remember it. I might remember to bring this before this kid turns like 21. He's 3, by the way.
Oh, he's 3. You got time then.
Yeah.
Are you going to go to his house afterwards, or is he going to stop up? Is that the idea?
That's a great question. He stopped
with
out.
the brother? Yeah.
So Sammy stopped out last time.
Yeah.
If he stops out twice,
that seems like a lot. No.
Well, I was going to say, Aaron and David and Kristen, they're never going to catch this kid. Like in terms of sibling rankings, if Sammy shows up and then I don't have to make an extra trip out of sibling, not karma, kudos through the roof.
Aaron's my favorite.
Why is that? Football guy?
We're friends on Facebook, so now I'm more invested in Aaron's life than anybody's life out of your
I don't think you'd
members.
vibe with David
or your siblings.
I don't think you'd vibe with David. You'd probably get along with Kristen. Yeah, Aaron or Sam seem your speed. Sam's just me with a red beard and minus 150 pounds.
What's wrong with David that I wouldn't vibe with David? Or rather, what's wrong with me that I wouldn't vibe with David?
David just doesn't vibe with a lot of people. I think it's more of a David thing.
He's a hard shell to crack?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
like Vanessa, the first 8 years was like, I think your brother doesn't like me. And I'm like, sweetie, that's just David.
Right, that's his love language.
Yeah, and
that means
now,
he really likes you.
And now my brother's turned into a horticulturist, and he bought my grandma's house, and so he's very at peace, and he's very zen now. And I'm like, you used to have edge. You used to really hate people.
Yeah.
Now you sit there fiddling with your plants, playing with your cars.
Fiddling with your plants.
Not at all. I'm totally happy for him. He's so happy, and it makes me very happy that he's happy.
Yeah, you sound happy.
But he is weak now.
Just kidding. We've taken advantage of him. So he's the one with a 3-year-old that you give.
No, Sammy.
Oh, Sammy's the one with the 3-year-old.
Yeah, Sammy's my youngest sibling.
Okay,
so he's 2 years younger.
What was the birthday present? What did you get a 3-year-old?
Well, here's the thing. I'm awesome at buying toys for kids because I'm a giant child. So he loves cars and he loves dinosaurs. So we got him a dinosaur racetrack.
That's on brand.
That he is going to freaking love.
The fun thing about
provided I get it to him before 3 years from now.
Sometimes in life you can be like, oh, it's too on the nose. With kids, you go for on the nose.
No.
There's no such thing as too on the nose with kids. It's like you love dinosaurs, you love cars, dinosaur racetrack, I'm awesome.
Vanessa's very much like every woman that I know in my family, which is very oh, they're not going to. It's like, no. Think like a 3-year-old. Think like a 4-year-old. Dinosaurs, cars, dinosaur car track. Cool. We're good.
Yeah. They love it.
Yeah, I inherited this from Jim Wilson, who taught me think like a 3-year-old. And I still do to this very day. Let's get to it in case you missed it.
All right, because I think yours might involve this story a little bit, and we don't have much time. Let's stay with it. New photos, Diana Rossini, Mike Vrabel show the pair alone at a resort pool. New York Post putting out these photos today. More evidence in some sense, but it's still not evidence at the heart of it, though. That's the problem.
Yeah, I'm going to need to see the tape. I'm going to need to watch the tape.
With the sex tape? Is that what you need?
I watch the tape.
What kind of tape do you actually need to be convinced now?
I grind the tape.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm just going to assume they were just two friends locking hands. I like hands with a lot of friends.
Multiple eyewitnesses claiming the two dined alone. So breakfast alone.
Unless they were in a specific chair in a specific room, I don't care about these alleged witnesses. Sounds like a bunch of people trying to jump on a pile there. That's all I'm going to say.
One insider told Page 6 Rossini and Vrabel seemed to be taking steps to avoid being spotted together. One of them would go ahead.
They were bad at
the
it
other
if they
would
did.
wait for a few seconds or so, and then they would follow a few steps ahead.
Is this I Spy? This is like the worst. Hey, you go. You just walk a couple feet ahead of me.
Let's just do this 5 minutes apart. Instead, it's like let's go 3 feet ahead of each other, as if no one's gonna know.
I got so annoyed yesterday by two things. One, the weak-ass Boston media, who, hey, you can't cancel us, we're not woke. And then when talking about Mike Vrabel, it's not a story. Bunch of jamokes.
Yeah.
The Boston media. Greg Bedard was crashing out. Oh, it's not my job to cover this. Your job is to cover the team. Mike Vrabel in an alleged rumor or alleged affair with Diane Rossini. That is the team. Orchids of Asia, friend.
Well,
I'm just so sick of these Boston chowder heads. Dave Portnoy trying to run from the story. But you guys had balls.
I don't know how Portnoy got involved with this.
He was downplaying the story as well.
I heard him specifically address Diana Rossini. Was he was downplaying it after the fact?
I think so.
It's very unlike him.
Yeah.
The one thing you can count on him for is the idea that he's not going to run from the story and he's going to address it, right? That's the one thing.
Listen, if I cast an aspersion in the wrong direction, I'll take that one back. The rest of them have no balls.
Boinking Lady Schefter should be a story if you're in that market, though.
It'd be more of a story if he's boinking regular Schefter.
Is this a three-way?
We'd end up with the same problems we're having in this one.
I don't think we would. I think.
Please detail why you think that.
I mean, I think they're right there. I think people would have a lot of takes on this one. I think this one would be now. Again, I'd have to grind the tape.
I'll skip that tape.
Okay, do you know ball or do you not know ball?
Too many balls at play there.
Just 4. All right.
I regret saying boinking Lady Schefter.
All right.
You got to think, though, if they're on that team, it's probably not great.
In euphemisms for sex, boinking, never not a funny reference to me.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah,
I do.
Or when people will just make the sound boing, it's very funny to me. Don't know why. I'm doing Trump hands a lot today. Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murren. Big thanks to Matt Corrali, the ass man over there. JP, one more time. Happy birthday, buddy.
Oh, thank you so much.
What are you going to get for your midlife crisis?
I haven't decided yet. That's the fun part of
You're
this
in Solon. That's Corvette territory.
The midlife crisis decides for you.
Yeah, just don't get a 4-banger, okay?
Never.
We're not talking about Schefter or Vrabel again. All right, guys. See you tomorrow, too.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.